Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. 1 second, doesn't help when my blinds are wide open, does it? And the light is streaming in. Good afternoon to you all. Tottenham Hotspur have made a signing. I'm not even kidding. We bought a goalkeeper. He's a generational talent, and I'm going to prove it. But listen, before we get to that, welcome to a live watch-along of Tottenham Hotspur versus Newcastle United. Listen, this is going to be a very interesting game. The club injuries, we knew about the injuries. There's been a bug that has swept through Tottenham. And the whole thing's a bit of a circus at Spurs today, isn't it? We don't know what the 11's going to be. We've got a pretty good idea through the power of denomination. But at the moment, until the official team news comes out, there's nothing for certain. We're going to look into that in a minute. We're going to look at the new goalkeeper that we've signed, a foreign goalkeeper. All the reports that we didn't want one. All of the reports that Ange didn't need a goalkeeper and he trusts Fraser Forster. Well, apparently that's not true. And we have signed a goalkeeper from Slavia Prague, or it's happening today. Never a dull day at Spurs. As I've said, never a dull day. If you have a YouTube channel and you're a Spurs fan, it's gold dust because there's always something for us to talk about. What a lovely thing for someone to say. Yes, straight out of my Tim Sherwood playbook, the old gilet, nice and comfortable, keeps me warm. And welcome to you. Guys and girls, where do we start today? There's so much to talk about. Yes, we don't kick off for an hour and 50 minutes, but there is so much to talk about, isn't there? Injuries, suspensions, virus, transfer window, goalkeeper. Ange Postecoglou's come out this morning and said, doesn't matter what team he picks today, he's going to stick to his principles. You would think that with a depleted team, you might tell them to be a bit more sensible and you might tell them to try and grind something out. Not Ange. Will it work? Who knows? You guys will let me know. As far as I'm working out, I could be 100% wrong. As far as I'm working out, it looks like the 11 is going to be Austin, Porro, Dragusin, Spence, and Reguilon, Star, Bergval, and Kulu, with Werner, Solanke, and Brennan Johnson. Now, that is based off of yesterday. I think Archie Gray is having a late fitness test this morning. Son, Maddison as well. Apparently, Basuma's definitely out. But listen, how many times have we seen this through the years where so-and-so is definitely not playing? I don't know. I don't know what the team's going to be. We're going to find out, right? In, 35 minutes, we're going to find out what the team is. Listen, on a day like today, lots of people have been messaging saying it's a free hit for Ange because of the injuries and the viruses. But for me, you've still got to find a way. Listen, I get it. You've got less chance with better players missing, but you've got to find a way. You've got to have a tactical setup that's going to try and nullify them. Let's see what he does. Shall we have a look? Where are we? All right. By the way, we're going to be joined by a few people between now and kickoff. We'll talk all things Spurs. Lots of people think that we're going to get smashed. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't. I genuinely don't think it's going to be smashed. I do think Newcastle are their heavy favourites. We've got to be honest. I saw the bookies this morning had Newcastle at just under 2-1 and Spurs had floated out to 4-1. Obviously depends on the bookies of your choice. Please gamble responsibly, I must say. Listen, lots of people think that we're getting pumped. Let me know what you think. Okay. It's my face has told me he wants to talk about the goalkeeper signing. Well, let's do that, shall we? Let's have a look. So first and foremost, this came out. Let me just see. Is this what? Yeah, this came out this morning. This was a few hours back, and it said Tottenham are on the verge of signing Slavia Prague goalkeeper Antonin Kinsky. A deal worth around 15 million euros plus add-ons and sell-on clause is being finalised for Kinsky to join Spurs. Now, as always, with any sort of transfer rumour, pinch of salt. It's Tottenham. Romano hasn't said it yet. Some people believe Romano, some people don't. You listen, knock yourselves out, whatever you think. And then Romano did say this this was about 10 minutes ago. Said Tottenham will spend over 10 million for Antonin Kinsky as new goalkeeper. Long-term deal also agreed. Slavia Prague and Spurs will sign all the formal documents today after the game. Permanent move. Now, I mean, who knows anything? I can't be a hypocrite and sit here and go, oh my God, bad signing, good signing. I don't know. I've never seen him play, probably have in a European game without thinking about it. But Tottenham's first order of business has been to sign a goalkeeper. For me, I'm always a bit like meh. When we're signing sub-goalkeepers, I'm like, okay. Now, if he comes in and takes Vicario's place and is brilliant, fair play. If he comes in and sits on a bench week in, week out, I'm a bit like, cool, that's brilliant. But what are you doing for the first team? How does this affect our dreadful tactics that this manager's got? How does this turn results around? So for me, I don't want to see goalkeepers being signed in January. I don't want our transfer budget going on that, if I'm brutally honest. I want our transfer budget going on a defensive midfielder, a winger that can beat a man, a defender that can play right back and left back. So let me know your thoughts. Now, this was quite funny. If you go onto Wikipedia, it does say this. There it is. He is the greatest Czech goalkeeping talent of his generation. So people are calling him the greatest Czech goalkeeper of his generation. I mean, you know, big words, right? Big plaudits. You know what the world of football is like. We've got so many in our fan base. Look at the chat for Archie Gray, the chat for Bergval. Mikey Moore's the greatest footballer since George Best. But here we are. This goalkeeper is a generational talent in Czech football. I don't know, guys, girls, I don't know. I genuinely wish I could sit here and say to you that I know about him. I don't. Some people already are saying they've watched videos and he looks good. I don't know. Ndombele looked like the greatest midfielder in the world on YouTube videos, didn't he? So I don't know. But now, if I'm not wrong, Spurs have Vicario, Kinsky, Forster, Keeley, Gunter, Whiteman and Austin. we're building an 11 of goalkeepers. Big up. Let me know what you think. Has anyone seen him? Has anyone seen this guy play? Because otherwise it's going to be a very short conversation about a new goalkeeper signing, isn't it? It's going to be, has anyone got anything they can add on this? And apologies. I mean, people would say I should have done my research before coming live. This happened 10 minutes ago. And believe it or not, there's things I have to set up backstage and I don't have a chance to watch YouTube videos. We can't all go and watch one together because of copyright. So somebody, please go and watch a video of this guy and let me know what you think. Let me know his strengths, his weaknesses, and I'll leave it at that. The only last bit I'll say about the goalkeeping situation is, are we hopeful is the word I'm looking for. Are we hopeful that, yes, okay, we've brought in a goalkeeper who's going to be, I'm guessing will go straight in as number 2, but are we hopeful that, that there's going to be money for more players? I mean, first and foremost, we were hearing that we only had 30 million quid to spend. And this signing apparently is about 12.5 million. If that's the case, are we saying that we've only got 18 million pound left? Are we saying that the 30 million number that was given was just a complete loads of nonsense? Spurs, who knows? Who knows? It's never dull, is it? It's never dull. So welcome to the channel. Listen, come on, guys and girls. I don't want to have to be this guy today. Surely by now we know that there should be likes on the channel. There's 291 of you already and only 51 likes. Currently a 1 in 6 strike rate. Let's just get the likes done when you come in so that we don't have to worry about it for the rest of the show. Let's see some likes. Let's see some love, shall we? And thank you to everyone who has subscribed over the last 48 hours, the last week, actually. We've gone from, by the way, there we go. There we go. Sky Sports have broken the news as well. Tottenham agree transfer for Antonin Kinsky with Slavia Prague goalkeeper set for 12.5 million move. He is the Czech Republic under 21 international. Let's go. Let's have a little look at him, shall we? Let's have a look. Somebody sent me this as well. What was it? Where was it? It was this. This is Kinsky. Apparently, there we go. So what? 6'3", great height. I wish I was 6'3". Youth career at Tempo Prague, Bohemians 1905, and then Dukla Prague. And then his senior career has been 6 games at Dukla Prague, and now Slavia Prague. In that time as well, he spent a bit of time on loan at Vyškov and Pardubice. I might be saying that wrong. I am not from the Czech Republic. So again, really difficult. I don't know anything about this guy. I'm just going to try and check him up on another app. Again, this is one of them ones where I can't turn around and get excited for sub goalkeepers. But it could be the best thing we've ever seen. I genuinely don't know. If we look at Kinsky in national football, so he's played 3 games this year in the Euro under 21 qualifiers. He's played in Euro under 19 qualification. He's played in Czech Republic under 20 friendlies. I don't know. So listen, welcome to Tottenham Hotspur, Antonin Kinsky. But anyone remember when Ange said we don't need a goalkeeper? We're not buying a goalkeeper. He trusts Fraser Forster. Well, that seems to have completely gone out of the window. But listen, welcome to Tottenham Hotspur, Antonin Kinsky. And I guess we'll start to see. Over the next few months. Does he get games? Does he play? Is he going to go straight into the first team against Liverpool in the cup? Is he going to go straight in next week in the league against Arsenal? I don't know. Let me know what you think. Oh yeah, Jim, I'm elated. I really think this helps with our tactics, having another goalkeeper. I really do. I love this. This is what we're going to get now, aren't we? This is what we're going to get now. Spurs have signed a goalkeeper, a 21-year-old goalkeeper who's played hardly any football, and we're going to get fans now giving it the whole, oh, there you go, we're making signings. Sure, get signings where we need them. Defense, midfield, attack. Let's get a new manager. Let's get some proper signings. Hey, let's leave that there with Kinsky. Listen, I think Stell will be joining me in a bit, and when he does, we'll get his thoughts on it. Good morning to Cal Blundell. Said, hey, Savva, hope you and the family are well. How crazy is this weather? It's just bloody cold where I am, if I'm honest, Cal. Nothing else. Let me have a look. Hang on. I'll show you. Look, here we go. See, not really too bad out there. It's actually quite bright, but very, very cold. Now I've got my... Yeah, so listen, it is what it is. Guys and girls, let me know in the chat, what do you think? Jim, please, I'm going to ask, please stop coming in with these silly statements. Jim, unlike you, I've supported Spurs for 40 years, right? Please don't come in with these things where you're going to tell me how Tottenham run as a club, who we should, stay positive. Mate, I heard this all summer. Stay positive, and we had a crap summer. I heard this last January. Stay positive. We had a crap January. I've heard this from you. You've been telling us for months, Jim. You've been telling us Ange is going to turn this round, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. So it's not about staying positive. There's this little thing called honesty. And honestly, just saying things like stay positive is what I would tell a child, when they're playing football. That is what I would tell a child when they're at school. We're grown adults. We don't just stay positive because it's nice to do. I need to see it. I need some evidence. I need some facts. I need something to believe in. Guys and girls, let me know in the chat. By the way, big up to Bella, who has gifted a Football Heritage TV membership. Always very kind to me, Bella. Thank you very much for that. I hope you're well. I'm guessing it's quite late at night for you over there in Australia. Let me see if I can find out who that went to. I can't see who that went to at the moment. But if Bella did give you a free membership, then please do say thank you. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. And again, here's another one who says stupid stuff. We need to stay negative. I'm staying truthful, Mike. I'm staying truthful. I will challenge you and Jim, and I bet you fail spectacularly. Name me 5 positive things at Tottenham Hotspur right now. I need 5 positives. Let's see. No, Nadav says, Savva, you are positive people who want Anjin. Oh, sorry, you are positive people. People who want Anjin are negative because they want worse for our club. I agree. If you look at this, if you look at what's happening at the club and say, yes, I like this, you don't want what's best for Tottenham. Yeah? I said this yesterday on a show. Imagine we looked down the road and saw that Arsenal were doing what we're doing now, or Chelsea, or Villa, or pick your poison. We'd all go, oh my God, how bad are they? How bad's their manager? When it's Tottenham, we just say things like, stay positive. It's going to turn around. Cool. When? When's it going to turn around? Yeah? When is it going to turn around? You can't just keep saying it. We've got to see it. Do I think it's going to be today? And by the way, you're not going to turn it around on one game, but do I think we're going to start to see it turn around today? I mean, we're going to see the team news come out, but yeah, Nadav, you're right. Unfortunately, I've never known so many human adults, right, that just say things like, be positive, be negative. Why can't we just say facts and truth? Anyway, believe what you want, people. Believe what you want. That is each to their own. But listen, Jim, you're still coming and watching me week in, week out. So big up to you and thank you for your support. Guys and girls, let me know, what 11 do you think is going to be put out there today? We're going to see the team in about 20 minutes time. I believe that the Premier League actually released the teams. Let me know what you think. Big up to Lee Smithy Smith. How you doing, Lee? I said, big up to whoever gifted me the membership. We're on the up, guys. Today, 5-0 and another keeper. Big love. I mean, Lee, it doesn't take a lot to get you thinking that we're on the up, does it? But big up to you. I'll be excited when we sign a first-team footballer who's better than what we've got. I'm not going to get excited through signing backups, I'm afraid. It's the history of Tottenham. We sign backups and then fans go, but we needed backups. We need quality. And someone taught me this when I was growing up. It's all about the Q word, quality. Q word. That is what wins you things. That's what makes you a better team. It isn't buying backup goalkeepers and then going, oh my gosh, we're going to fly up the table. Tottenham, so I said, got no chance with Jim, mate. Ask Jim to give me one positive about AEW less wrestling. Dude, I have no idea about AEW wrestling. I don't know what that is. But sure, you and Jim have a little chat amongst yourselves. Lumen, big up. I said, surely, Savva, it will be an entertaining lineup. Well, it's going to be. There's a lot of players missing. And look, let's go through that, shall we? I was waiting for somebody to use the word kinky when talking about Kinsky. It's the obvious link when you miss the S in his letter. I'll say it again. Welcome to Tottenham Hotspur, Antonin Kinsky from the Czech Republic. This is the signing we all needed to make our club go in the right direction. Aluminium has said, would I take Rashford? Goodbye. Drive safely. Goodbye and drive safely. Bye. Would you take Rashford? No, I would not take Rashford. For me, too up and down. I think we're at the stage now where we need to stop buying hits and hopes. I think we need to go and buy some solid players. Big up to Marcus, who said, big up Savva, one of the best channels around, and I'm a Chelsea fan. I'll tell you what I forgot to do. I forgot to put the heating on. Bear with me 1 second. Yes, it is that cold, hence the gilet. Where we go. Let's boost that. Let's put that on to the end of the game. Yeah, there we go. Done. Here's a question for you. How many of you have made Alexander Isak your captain in fantasy football today? There's a question. Ross, yeah, Isak, I do worry. Okay, the 3 positives from Jim. Signing a VDV. I mean, that was 18 months ago. Scored the most goals. Doesn't matter with a half. Having conceded as many goals from corners. Brilliant. Transfers are being completed much earlier. Brilliant. Sub goalkeepers. 5 players support Ange. Based on what do the players support Ange? Based on what? So, Jim, your answer to me is a defender we signed last year who is absolutely ruining his hamstrings, scoring the most goals where we haven't. We've scored the second most, but we're bottom half of the table. Haven't conceded as many goals from corners. So what? We're bottom half of the table. Transfers are being completed earlier. What? A sub goalkeeper. And then the player support Ange. Based on what? Because you say so. They don't look like they're playing for him. They don't look like they enjoy this. Jim, unfortunately, again, no offense, this is what happens when people start supporting Ange rather than Tottenham Hotspur. I'm afraid that's where I'm at, Jim. I've never seen you actually critique. I've never seen you critique Ange. It's just, he's amazing. Yeah, he's amazing in shit leagues. Philly, I would love that, but they won't. They won't do it. They just want a cult of Ange. Liverpool have scored more goals than us. Yes, they have. Factually, they have scored more goals than us. Nadav has said Austin, Dragosin, Gray, Spence, Porro, Bergval, Sarr, Kulu, Johnson, Solanke, Werner is what it is. I believe it's going to be that. I think the only difference is possibly that Archie Gray might not make it. Let's see. I genuinely think it's going to be this or thereabouts. Yes, you're right. We're going to see. At the end of the day, this is the manager who said he liked the squad he went into the season with. Make it work, Ange. Make it work. And again, where are the kids? I can't see him putting any kids in, but it's a youth project. Jonathan has said Kinsky better with his feet than Vic, but awful handling based on Y-Scout. I think he rotates with Vic based on opponent we face rather than backup. Have you ever known Ange to rotate? Have you? Really? We'll see. Martin has said, man, speaking facts, I'm a Spurs fan. A lot of you are Ange cultists. Listen, what I don't get is, it's just the blind faith. Look at this. Look at this. Remember, Savva, your responses are your opinion. That's not my opinion. We're bottom half of the table, Jim. Yeah? We're bottom half of the table, Jim. We've lost 9 games in the season, Jim. And you're trying to use Van der Ven, who signed 18 months ago, as a positive right now about Tottenham. I mean, I've got no idea what you're watching. Again, I can ask Jim politely, when did you start supporting Spurs? I just don't feel like, I feel like real long-term Spurs fans support Spurs and not Ange. It just seems weird. It seems very weird to me. Well, my passion is because I've supported Spurs for 40 years, Jim. I don't just turn around and go, it's going to be okay. Ange is great. Evidence. Show me that these things are good. You know, I mean, the fact we've conceded less goals from corners, you think is a positive. I mean, what are we doing here? Look how many goals we have conceded. Look how many goals we've conceded, and you think that's a positive. Let's see. We're waiting for the lineups to come out at the moment. Spurs have not announced it. Destiny Udogie. Sorry, not Destiny Udogie. Dominic Solanke's in there. There's James Maddison. Looks like he's arriving. Son. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as bad as what they said, you know. I've got a feeling that it's going to be nowhere near as bad. The Newcastle team apparently is out. Apparently it's Dubravka, Livramento, Botman, Byrne, and Hall. So Botman does play. Bruno Guimaraes, Joe Linton, Tonali, Murphy, Isak, Gordon. Apparently that is the Newcastle team. So Botman, his first start in about 10 months. I don't think the team's going to be anywhere near as bad as anyone thought it was going to be yesterday. For me, I think you're going to have enough players out there that you make it difficult for them to play. But I think we know what he's going to do, don't we? I think we know what he's going to do. Hang on 1 second. No, we don't. Sorry. Yeah. I just don't. I just truly believe that it's not going to be as bad as we thought. Let's see. We'll see in a minute. Listen, Jim, I'm going to stop bringing them up now because again, it's all a cult now. We're watching our team go like this, and you're going, "Oh, he's a great manager. Look what he's done," and it's just crap. It's absolutely crap. Anjin, wait 12 months and you will change your mindset. I heard this a year ago. Nick, I heard this a year ago. People like you were telling me this then, and you've been very, very wrong. Now, again, guys and girls, this is what I hate. It's just throwaway nonsense comments. Wait 12 months. Based on what? He's 18 months in and we're dreadful. What am I waiting for? Come on, the Spurs lineup. It should be out in the next 2 minutes. I'm just waiting for the Spurs official page to release the team lineup. At the moment, it's still not there. Murphy's a pain in the backside. He runs, he tracks back, he drives forward, he gets his shot away. Kickoff is an hour and 26 minutes away. The White Rooster, as I couldn't sell my ticket again on exchange. Don't blame people. £84 in the lower South stand. Listen, I agreed. Listen, Daniel Levy wants to charge £84 to £110, I believe, for tickets. It's simply unacceptable for me. That's why I won't pay him. That's why I won't pay him. When people say you're not a real fan, you don't go. Nick has said transfers, bringing youth, investing. I just can't deal with it. The cult of Ange, look at it. No one can give me actually any evidence. It's just his transfers, bringing in youth. We've always bought in youth. This isn't new. If you had been a Spurs fan for more than 10 minutes, you'd know. Transfer policy, bringing the youth to change the mindset. What changing mindset? What mindset is being changed? We're losing most weeks. Honestly, when Ange leaves, please, can these fans go with him? I'm so embarrassed right now. I've never seen a manager do as bad and get so much love for doing badly. Oh, he's changing the mindset of what? What's he changing the mindset? So the youth players, you mean the ones that never play? You mean the ones that never play, those youth players? Where is the team? Come on, I want the team. It's still not out yet. It's not out. I think it'll be out in about 10 minutes' time, if we're going to be honest. Jack has said it will be Son, Solanke, Brennan, Kulu. Hang on, you've gone backwards here. It'll be Son, Solanke, Brennan, Kulu, Madison, Basuma, Spence, Drags in Power, and give. My understanding is that Basuma and Madison were the ones having fitness tests, so we'll see. Yadami said 150 for premium home tickets against Liverpool in the Cup. Yeah, and Daniel Levy's a crook, isn't he? He's the worst chairman. I just can't stand him. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, remember, Ange decided to re-sign Werner. James has said Newcastle last 4 league results are 4 wins, 13 goals scored and 0 conceded. Yeah, they're a well-drilled team. They're everything that Spurs aren't. Bill Master said, big up, Savva. Your number one fan, Donna Cullen, has been conspicuously absent. Have you gone and upset them? Yeah, you never know when that account's going to pop up. It's weird, though, isn't it? It's just weird how people make accounts like that. What are the odds he plays? Basuma at centre back. Well, I'm hearing that he's apparently last night. I'm hearing from last night that Basuma is the one that was least likely to play. But as I said, I've got a feeling that the likes of Basuma, Son, Madison, I've got a feeling that most of these will play. Whether they start or not is a different matter. Exactly. This mindset that he's changed is absolutely nonsense. I'm just getting so bored of the lies that go with it. That's like me saying, Ten Hag changed the mindset at Man United. He got sacked because he was doing poorly. Yeah, but he changed the mindset. Based on what? Just because I think that. Honestly, I'm just losing my mind. 2 things I've liked since Ange just came in. I don't like the style of play. I don't like his subs. I don't like his interviews. I don't like anything since he's come in. What am I meant to be liking? I don't know. You could challenge me, but listen, I'm watching my team go this way. You're watching my team. I don't believe it's your team as well. You're watching my team go like this. Yeah, so no, I don't like anything that he's done, if I'm brutally honest. Yeah, a couple of good wins here or there. I always bring this up, Nick. The injuries haven't been there for 14 months, Nick. Again, I'd love someone like you to come on the show and debate me. You won't, though, because you just say lies in the chat. Jessica has said, I don't go to games either, Savva, but I've been supporter for 34 years. Just can't handle crowds. Look, fair enough. Look, everyone's got their own reason if they don't want to go, right? But at the end of the day, what he charges is just absolutely shocking. Kinsky deal is 15 million euros plus add-ons for anyone who hasn't seen. Yeah, we talked about all this. We've done this. But yeah, look, yeah, a young goalkeeper, great. I don't see how that's going to fix Ange's tactics. I just don't know what we're going to do. James Clark says son of Madison on the bench, according to one of the X accounts that leaks team news. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that as well. Jim, I don't rate. Stop. I don't rate him. I think he's terrible. I think he's done a dreadful job. Everything he's done at this club has gone like that. Everything. We concede loads, concede more than we ever did. We lose more games than we ever did. The points per games is crap. I don't know what you want me to like about this manager. This is a poor comparison, Savva. No, it's not a poor comparison. I'm using it as a manager that actually got sacked for not doing well. Right, Alf, you always do this. You always do this. Yeah, look, probably more substance, Ange. I don't know what that means. Mike Clifford, you're always a bit weird, aren't you, in the chat? You're always a bit weird. Army said, haven't seen Spurs live for 15 years. I moved to Oz. I'm going Liverpool for the cup, and I'm not even excited. The joys, leave you out, Ange out, leave you out and Ange out every time of the day. Ange isn't my mate or your mate. He's definitely not my mate. I just don't rate him at all. Big up, Adam. How you doing, man? Happy New Year. Long time no see.
Big up, Savva. How are you, mate? Hope you had a good Christmas, New Year. And yeah, Spurs-wise, it's not been great, has it, mate? I've been keeping up with everything you've been saying. So look forward to discussing it with you.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's funny. Sorry, just while you see me battling the Ange cult in the chat. Mate, I just can't deal with it, Adam. It's almost like 2024, you're not allowed to use facts. You're not allowed to use truth. It's purely, I like Ange. He's great. You wait and see. That's like me turning around, Adam, going, you wait. I'm going to be a millionaire this time next year. But based on what? Just wait. Yeah, but what are you doing to make that £1 million? Mate, let me know, what are your thoughts on Ange? And again, this is a manager, by the way, Adam, this morning has said it doesn't matter which team he puts out, that he's still going to stick to his principles. So even if we've got loads of injuries, he's not going to try and do anything to be difficult to beat. He's just going to do the same thing. What do you make of this manager?
Well, it's funny because he literally told us all this so long ago, and we saw it from the Chelsea game last season onwards, that he's like, with other managers, like, other fans will get annoyed when they're saying things but doing something different. Whereas with Ange, he's actually doing everything he told us he would do.
Yeah.
And what you've just said about fans with stats, that, with stats, I've had conversations myself with fans who are Ange in, and they will use stats when it suits them, right? Like, just off the top of my head, when we're 6 points off fourth, or they go on about most goals scored in the league, RXG, etc. But then when you show them facts, like I showed one Sky Sports graphic to a few people, you've seen it probably, where it's shots faced per game 20th, shots faced overall 20th, goals conceded were like 18th or something.
Or maybe Adam, when you show them evidence like this,
you had to scroll down there, mate.
Right, I had to scroll down. Right, look, have a look. Right, you got people like Jim and Nick in the chat seeing this. Look, 9 defeats in 19 games, right? And they're going, look, we've got 1 win in 7, and they're saying things like, yeah, but we don't concede from corners as much. Like, are we a football club, or are we just here for a laugh?
What it is they don't apply the same standard across the board, right? So I've seen I'm not going to name them, but I've seen other people say that you move goalposts sometimes, whereas you're actually very consistent. You hold the same goalposts throughout, right? But when it comes to Ange, this is what I was going to say, when I watch streamers like you and Stell, and I've heard you guys say before, sort of the fans are part of the problem. I never used to understand that at first, but now Ange has fully made me understand why our fans are the problem, right? And even me, like, I've stopped. So the last game I went to was the Fulham game, the 1-1 draw. After that, I just said, you know what, until Ange is gone, mate, I'm not going to get myself down there again. And what was telling for me, right, is not only did no one really celebrate when we'd scored in that game, because we didn't really deserve it, we were all over the shots, playing terribly. When they scored to equalise not long afterwards with Harry Wilson, no one was really, I wasn't angry, we kind of just accepted it, right? And everyone in the stadium knows what's going on, but no one wants to talk about it. No one wants to actually look around and say this manager is not it, man. And one thing you said a while ago, sorry to go on, was
go on.
You said on another stream a while ago that if we were sitting in 6th, 7th, that's when you turn around and say that's down to Daniel Levy. The fact that we're in 6th or 7th, we're not breaking into that top 4, top 3. But to be where we are with, I've got the stats here. We've won 1 of the last 8 Premier League games, which in itself is just crazy, right? But the whole of 2024 as a whole, start to finish, was pretty much the same. I don't like when fans say to just wait and see. Like, you would expect a manager to have year-on-year progression, but the manager peaked in his first 10 games.
Look, this is what I don't get, mate. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out. I've got people coming on. The link wasn't working. Apologies. This is what I don't get, mate. Is like that Nick guy in the chat said, give it 12 months, you'll change your mindset. It's not my mindset. I'm looking at evidence and saying this ain't working. So when people say give it a year, I heard this last year. Last year, Adam, I was one of the first people. I turned around after the Chelsea game, and I know people thought it was harsh because it was our first defeat. I turned around, mate, after the first game. Big up, Steve. Meet Adam.
Big up, Adam.
I turned around, right? Let's do that. I turned around after. Hang on. Now I've got all my. Steve's ruined all my background. There we go. There we go. That's better. Not your fault, Steve. Just me, really. I turned around after that Chelsea game and I said, this manager has just come out and told us that no matter if we had gone down to 9 men, 7 men or 5 men, he's going to play on the halfway line and let the other team have, counter-attack. He said, that's who we are. And that's the moment I turned around on my show and everyone went, oh, typical Savva after 1 defeat. I went, nah, I can't have that. At 9 men, managers do all they can to nick that point, right? Managers do all they can. Be hard to beat. Block your goal. Be defensive. Bore the game out. Nope, this guy told everyone then, that's not what I do. He's told everyone for the last 14 months since that win. We're now into month 15, by the way. It's now 15 months. 15 months since that game. He's told us all over and over again, it's not what I do. And fans still go, give it time, he'll change. Based on what, Adam? What is this hope based on?
Do you know what as well? It's further to your point. It's when fans say, and you've discussed it many times, I'm probably just going to be repeating what you said, but when fans say, oh, when we get the players back, but as you said 100 times, he never rotated whatsoever last season. Last season, Dragusin could not get a single kick in the Premier League, and we've now got to a point where Reguilon's found himself on the pitch. Spence has found himself on the pitch, but only when literally every single other player is out injured and we have no choice. So when fans say we're going to get all our players back and it's all going to, Van der Ven will be back. The funny thing about Van der Ven coming back is, for example, we had Van der Ven last season when we got absolutely destroyed by Newcastle and he got put in his ass twice and got made a meme out of. So when people say the players are going to come back, like you've said repeatedly, Romero has been stinking pretty much all season. And Vicario is a good goalkeeper. Yeah, and he's actually been a good signing, I would say. But it's much bigger than Vicario, man. Like, it's much bigger than Romero and Van der Ven. Like, we've got most of our first team available, really. So, I don't really...
Well, look, the team is out. I'll come to Steve in a minute. The team is out. It's nowhere near as bad as everyone thought it was going to be. The team is out. The team is Austin in goal. Porro, Dragusin, Gray, and Spence. Bergvall, Sark, Kulusevski, Johnson, Solanke, and Werner. So, yes, we've got some players missing in defence, but on the bench today, you've got the likes of Reguilon, Basuma, Maddison, Son. It's really, really not as bad as everyone painted it out to be, that we were going to see loads of 18-year-olds. We've got 2 18-year-olds, and they're the 2 18-year-olds that we actually signed in terms of Gray and Bergvall. For me, Steve, let me come to you as a Newcastle fan. Just so you know, Dubravka, Botman, sorry, I should go left back is Hall, right back Livramento, Botman and Byrne centre half. the usual midfield of Yolinton, Bruno Guimaraes, and Tonali. And then you've got Murphy, Anthony Gordon, and Isak as your front three. Welcome to the show, Steve. Looking at that Spurs team, looking at the Newcastle team, A, is the Spurs team as bad as people were going to make it out to be? B, what do you think?
I mean, it's all right. Your team's all right. I mean, Dragosin doesn't suit a high line. I think he's a good defender, definitely. I think he's more of a deep lying defender. But it reminds me of when West Ham had Nayef Aguerd. They tried to play with a high line, and he was more suited to kind of a lower defensive line. So I think it's kind of same thing here because Aguerd at Rennes was a good defender, and Dragosin in general was too. But yeah, I think, RG Gray ain't a center back. I don't know why he can't play midfield, but I guess Dorrington isn't at the level. Maybe that's it. I have no idea.
Apparently with Dorrington, Steve, it's because he's coming back from a major surgery. So they don't want to rush him in.
Sense. No, that makes sense.
Which is fine, right? But when I look at that, I mean, look, guys, when we were talking yesterday, it was going to be like we had no one playing. Look, let's try and put some positive on this. You've got Pedro Porro as our first choice goalkeeper. Dragosin is the player everyone was creaming their pants when we beat Bayern Munich to him. Archie Gray, I'm told, is generational. Bergvall, I'm told, is generational. Papa Sarr, everyone raves about. Kulu's the best midfielder in the league, apparently. Johnson and Solanke are two of our best front three. Adam, it's not the word. Listen, you want Van de Ven and Romero in there, but it's not the end of the world, is it? It shouldn't be getting slapped up, should it?
No, and the thing is, right, like there's a way to lose. There's a way to lose a game of football, like with the Liverpool game. This is what infuriated me with the fans in the Liverpool game, right? Is when I'm trying to have a debate with anybody and they're saying things like, oh, but we scored 3 goals against, the best team in the world. And I'm just saying, we were 5-1 down, mate. We were 5-1 down. We scored 2 meaningless goals and they went straight up the pitch and scored again, pretty much for a laugh. So if we lose, let's say we'd lost that game to Liverpool, it was 1 goal, we gave it a good go, we kept it tight. I'm not saying I'm Anjin. No, I'm Anjao, and I firmly have been since last season. But there's a way to lose a game of football, and I'm not saying I want to lose any game of football, right? But my point is, when I can see that the manager is starting to iron out mistakes and starting to, players are starting to improve. All of our players look worse than when he joined.
Adam, so what you're saying is, I get it, right? Listen, we're not talking about this game. We'll talk about this game in a minute. If that game against Liverpool, you're 3-1 down at half-time, if the manager at half-time says, right, guys, stop this. We're not going to let them run through us. We're going to have 2 banks of 4, right? Everyone's going to mark, sit in, and then you lose that game 3-1 or 3-2. You turn around and go, okay, we stemmed the flow. Yeah. We stopped it. But it's the fact he came out at after half-time, and went, we're 3-1 down. Go on, Liverpool. Just run through us. Just quickly, listen, look, we're bringing people like Stellios. Look, we're bringing the big guns. The big guns of Spurs YouTube are joining us here.
The sexiest of the sexy, man.
Yeah, with this wonderful... By the way, little story. Stel won't mind me saying this. It's nothing personal. I asked Stel to send me a picture yesterday because we're doing a new show together on Wednesdays. And he sent me 2 pictures, one of him smiling, one not. And he went, choose which one you want. And they look like dating profile pictures, but much love, Stel. Before I bring you in, we have got a new goalkeeper, but I want to call out the viewers. There's 750 of you in here and 173 likes. This is absolutely disgusting. And subscribers, we should be getting subscribers by the minute, if we're brutally honest. So please subscribe. Please subscribe to Strasbourg Steve's channel as well. Please subscribe to Tottenham Away if you haven't already. And we're hunting down 15,500. So please do smash that button. Stel, we've made a signing. Before we talk about today's game. Actually, no, let's talk about today's game. Stel, the 11 is out. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as everyone made out, Stel. What do you make of it?
Yeah, this bug issue clearly isn't a big issue, like everyone said. So more media hype and drama, and it's all part of the entertainment package that is Tottenham now. So it's all entertainment, people. You're getting what you want. Yeah, look. Other than the goalkeeper, what's much different? We knew Bentancur was suspended, so something had to change in the middle. Surprise, surprise, Maddison's on the bench. It's been like that for the last God knows how many games. So,
yeah, but he's got no one to rotate in. You know, Kulu, when Kulu gets injured and everyone goes, I can't believe it. Believe it. The boy's being run into the ground. Sorry, Stel. Just have to get that in.
Yeah, exactly. People say, oh, but he hasn't got a squad to rotate, but he's got players to rotate. He doesn't. Looking at this squad, I'm just looking at it now. There's a few things that concern me. There's a lot that concerns me, actually. You're
just a few.
You're playing a top team, Newcastle, in good form, and we've put an academy kid in goal. All right, we don't have a choice. If Forster's not well, he's not well, but we've got an academy kid in goal. We've got a right back playing left back. We've got a defensive mid playing centre back. And then we've got two kids in the middle, Bergvall and Sarr, against Joe Linton, Guimaraes and Tonali. What do we think is going to happen? And then up front, you've got one of the worst looking front lines I've seen Spurs ever field. Johnson's not good, but he's got a tapping in him. Solanke's going to end up playing holding mid. And Timo Werner's absolutely rubbish. Yeah. So, listen, man, I'll say it now. We're not winning this game. If we get a draw, it's a miracle. Newcastle just give them the points. I'll be stunned if Newcastle don't win this, man. And then you look at the bench.
Same.
An out of form son, a kid called Lancashire, Basuma, who's been there, and then Maddison, our best player, who'll come on with 30 minutes to go and you're 4-0 up. Great. What's the point? So, other than that, Happy New Year. Good to see you, Savva, Steve, Adam. Finally, we're on the same show together. Good to see you guys. Big up the chat as well. That team's very average. We're fielding very average team.
I mean, it is. I mean, look, Steve. You know, as a Newcastle fan, look, Stel's set his stall out there quite early, hasn't he? He's given Spurs zero hope. A draw would be a miracle. I'm clipping Stel if we draw this. A draw would be a miracle. And I think I heard Stel say under his breath, a draw be a miracle. And if we get the draw, I'm Ange and Levy in. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard too.
That's what we all heard it? Right, we all heard it.
Yeah.
Steve, as a Newcastle fan, though, look, you guys are flying. You guys are 4 wins in a row. If I'm not wrong, I think it's something like 13 or 14 goals in those 4 games. No goals conceded. You look organised. You're missing your goalkeeper and a couple of centre halves today.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you confident? Is this one where you're looking and going, there's no excuse for Newcastle. You must take 3 points back to the north?
Yeah, to be honest, like we need to take advantage. Look, Man United, we don't have a good record at OT but on Monday, we took advantage of them being in, pretty horrible form, and we done the business, and we went in, took care of business the first half, and then just done enough to win. They didn't really have too much of a goal threat outside of like a Maguire header. But yeah, I'm pretty calm about this. I feel pretty confident.
Steve,
I think
Steve, come on, Steve, be honest. You should have been 5-6-0 up in that first 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was worried about. Like, what if Man United get one? Then if they get another one, and it was just like, So
it was like when Spurs beat Bournemouth 1-0. It should have been 5-0 if we're real about that game. It was like that.
Yeah. That was like a midweek game or something when Bournemouth beat you. Yeah. They played really well. I feel pretty confident going into the game, to be honest. There shouldn't be any reason. Look, if we get beat because you guys turn up, then fair enough. But overall, like I asked you, Savva, about like a combined 11. I mean, how many Newcastle players are you taking in your team right now? Probably 6 of them. You take Isak. I think you take Gordon.
I think you've got a really good team, Newcastle. Even when all our 11 are fit, I think you've got straight away. I'll tell you this: I'll take your entire midfield 3 over any of ours. I think first of all, your midfield 3 are men. I've got this thing about men. Take that as you will, guys. I've got this thing about I want men in my team. I don't want all these dainty little skinny. I want men. And when I
Savva,
look at Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali, Joe Linton, they look powerful. They all like the tackle. They've all got good
They're
engines.
not fun to play against. They're not fun to
No.
play against. They're not
No.
easy.
I mean, you know what I'd say, Savva, on that, right? Like with Ange, when everyone talks about, oh, but Ange is, bringing in young players and all of this nonsense. What it is I've said it on your last stream sort of a few months ago, like, there's a way to go about signing young players. Like Aston Villa signed Morgan Rogers. That's a young player. City went and got Julian Alvarez over from Argentina. He was a young player. And then you've got Brighton. They sign young players. But the thing is, these young players they sign are physically ready to just jump into a game in the Premier League, unlike our players who always seem to need a season to bed in or a season on loan. And when Chelsea are signing Enzo and Caicedo, that's two 21-year-old midfielders, but they're ready-made international young players.
Yeah, they go straight into the 11, don't they?
Yeah.
So when I look at Newcastle's team, even a player like Lewis Hall, he was Premier League ready when you guys took him on loan, or your Newcastle's, it's all 11 men. Aston Villa, they've got men in their midfield. Onana, John McGinn, these guys get stuck in. You can't question their mentality.
I love this. No, did it? The worst thing I could have ever said about men there, wasn't it? I'm getting loads of comments in the chat. I mean, guys, look, just quickly, we'll come back to Newcastle in a minute. Look, there is an hour until kickoff. I don't think many people are looking forward to this, really. By the way, the bookies, let's see what the bookies have. Spurs have floated out to 4, and in some cases 4.5 to 1 at home. Newcastle, you can get as low as 1.5 to 1. So put on £1, win back 50p, so to speak, for layman's terms.
Huh? Do you think those are fair odds?
Look, you listen. You guys are firm favourites today. As much as I want to sit here and say, I'm not going to sit here and say we've got no chance, right? There's always a chance in any game. But looking at the matchups, I can't see, first of all, in midfield, right? Even with our best midfield out, our midfield never play in midfield, Steve. Do you know what I mean? Our midfielders drift out to the wide. They're covering the fullbacks. So, look, I'm going to ask this question, and then we're going to talk about our new goalkeeper, old Kinsky. I'm going to ask this question. Is this, I can't believe I'm going to ask this, don't all shoot me at once. Is this, I'll start with you, Adam, is this a free hit for Ange today because of the injuries, suspensions, the illness? Is this a case where we lose to Newcastle and it doesn't matter how bad it is, people will just go, but we had loads of injuries, suspensions? Or will people tag this on to what has been dreadful form already without a virus and actually start going, hang on, we're 13th, 14th in the Premier League?
Well, the logical fans will go with the latter option, which is that this has been happening for 14 months. And when this guy has had all of his players available, like
15 months, Adam.
Yeah. I was saying, Dragusin could not buy a Premier League minute last season. Like, people forget this. We've just signed him for 30 million. He's been playing that first half of the season in the Serie A. He was fit and ready. And Ange did not even bring him on for 5-10 minutes towards the end of games. Jed Spence just sitting around. And I've never, ever been one to I'm not going to sit here and say that I was screaming for Jed Spence 12 months ago to come into the team. No, but the point is, Porro just looks drained. Destiny looks drained. They all look... Van der Ven will get another hamstring injury if this Ange guy is here next season. And people... I'm not sitting here saying Ange is responsible for all our injuries, but I do genuinely believe the frequency of hamstring injuries specifically under this manager cannot be a coincidence either. It's no wonder when our fullback... And I've actually looked into this, right? And it's our fullback specifically that I'm talking about here. Yeah, our midfielders are... We're covering the most ground in the Premier League at the moment. And that's not necessarily a bad thing at all. But the number of high-intensity sprints that our fullback specifically, Destiny and Porro, are having to do week after week, every 3 days at the moment, it's just not sustainable.
Yeah. I mean, look, Stell, I don't disagree with what Adam said there. I mean, Stell, could this be one of those games where everything's stacked against us so much that we do get a shock, that we go, where did that performance come from? Or am I really clutching at straws and playing devil's advocate here?
You're clutching at straws and playing devil's advocate. This is an absolute joke. They've got Sven Botman back as well. I've just realised he's starting. I mean,
Hasn't he been out for 10 months though? Isn't this his first
Yeah.
start for 10 months?
But he's played a few U21 games. He's played a few U21 games, so I guess he's all fit and ready to go. And I'm glad Eddie Howe took his time with them, because Eddie Howe rushed back last season. I mean, it is what it is. We had the injury crisis. He rushed back a few players a bit too quickly. I remember Isak coming back a bit too quick. I mean, I can't even blame him for Callum Wilson, because he was injury prone way before Eddie Howe showed up. But he rushed him back a bit too quick. So I'm glad he took his time with Botman. But yeah, I think our lineup got stronger because Botman is a better center half than Cher. So yeah, I feel very happy to see Botman back. But we'll see, because the only thing I worry about is that when you come off these knee injuries, sometimes you weren't the player that you once were. So we'll see if Botman can. I'm sure he'll be fine. But in the back of my head,
he's only up against Johnson and Werner today, mate. So I figure
boys. We're not beating Newcastle, right?
No chance.
Clip it, repurpose it. Then I can come back and say, I told you, I tried to tell you.
I'm going to make loads of videos tonight about Stell on my channel. Just loads of little shorts of Stell saying things like, we won't beat Newcastle. There's no chance. It's a miracle.
Stell could be in the mud, man.
There's no mud. There's no mud. I've been in the mud supporting Spurs for 20 years. I'm stuck in it. I can't get out of it. There was this thing that some Spurs fans used to say, the Anjin Brigade and all the lovers of the project. They used to say this. Would it be typical of Spurs if they went and beat this team 4-0, or if we smashed this team 4-1? And I used to say, I don't know what we're going to get anymore. I just don't know what we're going to get. We could beat you 4-0. We could lose 1-0. I don't know. So I'm not predicting. Let's wait and see. That died. That doesn't happen anymore.
Right.
The last time we beat someone was Man City 4-0. That was on the 23rd of November. We're now 5-6 weeks on. When's the last time there was a shock? Oh my God, Spurs destroyed that team. That was never meant to happen. That hasn't happened since.
True.
To correct you, we haven't even not just surprised anyone. We've actually only won 1 win in 8 Premier League games, so that's probably why.
What, Adam?
And 0 in our last 3 European games.
Right. So now I can predict we're not going to beat you.
100%.
We got clobbered by Liverpool. We couldn't beat Nottingham Forest, the mighty Forest. We drew against a relegation battling Wolves at our ground. Now we're out of form. We've got injuries. The tactics stink, and we're playing an in-form, upward trajectory Newcastle. I don't see how we win. Like you would have to have a horrendous game of football today, Steve. Right?
Yeah,
Newcastle would have to be awful today for us to beat you. If you're off the boil, not quite at it, and Spurs have an absolute top draw game, plus the VAR goes in our favour, maybe you get a red card as well, we'll get a draw. But for me, I'm waiting for the inevitable. We've got 2 kids. Our midfield has been so unbalanced and lacking the ability to control a game of football all season. And now we're saying to Joe Linton, Guimaraes and Tonali, go on then, deal with Bergvall and Sarr. Hey, if you don't win, you should be embarrassed. If you
I would be furious.
I don't see how
absolutely furious.
I don't see how we get it. And then your defenders have got to worry about Timo Werner and I can't dribble past a player Johnson. Mate, this is a joke. And God forbid we make a sub. Heung-min Son, the most out of form player at the club, comes on. Great. Brilliant. I don't listen. I'm not trying to be dramatic and over the top, but I really don't see how we're going to beat Newcastle, man. I'm trying to be logical.
I agree.
I don't see how.
It'll be at least 3 or 4-1, I think.
If we beat them, it'll be the biggest shock of the season for me, for Spurs. It'll be bigger than beating City 4-0 away, because City's a bogey team. There's always some drama. If we beat Newcastle today with this team and what they've got and the current form, I will come on here, clip this as well. I will praise the living daylights out of Ange. I will praise him to the max.
Hey, same here.
Well, Just so you know, BT just showing our last 5 league games. It's Tottenham, by the way, Steve, not your lot. And again, this is the difference for me between a well-oiled team and a team like Spurs that have no plan, a gung-ho. So Newcastle United, what? In the last 4, is it 4 wins, 13 goals, no conceded? No conceded? That's terrible grammar. None conceded. Spurs, in the last 5 league games, have scored 13, conceded 13, and only managed to win 1 of them, right? Let that sink in. We've scored 13, conceded 13, and the only one of those games we've managed to win is against Southampton, who about an hour after that game sacked their manager, right? That is truly atrocious. Now, I get it that there are injuries. I get it. But most managers, when they've got injuries, they hanker down. They say, you know what? We're going to go into survival mode. You know, fight or flight. You go into fight mode. You go, okay, we might have to step away from our footballing philosophy for a few games. We might have to put 2 men sitting in front of the back 4 and not invert our defenders. We might have to backs to the wall. But instead he's gone, not who we are, mate. And we've got fans that just look at that and go, yeah, I love it. I love that we go down fighting. I don't love that. That's not going down fighting. Going down fighting, right, is scraping a 3-3, right? Going down fighting isn't losing 6-3 to Liverpool because you give them.
I'm going to give you 2 examples of going down fighting, right? One of them was against us when we beat them 2-1 in the 96th minute. They went down fighting. They had 9 men on the pitch, and we could have lost that game, and it was a matter of, VAR decisions that got us that win that day. And then to use Steve's team, Newcastle, Liverpool went down to 10 men away at St. James's Park, 1-0 down, went and won 2-1, was it? When Nunes came off the bench, scored twice?
Yep.
Do you think Ange in a million years would have that in his locker away at St. James's Park? Never. He could try 100 times out of 100, he would fail.
Mate, look at Fulham last week, 2 weeks ago. Fulham go to Chelsea, who at the time were the most informed team in the country, right? They had better form than Liverpool at the time, right? They just smacked up Spurs. Fulham go there, and he goes, you know what? Normally we play a back 4. Today I'm going to play a back 3, back 5, whatever you want to call it with wing backs. I'm going to nullify Neto and I think it was Madueke who played. It might have been the other one. And I'm going to nullify Cole Palmer by putting bodies in front of him. They go to Chelsea, get the win, and you go, great management. Can you imagine Ange ever rocking up at a club and going, you know what? This is how you beat them. Yeah, we're going to drop it. We're going to go 3 at the back. We're going to do 2 up front. We're going to, whatever it may be. Can anyone imagine Ange ever adopting that kind of tactical nous?
Ange doesn't cater to his opponent. He doesn't cater his team to what the opposition are going to do. He just worries about his team, and they have one approach, and that's it against anyone, which sometimes works. But clearly, over your calendar year, how many games did you lose in all comps? Wasn't it something stupid like 20?
It was something like 21 or 22
We won 5 away trips last year.
Yeah, it's bad.
5 away trips in a year.
Really bad. It's almost as bad, Steve, as the likes. Only 277 likes, 974 people. Like, this is like we're in Richarlison conversion rates. Guys, right now, let's get that to 400, please. Guys, I've got some super chats, and I want to read what David Ornstein's just said about our new goalkeeper. I want to move on to that. So, Bella, thank you very much for gifting a Football Heritage TV membership. Really appreciate you. Bella then came back in with a super chat. Thank you. And said in 2024, 2025, so far, Spurs have played 29 games, 12 wins, 11 losses. The rest are draws. A win ratio of 41%. This is for the cult of Ange fans. Yeah, it's absolutely dreadful. I expect that from a Crystal Palace. No offense, Chloe, if you are in the chat. I know you're always in here as a Palace season to get older. Excuse me. Jamie Allen has said Ange ball or Ange talking about the youth. What's more cringeworthy? I hope Ange gets sacked soon because this is starting to get embarrassing. Come on, you Spurs. Donna Cullen's come in with 3 and said, Wagwan, Mr. Savva, Mr. Stellios, Mr. Makala, and Mr. Steve. I always picture Donna Cullen in a board meeting saying Wagwan, Daniel, to Daniel Levy. It just feels like It would be the best thing ever. Donna Cullen's come back in and said, I bought a new goalkeeper for his handsome face. Come back in again and said, Mr. Savva, do you like my new profile picture? It's very fetching. It's very mumsy is the word I would use for this picture. It's very mumsy. And then the last super chat of the day at the moment is Ed X, who said, this lineup gives Ange cover of both injuries and the players are tired. They're hurt and tired because of Ange. Absolutely, Ed. Absolutely. Listen, always a very generous person in the chat. Ed, tell these people you're putting in super chats. I'm only asking them to smash a like button and a subscribe button. Guys, here is what David Ornstein has just said about Spurs' new goalkeeper, who I'm sure Steve's watched 1,000 times in the Czech League. Tottenham Hotspur are set to complete the signing of goalkeeper Antonin Kinsky from Slavia Prague today. 21-year-old Czech Republic youth international to sign a 5.5-year contract and challenge for the number 1 slot. Very highly rated at over 15 million euros and add-ons, not seen as a backup. Guys, not seen as a backup. He's going to challenge Vicario for the number 1. It feels very funny that we're signing him on the day where lots of fans think we're going to get battered. Talk to me, guys. Antonin Kinsky, I have no idea. Is it exciting? Is it signing a second goalkeeper going to change anything? Talk to me, guys. Go.
So I've seen Kinsky play. They played Champions League qualifiers against Lille. I remember doing a watch along for the first leg, and I think I did one for the second leg. And I've seen him play Europa League against, was it Frankfurt? And then there was another game. I forget. I think it was Fenerbahce. Yeah, I haven't seen him make any bad mistakes. He made some good saves in the both Lille games. The goals he conceded to Zagrova in the first leg wasn't a bad goal to concede. Yeah, I thought he looks good from what I've seen. I don't have any red flags about him. 6'3", pretty good on the ball, good at covering near post. I think he could be an upgrade on Vicario, to be honest.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't see anything when I watched the Slavia parade that I was like, oh wow, goalkeeper should be doing way better there. So I think he's solid. How much are you buying him for?
I think it's 15 million euros, which is about 12 million quid, isn't it?
Yeah, that could be a good investment, maybe. I mean, under Ange, like, he's going to be facing so many shots, but yeah, I think
how to ruin a young goalkeeper's career in 1 year. Put him in an Ange Postecoglou system.
20 shots per game average.
Yeah. But the thing is, what will happen is
he looks good. He looks good
because he faces so many shots. We'll go, oh my god, his save percentage. Yeah, I mean, when you face 20 shots in a game, you're going to save most of them. Adam, I want to talk about. I mean, listen, I'm guessing that you and Stell are like me. I might be wrong. I'm guessing that between the three of us, right? Exactly. Okay, unless Stell has seen him, I'm guessing we've probably seen him in passing. But I want to touch on the point of Ornstein saying not as a backup. So this guy is to fight for the number 1. Do you believe that? And if so, there's positives and negatives. Positives are we want someone to fight for number 1, but the negatives for me are that we didn't buy a strong enough goalkeeper the first time around, that already a year and a half later, we're potentially saying, hang on, here's a new number 1. I'm just speculating. What do you make of it?
You've literally just said what I was about to say, is that the frustrating thing is that it's taken this long to realize that Vicario could get injured. Like, I've heard people say many months ago, like, oh, imagine if Vicario was to get an injury. We're down to Fraser Forster again. And if you look at most other teams that are pushing in the sort of higher positions in the Premier League, their second keepers are very competent, if not pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying we're not Man City to be able to have like a Stefan Ortega maybe, or, Kelleher's.
Or Lunin at Real Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. But to have someone that's not Fraser Forster, man, like, and not just that, it's, the problem is that now we're having to spend money on this backup goalkeeper who's apparently not a backup. But there are so many other glaringly bad positions in our 11 as well that need addressing. And I just feel like this is now going to be like, oh, this is going to take away from our budget, or because we signed this guy, now we're going to only look at loans and free agents, and
Well,
I'm
this is a good
happy
point,
as it
Adam.
is.
This is a good point, Adam. We were told that we had £30 million to spend. Believe it or not, I don't know. And by the way, guys, as the host, sometimes I say things not through fact, but as questions. Adam, if so, we've just spent half our budget on a goalkeeper. Does it change the tactics, Adam? Does it change how we defend? Does it change how we leave people wide open in midfield? What does this do?
Listen, the goalkeeping issue is a problem, right? Like I just as much as I do blame Ange's tactics, I do believe a better goalkeeper might have kept the goals out against Wolves, for example, the week just gone. So I do think Forster, listen, a lot of people are saying he's been one of our best players, which is more an indictment of how bad we are rather than how good he's been. But he's also let in
but
a
he
lot
has
of
had some
goals.
good games, Adam.
He's
Adam,
had some good games, but
there
a
are
lot
games
of
where he's kept us in it, mate. You know,
Yeah,
I know.
Again, and
I know we want to focus on Man United when he made the mistakes, but the 3 or 4 games before Man United,
he was solid.
I remember against Roma, against Fulham. I remember this guy making save against Chelsea, save after save. So are we being a bit harsh on Forster?
No, I'm not. Again, he's done a good job, but that's more probably in terms of what we expected from him. Do you know what I mean?
Fair.
It's probably down to how the bar was down there, and he surpassed that down there bar. And listen, the point was just that it's more an indictment. Listen, these are the things that you can blame Levy for, right? Is that our backup goalkeeper is Forster. But when I say you can't blame Levy for our league position being bottom half right now, man. Like, even with Forster in goal, I expect our results to be better than one win in 8 Premier League game. You know, I thought we could beat Rangers with Forster in goal. You know, forgive me for thinking that we should be beating Rangers.
A dreadful Rangers, by the way.
And then where I don't blame Forster is when I'm like watching the Galatasaray game and he's having like 28 shots on his goal. So again, yeah, I probably was being a bit harsh on Forster, but I'm just saying it's more the reflection of where the club is at. That us signing a goalkeeper in January is seen as like a glimmer of hope because right now our backup goalkeeper is 37 and any shot that's away from his frame, he generally doesn't save. Like if he has to actually react quite quickly to anything either way, you know, that feat that he made, the save he made with his foot the other week, I don't know if you guys saw that bizarre save, but that's not filling me with confidence, man. And I said it about Onana of Man United. Like even last season, when United fans were starting to say, "Oh, he's coming good," I used to say to these United fans, "But man, even when he makes a save, it looks so unorthodox and strange."
Yeah.
With Andre Onana of Man United, whereas it's the same thing with Forster. Even when he makes a save, sometimes it just looks so weird. Like he didn't mean it.
Yeah, I can pretty confidently say that Kinsky is. I would rather have him at Newcastle than a Dubravka or if at Spurs. I think from what I've seen, he's a better option than Forster. I think he'll become better as well. So yeah, I think that's the other positive. That the other positive is that I do think you upgraded, and you know, maybe he
could be better than Vicario, man. I've got no doubt he well could be. But for me, like my level of excitement about signing another goalkeeper is probably going to be only so limited. Whereas if we were signing a number 6, then my eyes are like, okay, let's see what this is about.
Yeah,
guys, I disagree with this. I'm gonna disagree. First of all, coach the defenders to defend, and Wolves don't score those goals. I mean,
yeah, and you're right.
That first goal, the manager came out, who's only been in charge for 2 minutes after the game. The Wolves manager said, "We noticed Spurs don't defend the edge of the box from corners, so we put the ball there to have a shot." Right. Then the last goal, the through ball went past 6 Spurs players. Not one of them slid in to intercept that pass. Same thing happened against Forest. No one slid in to intercept the through ball. Right. Coach the defenders how to defend, and the keeper doesn't have to do half the jobs they have to do. Same for Vicario. He has to make saves he shouldn't be making. Yeah. So that's the first thing I'd address. Regarding this keeper, we haven't got a clue. Right. We haven't got a clue until he plays in the Premier League. What I would say is this. You've given Austin and you've given Whiteman and Gunter contracts, and you extended Austin's contract recently, why not develop the academy players that you've got who have actually been taught to play this new Spurs way of playing it out from the back? Our goalies have been trained to do that. They've been coached to do it. So why not develop them? Like, you've got Austin coming in today. Let's see how he does.
Why.
Yeah, I mean, it's here we go again. Here we go again. Generation.
He's the new Petr Cech.
He's the new Petr Cech. Yeah.
And Archie Gray's the new Makalele, and Bergvall's the new Christian Eriksen. It's bonkers, man. The way we put youngsters on a pedestal without seeing them play in a Spurs kit for one season in the league is insane. Give Austin a go. Let's see what he played for England under 21s. He was a good goalkeeper. Let's see what he can do. But no, let's go and get this goalkeeper. What's the point of having these youngsters in the squad then, these academy players? And as for the money we've got to spend, we need cover at wing back. We need cover at centre back. We need a proper number 6.
Midfield.
We need cover on the flanks. We need another maybe midfielder. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? And these ITKs, Ornsteins and O'Keefe's, they got last summer window completely wrong. They all said Eze's coming. We're going to get Tony. Gallagher's
Neto.
He's hot on our list. Neto. They got it all wrong, catastrophically wrong. And now they're telling us he's coming to take Vicario's place. Who's telling? They make it up as they go along, man. It's all drama. It's all talking points. And it works because, look, we're talking about it. This is what they do. Look, man, I'm not going to make any judgment.
It's buying them time, is what you're saying. It buys them more and more time, as they do each year with Spurs fans. They just buy another year.
Spurs fans all football fans love the drama of a transfer window. I've just come to the realization I believe nothing until the player comes to Spurs, and then I'm not going to judge them until I see them play for Spurs for at least half a season. And to sum it all up, guys, the last thing we needed was another goalkeeper. We've got 5. We've got 5 in the European squad. We've got 5 goalies in our Europa Cup squad. Let's sign a goalie.
Could I ask?
He's now cup tied, right? He's cup tied in Europe because he's played for Slavia Prague.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about the cup. I thought the cup tie rules changed for UEFA. I'll look it up.
I think you can re-register your. Oh wait, he might be cup tied, but what I know is that you can once the group
between competitions, Steve. Like, I think the rule is if you've played in the Champions League, you can't play. Then you can play in the Europa. If you've come from a
you can't play in the same competition twice.
Yeah,
I think you know how Jed Spence is ruled out of our Europa League squad at the moment, right? So he's not in our Europa League, but I think that we can register him for the Europa League squad once the knockout stages start.
He's not cup tied.
Yeah, but he's not cup tied, is he?
Yeah, I know. I was just talking about that. So.
Like, I listen. But by the way, as I said at the beginning of my show, right? I'm not going to make a judgment on this keeper either. I don't know, right? I don't know. What I do know is this: brilliant. You bought in your, and I don't care what anyone says. He ain't coming in straight away as number 1. I don't care what anyone says. When Vicario is fit, day 1, he'll be straight back in that goal. My question is this: brilliant. You spent some money on a backup goalkeeper that Ange said a month ago that we didn't need. You remember that? Ange came out and said we will not be buying a goalkeeper. We don't need one. Fair enough. That could be a message from Levy, from Ange, whoever. I'm not blaming Ange on that. I'm now asking the question of, brilliant. What does that actually do to change Tottenham Hotspur? Right now, right? Does any player we bring in, guys, change Tottenham? Because my worry is you could go and get the best defensive midfielder in world football. You put him in an Ange system where you're saying, right, we want you to go out wide and get the ball when Porro comes in the middle, we want you to fly out wide. What does it matter? Like, this is my worry. What are these signings going to do for Tottenham? I'm so confused as to how this changes with this manager.
It doesn't change your manager, but hopefully for you guys, he gets sacked soon, and then you could maybe get. I mean, you should be able to find even as incompetent as Levy is, y'all can find someone who can set up your team to be easier to, you can find a manager that will make you harder to beat at the bare minimum, even just a little bit harder to beat. Because Ange makes you guys easy to beat, to be honest.
If you offered me a 6-0 defeat today and Ange goes this evening, I'll take that personally.
Works for me.
Give me a 6-0 defeat and Ange walks tonight. I'll happily deal with that for tonight.
The thing is,
By the way,
he's not going anywhere. Right? He's not. It doesn't matter. We could lose 15-0 tonight. He's not going anywhere because we've got this ready-made. Like, I don't know if you guys saw what he said today, right? Listen to this. This might have been last night, but this is what he came out with last night or this morning. And again, he's playing it brilliantly. He knows what he's doing. Ange Postecoglou firmly believes that Tottenham Hotspur's transfer business will be fantastic for the club, right? In the long term, right? He said, hindsight is an easy thing. But I still feel the players we brought in, nobody will tell me that Solanke, Archie Gray, Bergvall, or Odegaard are not good acquisitions for us. In the world of hindsight, everything looks so much simpler and clearer, but I live in the real world. I mean, I hate to break it. Some of us were saying this in the summer, Ange. It's not hindsight. He said, I think the business we did was good medium and long term. So never the now, medium and long term. It will be fantastic for this club. I've got no doubt. We've got some great players in. We tried to do some other deals. It didn't happen, but that's because they weren't the right ones for us. So you tried to do some deals for players that weren't the right ones for us, or we couldn't make it happen, which probably falls on to Daniel Levy. I didn't expect to have this kind of attrition in terms of the players. Even if, say, 2 of all our defenders, or if it was Vic and 1 central defender were fit for this period, I'm sure we wouldn't be in the spot we're in. So again, Ange is lying to the fans, telling them what they want to hear rather than the actual facts that show it doesn't really matter whether they play or not. The results are bad. He's put Van der Ven, this the bit that got me. Van der Ven, Radu, Davis. How many centre-backs do we need to have? 7? Question mark. That's not the real world. Unless you're saying those players aren't good enough and they needed to move on to bring in a 5th centre-back who, if everyone was healthy, wouldn't play at all. We had enough cover, but we didn't expect to lose all those centre-backs in one go. Well, why not? We did last year. So why not? Why did he not expect it? You name me a club that if they lose their 2 starting centre-backs plus their backup centre-back would be flying right now, or would have another centre-back. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but he has got his backup centre-back. Radu Dragusin has not been injured. Radu Dragusin, I think, missed. Did he miss? No, he didn't miss a game, did he? Radu Dragusin has not been injured. Yeah. So when he's saying, I didn't have my backup centre-back, first of all, the fact that you're calling him a backup centre-back shows you that was a poor signing last January. Right? How could you call him a backup? Right? Second of all, you're lying, saying that you don't have him available. Yes, you do. You have always had him available. Thirdly, did we need another centre-half? Bloody hell, did we need another centre-half? He went into the season with Romero, Van der Ven, and Dragusin, and then Ben Davis, if we're going to... I mean, guys, all of that...
And Dorrington, who's coming off an injury, right? A major injury.
Yeah.
That's the other centre-back technically you have, yeah.
But it's just, I mean, when you listen to all that, isn't it just, again, it's lots of nice words that he's saying to cover himself. And this is why I don't think he's getting sacked. He's planting into the fans' heads right now all of these things that aren't actually true, so that after you lose games, he can turn around and say things like, well, injuries. Well, I didn't have players. Yeah. Same manager still. Same manager that said, I'm really happy with this squad. I choose who comes in. I don't want another defender because I don't want to block the path. Mate, I don't know. I just don't know what this manager's doing. It's a joke.
I stopped listening to him ages ago, honestly. Where I don't watch.
So you're not like Maz? You're not like Maz, where you love listening to them because they're funny?
I think Maz gave up about 4 weeks ago on the whole club, if I'm honest.
I haven't watched one in months.
I think he waved the white flag. Look, I honestly, I don't listen to what he says anymore. I stopped listening after the Brighton game where he said,
"Entertainment."
It was 3 things he said. The commentator asked him before the Brighton game, "They play the same way to you. Are you going to adapt?" And he said, "No, because we're just going to entertain the fans." And I thought, wow. And then after the game, he said, they asked him, about the subs. He goes, "There's no point making subs because we didn't play well to deserve to bring on subs." So it wasn't even about the results. So when I heard that, right, I said to myself, I'm not listening to you speak anymore because
Yeah.
You're not here for the results. You're here for whatever reason. God knows what discussions you've had with the owners. It's all vibes. It's all entertainment. It's all just to give the fans hope. I don't rate him as a manager, man. I don't. So I don't listen to what he has to say. You know, and if it goes wrong, his answer to everything is, "It's who we are. I'm not going to change. Not going to change. It's who we are." How many times am I going to hear the same response to everything? So for me, Ange is going to do whatever he wants. He's the manager, and I don't listen to his press conferences because I don't believe what he says. And I think half of what he says is controlled by the club anyway. He's a puppet. He's just controlled to say things like any manager in world football that says the second time you signed Werner, he's a really good player.
That's
and then 3 months later, he comes out and blasts him, saying, "You're an international. You should be showing the kids better. That's not what I expect from you." Well, hold on a minute. You said he's really good. Now you're saying he's letting you down. And a week before, you threw Werner under a bus. You said you'd never dig out a player. Well, you've just dug a player within 7 days. Mate, he says one thing, he does something else. He says
I'll add one more to that as well. We signed Solanke and Odobert after the season started, but then Ange said, "Oh, we were chasing them all summer." When we heard not a single peep about them all summer.
Yeah.
It wasn't the cheaper backup to Neto and all of these guys.
Adam,
no. We wanted Odobert.
Of course. I've said now for about 3 months, and I'm sticking to what I'm saying. Levy, Lange, Ange.
All
the
of them.
3 con men. This is the biggest con Spurs has ever shilled to the fan base and to the world of football. This is the great con. Levy, Lange, and Ange. Like they used to have the great train robbery when they did that massive heist and they stole millions of. This is the great con. How do we convince fans the biggest load of bullshit, but make them think it's real? This is it. This is some David Copperfield shit. This is some Paul Daniels masterclass of hocus pocus, man. This is the greatest con ever, and we've still got fans that are like, "I'm Anjin. I believe." You can't see the bigger picture.
The rebuild, the process, all of it. Project.
There's got. The thing is, right, when you have a project, there's got to be some signs of green shoots. There's got to be.
Progression.
Like Arteta won an FA Cup, which bought him another 2 years. Klopp got to finals every year. He was knocking on the door. So Alex Ferguson, in his second season, United finished second. There's always got to be some sign of green shoots. Mate, every half a season, our points per game is going down by 2%. By 2.5. From 1.8 points per game to 1.5 to 1.2. Oh, brilliant. There you go. Man, this is insane. Where's the progress? And what we've done now, right? What the panic station and in brigade have done now is, I don't care if we get relegated as long as we win a cup. They've put all their hope and their dreams and their belief in this nonsense into the cups. When Liverpool knock us out, they are going to be walking on the tightrope of, but if we win the Europa, I'm just waiting for the inevitable, and then I don't know what excuse I'm going to hear then. They'll find one, but they change the excuse each week, each month, and Anne just sits there, I never had my backup defender. What about the £30 million bloke who we signed from Genoa, who's been fit the whole time, man? When's he ever been injured? When's Dragusin ever been injured? I don't remember.
Exactly. He couldn't buy a minute last season.
When was he injured?
But people ignore these facts. When people are talking, they ignore these facts still. Like I mean, yesterday, big up to Eugene. He comes on my channel and he says, but who could Ange have rotated Porro or Udogie with? And I'm like, well, Jed Spence has been here for ages and he's only started playing lately because of injuries. He could have dropped every now and then. You could have said, Porro, have a rest. Spence is going to play. Yeah. Every now and then you could have said, Udogie, you've played a couple of times in the last 4 or 5 days. Reggie's going to play there. Davis is going to... The PR for this bloke, He could do no wrong. And do you know what's happened now, Stel? I'll tell you the biggest thing for me. What I love is how many people have been so wrong about this manager. You know what their answer is now? Doesn't matter who's in charge with Levy. Well, no. Hang on. There's levels to this. It doesn't matter who's in charge with Levy if we're talking about winning leagues and Champions Leagues. But when we had Harry Redknapp in charge under Levy, Poch under Levy, right, Martin Yo under Levy, these managers did a very, very good job because they were good managers. Right now, all of a sudden, like Eugene said to me yesterday, doesn't matter who comes in. Well, of course it matters who is the manager of your football club. Newcastle, no offense, Steve, Newcastle aren't winning titles anytime soon, right? That doesn't mean you just go and you just go and get any old riff-raff manager because it's mad.
These people that are saying it doesn't matter what manager we get, will always fail under Levy, right? I've said that, but I never rated Ange in the beginning, right? I'm not flip-flopping. I've always said Levy's always going to be the biggest problem, but I expect more from the manager. The ones that defended Ange to the hill and now saying, oh, but it's Levy, but you're the same fans who said Ange is the perfect fit for Spurs. You said he's the perfect manager for the way we operate. You said he's not an ego. He wants to be here. He can find hidden gems, especially from Asia. He doesn't need expensive signings. Look at his track record, right? These are the things you sold to the rest of the fan base that you bought into. You've forgotten all of that you said, and now but no one can be successful under Levy. So why did you say Ange was the perfect fit under Levy? Why did you say Ange is brilliant in the transfer window and he can unearth these hidden gems? Why did you say Ange, he wants to be here? He's not an ego. All the things, all the USPs, all the selling points of Ange. What's happened to them?
We've got our Tottenham back.
Mate, what's happened to all of that? Where did that go? but Adam, when Savva, when I, even Steve, a non-Spurs fan, and other Spurs YouTubers, when we said these things, you're poison, you're negative, you hate Tottenham. Do you know what? Nobody's calling me positive or negative, toxic, or poison at the moment. Nobody. Do you know why? They can't.
You're right.
Because they can't. Where's your argument?
Hang on.
We need to win a game.
Hang on. Talking of toxic, Joseph Ralph has said this is a toxic channel and always has been. I also, when I was growing up, Joseph, I also confused the word toxic with honest. It was just a flaw in my character. What people like Joseph hate. And Joseph, come on right now and have the chat. There you go. I hate the truth. Come on and have the chat. Tell me why, if I'm so toxic, why do I keep getting it spot on about Spurs? Why? Why in the summer, right? I'll tell you what, I'll show for all those, as usual. When I put this up in the summer, right, I was called toxic and negative. Let this sink in. And don't focus on the other 19 teams. Look at Tottenham. When I did that as my prediction at the beginning of this season, 7th, I had people going, you think Chelsea will finish above us? Liverpool are going to fall away. You think Villa are better than us, right? Fine. Now I'm being told, Savva, you overrate this squad, thinking the manager should be doing better. Hang on. When I predicted 7th, I was told I was negative. Now it's you overrate the players. Which one is it? Like you can't win as a YouTuber.
Steve, the thing is, we said this is where people like Joseph are just listen. I feel sorry for him, man, because he believed in the bullshit. He got sucked in, right? And he has, and it happens to a lot of fans. I feel sorry for him because he's been crushed, and that's a hard thing to accept because what we said, and you can go back, Joseph, and watch all the videos. We said. We just about got 5th last season, playing 1 game a week. We capitulated, bottled top 4, playing 1 game a week. This season, we're going to be in Europe. This season, we expect to go on a bit of a cup run, not go out in the first round of the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup like we did last year. I think we played something like 42 games last season or 41 games. This season, I expect us to play close to 60 games. That's 20 more games. We need a squad. We need to fix the first team, strengthen the bench, just so that we can maintain fifth. Just to maintain that, we need to bolster this squad with quality, just to maintain it with the extra games. And after the summer window, we said, is that it? We're in trouble. We haven't addressed the issues, and now we've got 20 more games. This is what we said. And now it's played out that way, that these extra games have taken its toll, and that we haven't bolstered the squad, and Ange has failed to manage the situation. Because that's now come true, this is a toxic channel. We got it bang on the money, man. We nailed it. Absolutely. If this was betting, we'd be millionaires. We'd be in the Caribbean doing the show live, drinking pina colada, saying, hey, welcome to Football Heritage. Cheers, everyone. There's the beautiful Caribbean Sea in the background. I don't get it, Steve. I don't get it, mate. I don't understand.
Let's move.
Could I ask?
Yeah, go on, Steve.
Real quick, just because I wanted to ask this when we were talking about the Kinsky. What was the last Czech player to play for Spurs? I can't remember.
Peter Cech?
Radek Cherny?
No, the last Czech player to play for Spurs still.
I say Peter Cech. What am I talking about?
Radek Cherny, maybe? I can't think if we've had anyone else Czech Republic, have we?
Steve, that's such a random question. That's like, I feel like a quiz show.
Look, I wanted to get some super chats in, and for the last 15 minutes before I do boot you all off to do my watch along, so I do them by myself. We'll talk about Newcastle and Spurs. We'll look at the teams again. Look, all I'll say is this, guys, right? I'm still sticking with seventh.
Radek Cherny.
Yeah, Radek Cherny. I'm still sticking with seventh, by the way. I'm still sticking with my seventh prediction. I do think there's too much quality in this squad that we shouldn't be where we are. I would even change my prediction if a new manager came in now. If a new manager came in now, I might even think we can win the Europa League. I might even think we can win the FA Cup. I just don't with this manager. And this was the thing I said in the summer. This squad is nowhere near as bad as we're showing. Right. Super chats. Big up to Donna Cullen and said, so you mean I look like a MILF in this picture? I mean, it's not quite the route I was going down, but sure. And when you get to my age, we don't really use the term MILF because I'm at that age where I am the same age as the MILFs. Big up to you, Mark Cook, with a super sticker. Big up to you, Mark. Thank you for all your support, and welcome to the most toxic channel on YouTube. Not the ones that just lie. They're not toxic. The ones that make videos that we're going to finish second or third. Then all of a sudden, the videos, this is how Spurs beat Liverpool. Yeah, good one. Good one. Tristan Stewart has become Tristan Swartz, has become a YouTube member. Big up to you, Tristan. Thank you very much. Look out for the YouTube member shows. Stratos Aho has said the thing is that no one linked us with this goalkeeper. I mean, look, I would imagine that because no one knew, right? I mean, this for me, I don't know what the panel think. I'll get to them in a minute. But for me, this looks like another easy deal for Spurs. When you're talking about a £12 million keeper from a club that will take that money and it will probably keep them running for a while. Not saying Slavia Prague are poor, but you know what I mean? It's an easy deal. In Europa. But yeah, no, I know. But what I mean is those clubs will sell these players for 10 to 15 million. This isn't a tough deal to do at 65 million quid or anything. Donna Cullen's come back in and said, am I now looking less mumsy and more girly? Oh, Donna, listen, I appreciate the super chats, but come on, just come on. Let's keep this football. Rob, well, Spurs said, hit the likes. You're all tighter than Levy. Yes, Rob, they are. There are 1,100 people in here at the moment and 422 likes, which is shocking. Big up to you, Rob. And Sean P, thank you very much, said Arteta has created a narrative that it takes 5 years to rebuild a squad. And even then, you're still not allowed to have any expectations. Sean, if I hear this excuse one more time about, but if you look at Arteta oh my God, Arteta's won one trophy. Arteta's won one trophy in 5 years, and it was without his squad. He won it with someone else's squad. The squad he's built, he's failed with. Big up to you, Sean. Really appreciate that. Mate, it's just a mess. Anyway, guys, back to today's game. So the two teams are as follows. Austin in goal for Spurs. A back four of Porro, Dragoshin, Gray, and Spence. Bergval, Sarr, and Kulusevski with Johnson, Solanke, and Werner up front. So Whiteman, Reggie, Dorrington, Hardy, Basuma, Madison, Ulasesi, Son, and Lancashire on the bench. And the Newcastle United team, I'm going to do this from my memory, is Dubravka in goal, Tino Livramento at right back, Botman and Byrne at centre back, Lewis Hall at left back, Guimaraes, Joe Linton, Tonali in the middle, with Murphy right, Gordon left, and the most informed striker in the Premier League, Alexander Isak, who is licking his lips in the changing rooms at the moment at centre forward. Let me start with you, Steve. From a Newcastle fan, non-biased, what do Spurs need to do to get at Newcastle? What's your weakness that our team can look at here?
Catch Dan Burn out on the ball. Not the most comfortable on the ball. And also Dubravka can make some horrendous mistakes. So just get shots off. You need to get shots off at Dubravka, particularly down low to the right. He's conceded some howlers over the years, but he's actually been in decent form, to be honest. So that's what I would say. You have to go at Dan Burn and just get shots off on Dubravka, really. And if you can get Joelinton wound up a bit, or Bruno, maybe get yellow card trouble, I would say something like that. But I think we're going to be the ones doing more of the harassing than you guys, to be honest. But that's what I would say. And also you have to, sometimes we'll bomb up a bit too high on the right with Livramento. Paul has actually been doing good of keeping kind of, what's it called? He hasn't gotten caught out of position real bad. Livramento sometimes happened to him, but yeah, I would say those. You need to go at Burn, catch him on the ball. Yeah, I would say that, and you have to win the midfield battle somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you have to do.
I mean, Stel. For you, I know you've said you're not giving Spurs any hope today, but look, what do we need to do well here today? I know it's a really strange question because we know what Spurs are going to do. With most clubs, you ask this question and they might adapt. What do we really need to be careful of today, or what do we need to do going the other way?
Well, Tonali holding in that 6 has freed up Joe Linton and Guimaraes to play football, which means they run that midfield. Tonali's been fantastic the last 2-3 games. So what we need to do is shut down Tonali. Yeah. I think he's the key to that midfield. If we shut him down, we've got a chance, but we're not. Who's going to shut him down? Pape Sarr? No. I mean, Bergvall's flimsy. I just don't see how we control the direction of this game with their midfield versus ours. The only player that can wind up Joe Linton, as Steve says, is Madison. He's a wind-up, but he's on the bench. So, we've got a lot of nice players on the pitch.
You do.
Up here, you've won. On the pitch, up here, you're going to win it.
Exactly.
And the only hope we've got is what Steve said. Their goalie isn't their first choice goalie, but nor ours. Right? Nor ours. So if you get shots away, I guess it balances out. But no sure. We look, if Spurs play that aggressive pressing game and suffocate in the first 20 minutes, we might get some joy. We could get 1 or 2 goals.
You have to score first also. I'll add that. If you want to win, you have to score first.
We've got the record of conceding, going 1-0 down at home more than anyone else. So, I mean, again,
that's why I'm going 4-1. Because I think we'll score in the first. That's why I think we'll score in the first 10 minutes, let's say. I don't know. I feel pretty confident. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, there you go. Look, Savva, to answer your question in a nutshell, we need Newcastle to have a bad day more than us having a good game. We need them to have a bad day, I think. They've got the better team. They've got the better manager. They're in better form. I just don't. That midfield for me is my biggest concern. Bergvall and Sarr up against what you called men. I don't get it. I don't understand how we're going to come on top in this game. And then if we get chances, they're falling to players that. I mean, look, Johnson's always got a goal in him. You know, if the ball. Listen, we will create chances. Spurs will score today. There's no doubt. It's just whether we can stop Newcastle. Look, if you can't stop Wolves, scoring at home and Ipswich scoring at home, how are we going to stop this lot?
You conceded 3 goals to a horrible Man United team. Albeit you won. But I got a dip, boys. I'm going 4-1 Newcastle, by the way. I'm going 4-1.
I'm going 4-2. I'm going 4-2 Newcastle. I think they're going to score forward, but we will get.
Good to meet you, Adam, by the way.
Good to meet you, Steve.
So
Yeah,
no
and then you
one's
See you
no
next week.
one's going for a Spurs clean sheet in this game. No, we're not. No one's. I don't know. Listen, listen? As I said, stranger things have happened in football. Could we be sitting here at half time going, we're 2-0 up, or are we going to be
Yeah.
sitting here going, wow, this is bad? I genuinely don't know with Tottenham. I genuinely don't know.
Savva, right, here's a question. We're 2-0 up at half time. Does Ange shut shop, squeeze the game, suffocate them from having chances and play counter-attack? Or are we, let's get the third? And then it opens up and they go 2-1, 2-2. And
Of course. By the way, in the chat, there's nearly 900 of you. Let's get some score predictions. Please don't just say 2-1-1. Let me know to who. It really does help. Keep it serious. Let's not go for 10. Well, unless you truly believe someone's going to score 10 goals. Adam, give me your final prediction. I'm kicking you and Stellios in 4 minutes. So give me your final prediction. What's the score going to be? How do you see the game panning out?
I could pretty much see a 4-1. We'll concede a few, probably score one just because we do score goals somehow once every now and then. And it'll just be exactly the same. They'll probably be whacking one ball over the top. They'll be in for on goal a few times. Porro will probably get caught out by Gordon a lot of times. And it's just going to be...
Put your mortgage on that, Adam. Put your mortgage on Anthony Gordon having
I've got my slip right now here with Gordon score or assist. So, it's going to be like that. Our left back will get exposed by Murphy. And you know what's funny is it's going to be the exact same type of defeat as all our other defeats. You know, like Liverpool, one pass through our defence. Nottingham Forest, one pass through our defence. You know, and they're just going to do it again. It was like when we played Newcastle last season. We had Van de Ven fit and he was all over the shops. So I don't expect anything different, really.
Yeah, look, Stel, so Adam's gone for what? Did you say 4-1?
4-1, yeah.
What? And Stel, you going 4-1 as well?
No, 4-2. Spurs
4-2.
always got a couple of goals in them. We'll put a couple past Newcastle today.
We'll probably score them when we're 4-0 down.
Well, the Colonel thinks we're going to concede 5. So who's to go against the Colonel?
I don't think we'll go like 4-0 down. I think it'll be the game will be tight for a while. Goal there, goal here. But as the game goes on, I just think what Newcastle have been doing lately is they've been starting really well. So you might be right, actually, Adam, thinking about it. You might be right. They've been starting games really well. I could see it happening, actually.
I feel like whether this sounds optimistic or not, I do think we might lose this game. I don't think it's going to be as bad as everyone says. However, ask me that at half time, depending on how many goals Isak has scored inside our 6-yard box. Just quickly, a super chat here from Highline for Life. Love it. I said we are losing 8-0 and out. We need a proper manager who adapts. Last thing I'll say, guys, before I do let you go, big up to Highline for Life. That's very generous of you as well. Thank you very much. In a game like this, you would say, wouldn't you? You would say to Bergvall and Sarr, just sit in. And you would say to Porro and Spence, just sit in. Like, do you know what I mean? Be a back 4, be a midfield 2. Let's not do anything silly and try and hit them on the counter-attack. Unfortunately, guys, we know that's not going to happen, don't we? And that's Ange in a nutshell.
And we'll probably pick up another hamstring injury today while we're at it. So
yeah. We'll lose a player today for sure. Don't worry about it.
Intense game.
Well, on that note, it's been absolutely lovely seeing you all. The players are lining up. I'm gonna politely ask you to leave in a nice way. Thank you very much for coming on, guys. The link is there for half time. If you want to both join again at half time, feel free. And come on, you Spurs. Get your tin hats ready, everybody. Take care, guys. I'll see you at half time. If you want to come on.
Yeah, you too, Adam. Nice to meet you, mate.
Take care, guys.
Cheers, have a bye.
Bye. Right, let's where are we? Let's see. There we go. So the last chance to get your scores in: Tottenham, Austin, Porro, Dragusin, Gray, and Spence, Bergvall, Sarr, Kulu, Johnson, Solanke, and Timo Werner. That's the 11 that's gone today. The likes of Basuma, Madison, Whiteman, Reggie, Lancashire, Dorrington, Ulasesi, Hardy are all on the bench. And Newcastle United will line up thusly. By the way, come on, guys, let's get this. Let's get this, shall we, to 15,250. Just 17 more of you to get that to 250 subs in 1 week, which would be amazing. Thank you very much for your support. The Newcastle United lineup is like this. Martin Dubravka in goal. Right back is Tino Livramento. Centre halves are Sven Botman and Dan Burn, with Lewis Hall at left back. Been really impressed with him this season, by the way. The midfield three, Joe Linton, Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes. And then up front, it's the three that terrorised Man United the other day. Jacob Murphy, Alexander Isak, Anthony Gordon. The bench is Vlachodimos, Trippier, Barnes, Asula, Almiron, Lloyd Kelly, Willock, Longstaff, and Lewis Miley. I genuinely don't know the score. You know me, guys. I find it really hard to predict Tottenham scores because I never know what I'm going to get. What I want to see more than anything, what I want to see more than absolutely anything else, is I want to see the team dig in. I want to see not gung-ho tactics. I want to see us dig in and make this truly difficult for Newcastle United. Alexander Isak, 8 goals in his last 6 appearances. That's good news for us, isn't it? I just don't want to see us let them run through us at will. That's all I want to see. Be strong. Be hard to beat. Listen, I'll say it right now, and you can hold me to this. A draw right now would be a great result for Tottenham. I will take the draw. And if I don't look square on, by the way, it's because I'm now looking at the TV. So, excuse me. Guys, I will try and commentate as much as possible. If I don't get to the comments as much as I did during the pre-match, obvious reasons why. But Tottenham are about to get us underway. Solanke. We've got 2 men on the centre circle. This is very rare. Solanke and we're underway at White Hart Lane. Tottenham 0, Newcastle 0. And what are Tottenham going to do today? I don't think it's going to be the massive hammering many people think, but we'll see. As Archie Gray, his very first touch is to pass the ball out. See him do that a lot, actually. But big game for him. Big game for Bergvall. Other than that, it's a lot of senior players playing. Here's Newcastle driving through the midfield. Bergvall with a foul. The ref plays on. Joe Linton straight away gets it. Oh, the Newcastle player is down. Really badly injured. Not sure who that is. He's really, really hurt. I don't know who this is. Who was this? It looks like this was Livramento. He's gone down. He's holding his... I want to say he's holding his stomach. I want to say that Livramento is holding his stomach. Yeah, he's gone down. So in the first minute of the game, Livramento's down. I mean, for them, I don't think it'll be the end of the world because they've got the guy that's warming up now, Kieran Trippier, who's, you know, we know Kieran Trippier well, who's a really good right back, really good crosser of the ball. But at the moment, he's not. Let's see if he sits up. I hope he's okay. He went down really holding his stomach there. They're just showing Sven Botman. This is his first start for 10 months. Maybe Spurs can play on that. I don't know. But you'll all probably call me too positive now. I genuinely don't think it will be the hammering that people think it will be. Looks like Tino Livramento's okay. He's up, which is good news. I don't like seeing any player injured. He's walked off. And it looks like I think he's a bit winded, if anything. So the referee will drop the ball to Newcastle, I'm guessing, because they played it out. There you go. So Newcastle will get this game underway. Here's Sven Botman. Sven Botman plays it out wide to Murphy, who's tucked in at right back to cover. He gives the ball away to Bergvall. Now Bergvall, I thought he could have played it forward there. Goes to Sarr. out wide to Werner. He's got Spence overlapping. He's chosen to cut inside. Good ball into Kulu. Kulu crosses it off of Botman and out for a corner. By the way, Kulusevski has got the captain's armband for today. So let's see how he plays. Let's see how he can rally the troops. Please keep liking the show if you haven't already. A corner comes in. It's taken short. Oh, that's dreadful. Dreadful there by Tottenham. And luckily, Spence can mop up. Again, really crap corner that. You had the chance to deliver it in the box. We didn't. And now the ball has ended up right back at Austin. Plays it out wide to Porro. He's being closed down by Joe Linton. He goes into Bergvall. Good football there from Porro into Bergvall. Bergvall driving forward well. Lays it off to Johnson. We know Johnson's not going to beat his man. No, he lays it back 5 yards. Cross comes in. Diving header. Tottenham 1-0 up. Tottenham are 1-0 up. So Newcastle have not started well here. And Tottenham have started really well. It was a good move. It was a really good move. The ball laid back in. Bergvall drove forward. Laid it off. Johnson cut inside. Laid it back. The cross was whipped in by Porro, and there was a diving header by Dominic Solanke, and Tottenham are 1-0 up. This hammering isn't happening. Tottenham are 1-0 up. Good cross from Pedro Porro. Just checking, see there's no offsides or anything before I change the scoreline. VAR is a way of ruining football. That's a good goal. Nothing wrong with that. It's a good goal. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 0, and Tottenham have started the better here. Really, really good cross from Porro. Really good cross. Solanke did brilliantly there. He was battling with Botman. Why don't we do that more to Solanke? Why don't we do that more? Yeah, get him in. Get the ball into the box when he's good in the air. Get it through to him. And they've cut immediately to Thomas Tuchel, who's in the stand. This is, I believe, his first game as England manager, first game he's watching as England manager, I believe. I don't know. So Tottenham 1-0 up. We've got something to play for now. Here's Newcastle going forward. Lewis Hall down the left. He crosses it in, flicked over and out for a corner kick by Archie Gray. So fantastic delivery from Porro. Really good driving run from Bergvall. And for me, I want to see more of that from Spurs. More crosses, more headers. Mike, grow up. When people do this, it's ridiculous. Let the game play out. It's absolutely ridiculous. Grow the F up, Mike. Here's a corner kick from Anthony Gordon, high into the box, and Austin claims it. Nice, easy catch, but it'll be good for his confidence. So, Tottenham 1, Newcastle 0. We got something to play for now. Plasma TV. No, again, Plasma TV. When you come in here and lie, I said he's okay. I don't think he's great. Hang on, they're in here. Anthony Gordon, low drive, 1-0. Anthony Gordon, 1-0. They're asking for a offside. I don't know if it's going to come, but Newcastle have struck back immediately after 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Plasma TV is an absolute dickhead and a child. Savva said Solanke's okay. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's shit. He is what it is. Tottenham giving the ball away. This went well, didn't it? Tottenham giving the ball away in midfield. Bergvall giving the ball away. They're asking for a handball. Let's have a look at it. I feel we'll be very lucky if we get it. Poor ball by Sarr. I think it'll be very lucky if we get this chalked off for handball. Anthony Gordon in all sorts of space, low drive, keeper had no chance, 1-1. Before I put the score up, I want to see what VAR do. They're asking for handball. For me, I think I'd be disappointed if that was given against us. I think he's given the goal. He has given the goal. I thought it was Tottenham 1-1. We've lasted, the lead lasted about 3 minutes. Kulu's asking a question. Look, the problem is if you fire a ball at somebody from 1 yard, what is it that you want? I'm not sure what Joe Linton's meant to do with his arm. It wasn't in an unnatural position. And Anthony Gordon 1-1, Tottenham 1. But I mean, singularity, the rules will state, look how close he was. And look, the ball, his arms were at the side of his arms. The arms were at the side of his body. So 1-1. It started lively. We've got the 2 goals. Some people were saying this was going to be 7 or 8 goals in this game, and already there is 2 goals. Unbelievable. Tottenham's lead. What did it last? 2 minutes, 1 minute, and now Tottenham fighting for the ball again in midfield. Again, we can't just be saying handball when people have got their hand next to their body. So now, can Tottenham go up at the other end? Here's Kulusevski out on the left, plays it into Bergvall. And by the way, that was Sarr's really bad pass. And then a bad pass by Bergvall. The midfield passing has been absolutely dreadful. I don't think that's awful reffing at all. I think that was very good reffing. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. It was never a deliberate handball. If we had scored that, we'd all be saying that. I think people need to learn the rules of the game before they say things. Porro is down injured. What an 8 minutes we've had here. Yeah, he caught the knee on the follow through. Yeah, I'm looking at it again now. Yeah, as Joe Linton followed through. Yeah, it looks like should that be a yellow? Quite possibly it should. Ange is unhappy. But for me, gotta stop this crazy passing in the midfield that keeps giving the ball away. Gotta stop it. Bergvall and Sarr keep giving the ball away. Ange, this is the most animated I've seen him. But when all the dust settles, it is 1-1. No, it's not a ref disaster, Spurs forever. It's not. Learn the rules. It's not. I think people really need to look at what the rules actually are. There's a ball over the top into Solanke. What I love, by the way, is if I say I think Solanke's okay, no more, doesn't mean I've never said he's going to score a goal. For me, I think he'll end the season on 13 or 14 goals. But then you get idiots like that plasma bloke goes, Savva doesn't rate Solanke. I mean, what? He scored a diving header. What am I meant to do here? No, it's not, Phil. Learn the rules, Phil. You do this all the time. Learn the rules. His arm wasn't in an unnatural position, and it was fired at him from a yard away. It's not a handball. I really wish people knew the rules instead of just being biased. Here's Solanke down the other end. Really poor ball, and Livramento can move it forward. Phil, you've got to learn the rules, mate. Just because you're Spurs and you're upset doesn't mean you're right. Learn the rules. But really ridiculous. Oh, it's madness. So, 1-1. What could Tottenham do? For me, stop giving the ball away would be a brilliant start. And there's Botman wins a header. Kulu now, he loses the ball. Now Joe Linton can get it down. Plays it into Gordon. Gordon out-muscled Kulusevski there. Now Kulusevski wins it back. There's a free kick. But no, he's played on the ref to Brennan Johnson. Johnson running through. No, he hasn't got it. Solanke. Oh, he's shot. Great defending by Botman. Could have been 2-1. There's a long-range shot from Sarr. Straight into the arms. Wow, it's just basketball, isn't it? It's just basketball. Wow. I mean, as we said, this is entertaining for the neutral, but for me, far too open. It's not out, Phil. Phil, I give up with you. This is why you were so wrong about Ange. You get it all wrong. His arm was like that. What's he meant to do? Bergvall played the ball at his arm from about 1 yard. Yeah? You've got to learn the rules. You can't just make things up. Now, Newcastle with a ball again. Tino Livramento cuts inside past Werner. Lays it off to Gomares. He plays a good ball into Isak. Isak turns. Ball over the top. Way too much on that, and Tottenham are okay. Phil, mate, listen, there's a reason VAR didn't give it. It wasn't a handball. It's madness how you don't understand football, the rules of football. Here's Dragusin. What is he doing? Oh, my gosh. Heart in mouth. Radu Dragusin. What was he doing? And now Sven Botman plays it back. Solanke pressing well. That is his strength, isn't it? He does work very hard. But his arm wasn't in an unnatural position. Learn the rules. His arm wasn't in an unnatural position. If that had gone against Spurs, if that had gone for Spurs, everyone would be saying the same thing. It's madness. Where do you want players to put their arms? Arms exist, people. It's just excuses for how poor we were there. Poor play by Star. Put Bergval in a really bad place. Exactly. It's madness. It's just people just get upset because it's against their team. It's childish. Here's Jed Spence with a throw in on the left. 13 minutes gone. 1-1. Another mental start at Tottenham Hotspur. We're a bit of a circus club, aren't we? It's always so hectic. Here's Bergval, turns, lays it off to Sarr. Sarr plays it into Spence. Spence, a crap ball, gives it away. Now Gomara's with a ball, plays it into Dan Burn. Dan Burn plays it out wide to Lewis Hall. Phil, I give up. You're not listening. Phil, VAR, the ref, both gave it, right? Both gave it. Both gave it. I didn't think, but the first thing I thought, no, there's no handball there. Again, just because you don't like the rule doesn't make the rule right. I hate VAR, but yeah, you know, listen. I mean, he didn't try and handball it. He didn't put his arms out. It's not. Sorry, Phil, you've got to learn the rules, mate. Phil, you've got to learn the rules. Sorry, mate. Right, anyway, we move on. My Ange-out agenda is clouding my objectivity. Grow up, you clown. F off to another channel. Grow up. What agenda? Because I understand the rules of football and people don't. It's apt. What is wrong? Our pathetic fan base deserve this. Phil, I'll call you out. You deserve this. You backed this whole time. Fans like you deserve this. You deserve it. You backed it. You kept being wrong and wrong and wrong. And now you don't understand the rules of football. Sorry, I'm fed up now. I'm absolutely fed up with these people who are wrong all the time. All the time they're wrong. All the time. Thank you. Not Phil. Don't ban Phil. Here's a foul by Radu Dragusin going in on the back of Isak. I don't think that was a foul. I don't think that was. I thought he got the ball there, Radu Dragusin. Again, that one, I do think he got wrong. I do think he got wrong. No, I love Phil. I do. But what makes me laugh is all the time when he's wrong, and he can never say he's wrong. Like, it's madness. I just don't know if fans think that's a handball, we might as well stop playing football. Anyway, can Spurs defend this free kick on the left-hand side? It's going to be whipped in, I think, right-footed by Gordon, maybe, or left-footed by Hall. Newcastle got men in the box. Spurs have got a lot of bodies back there. Can we keep our concentration? We can't go 2-1 down. I think if we do, floodgates will open. It's going to be right-footed by Gordon, dinked in all the way across, and Austin saves well, then rolls it out very quickly, but Newcastle will mop that up with Tino Livramento. Tino Livramento now driving down the right-hand side. He's going to leave that. No, he didn't really do anything in the end. He didn't do anything, and we got away with one there. But it wasn't an unnatural position, was it? The ball was cannoned at him from 1 yard away. Like, I don't actually, Stevie Boy said, I'm not exactly sure where Joelinton is supposed to put his hands. Exactly. Where's he? You can't move your arms if they're next to you. Anyway, Newcastle with the ball. Tottenham win it back through Papa Sarr. Gives it to Solanke. Can turn and run. Solanke tackled and a free kick given for the foul by Burn. And Burn does get a yellow card. But whether the rule is the problem doesn't make it right, Phil. Right? It doesn't make it right. He didn't do anything wrong. Spurs were bad playing out from the back. Anyway, let's let that go. Burn has been booked. 17 minutes. It's lively. It's Tottenham 1, Newcastle 1. As I said, I'll take the point. I'm not saying I wouldn't take a win, but let's see what we can do here. Here's Bergval, plays a long diagonal, and that goes all the way out. And Bergval, for me, has started this game really, really sloppy, apart from the goal where he did drive forward well. So, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Newcastle 1, 17 minutes, 40 seconds gone. It's not Philly. Philly, I've seen you in the chat for years, mate. You do this every time. I see you do this every time, mate. Everything's a foul, handball. It's like, come on. Football used to be a proper game. Now it's everyone going, oh, please, can we have a foul, please? We played ourselves into trouble, right? It is what it is. And we got the Kulusevski, the Solanke fan club. Not you, it's this guy. He always is. This guy loves Solanke. It's funny. Always funny. Let's see. Score 25 goals this season. Shut me up, Solanke. I just don't think he's got it in him. I've never seen him do it before. Don't think I'm going to see him do it this year. Here's Newcastle with a ball across the back to Dan Burn. Oh, Phil, you know me. I know you. We're all good, brother. You know me. Here's Anthony Gordon. Plays the ball inside to Joe Linton. Good tackle by Bergval. Fired into Solanke. Laid off to Kulu. Kulu has played it back across and out for a corner kick. This game is end to end. It's just basketball, isn't it? Never, like, one game I'd love Spurs to put their foot on the ball and control a game. But we've got a corner kick here. Listen, Solanke's a good signing depending on what you want. For me, I think he's okay. As I've said, I think he's all right. I said at the beginning of the season, I think he'll get 13, 14 goals, maybe 16 at a stretch. It's okay. At the moment, what has he played? 20 games. He's got 7 goals. I'm not far off, am I? So, headed out by Tino Livramento, headed back in by Bergval to nobody. Here's Murphy. Murphy swipes that clear, really wild swipe, and it's out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. So, here's Porro with a throw. Gives it to Bergval. Back to Porro. Agreed. I'm sure they do. This isn't for me, this style. But, hey, it is what it is. Austin plays the ball into the midfield. Solanke loses the ball. I bet people won't mention that because he did something bad. Here's Anthony Gordon. Through on goal again. And a save low down by Brandon Austin. And again, this is what I keep saying about Dominic Solanke. It's times like that. His hold-up play can be really poor. Look at that. That all came because Solanke can't control the football properly. Really poor play. And one ball from Guimaraes into Isak. And Gordon, low down. Not a good shot, but good save in terms of confidence for Austin. But again, this is what I mean. When you look at a player, look at his all-round game. Yeah, that hold-up play was very, very poor. Again, there's a corner in. Whipped in, the keeper's been flattened. The ref's given a foul the foul on Brandon Austin there. Listen, again, you've got to do you've got to do everything good for me. For me, as a centre forward, the number 9, that ball should never be bouncing back within 1 second. But his touch, his control, you watch how many times a game that happens. I'm not doubting he's going to score a few goals, but that hold-up play's got to be much better. Here's Timo Werner. Plays it into Spence. Can Spurs get an attack going here? There's the ball. No, Spencer's given it away. And now Newcastle have bodies over. The ball's played in, and Tottenham needs to get bodies back, and Kulusevski gives away a foul. To be honest, a much-needed foul, because Newcastle were getting bodies forward there. Listen, listen, the whole Solanke thing, I think he's okay. He might score another goal. He might grab some goals. He's okay. But you've got to remember, down the years, the strikers we've seen, this guy's nowhere near any of them. For me, he's okay. He's okay. He's had a very average football career, and people are painting him to be great. You know? No, he's a centre forward. All number 9 should be able to hold the ball up. What are we talking about? Anyway, here's Newcastle. It's 22 minutes gone. It's been blood and thunder so far, hasn't it? It really is when you watch Tottenham play. Anthony Gordon whips the ball into the box, cleared by Archie Gray, only as far as Livramento. He plays the ball in. Murphy crosses the ball to the back post, and it's gone out for a goal kick. But again, Newcastle had a little bit of room there to whip the ball in, and Murphy will probably be disappointed with his final ball there. Spurs had bodies in the box, actually, but the ball in from Murphy wasn't great. And at the moment, you say it's a very even game, if we're going to be brutally honest. But we need to stop giving that ball away in midfield. We need to stop giving the ball away in midfield. So, goal kick taken. Solanke and Botman go up for the ball in the air. Newcastle come away with it. Here's Murphy. It's very scrappy in there. Both teams, very scrappy. Here's Botman. Botman, who's then fouled by Sarr, and a free kick. Botman's gone down holding his knee. Very, very scrappy game. Lively game. But at the moment, still Tottenham 1, Newcastle 1. And I think many Spurs fans would have probably taken this before the game. So there's a break in play. Newcastle are going to have a free kick. Botman's played it first time down the line. Oh my gosh, that one ball in. Here's Livramento. He's managed to get the ball first. Archie Gray. Oh, did he nudge that back to the keeper? No. Okay, so the goal kick taken very quickly. God, it is so hectic, isn't it? Solanke gives the ball away again, but a free kick is given. It is so hectic. Like everything we do is just 100 miles per hour. And the ref giving a handball there. But Tottenham 1, Newcastle 1. You know, when you just want 5 minutes of just calm. Again, that's another one I don't think was a handball, as Dan Burn come back, clears the ball away from Tottenham, and Gordon, with really good control, brings it down, and the ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Listen, why is that a red? Sorry, why is that a red? What are we doing? Why is that a red? Oh, guys, please grow up if you're going to be in my chat. I didn't even think it was a yellow. It was a handball. Hit the top of his chest. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing here? We honestly, I don't understand our fan base in any way, shape, or form. What are we doing? Anyway, Newcastle have a free kick. It's drilled down the line, early doors there. Brandon Austin's come out to the sideline to get it, swipes it clear, and out for a throw to Newcastle. Newcastle have taken it quickly. Here's Isak. Alexander Isak lays the ball back to Joe Linton. Joe Linton now out wide to Gordon. Gordon's got Hall or Joe Linton again into Tonali. Tonali now can spread the play. Newcastle just starting for me to have a little bit more of the game. Here's Murphy. He's lost the ball. Now Jed Spence. What's Jed Spence going to do? He's turned back on himself, gone back into Archie Gray. Bergvall fires it back into Austin. Isak's going to close him down, but Austin clears it and then gives it away. And now Newcastle have won the ball in midfield and can drive through midfield. Here's Joe Linton. He gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon into Isak. Isak lays it off to Gomares. He lays it off to Joe Linton. Got a bit wide. And then the ball played off Porro for a corner kick. And Newcastle are just starting for me to have a little bit more of the football, starting to weave patterns through the midfield. And I think Tottenham's best bet here is going to be on the counter-attack. Corner kick to Newcastle. Again, as I say, nothing silly. A short corner taken by Newcastle. Here's Anthony Gordon. Fires the ball in, given away. Here's Timo Werner. Timo Werner is one-on-one with Livramento. We know he's got the pace. He's going to take him on, is he? And Livramento cuts it out brilliantly. And Werner, for me, should have done better there. You've got the pace. Take him on the outside. Here's a shot from Porro from 30 yards that flies wide of the goal. Thank you. I do try VCats. I do try my best. Thank you very much. I think he gives the ball away a lot. For me, I think he's okay, but I think he gives the ball gives it away a hell of a lot of times. But nice footballer, but for me, him and Sarr just give it away so much. Anyway, here's a goal kick for Newcastle. Swipe down the field. They're not afraid to go long. Joelinton holds it up brilliantly into Anthony Gordon. Gordon then plays it into Tonali, to Hall. I think Newcastle look more composed than we do on the ball, right? Burn back into Gomares, back to the keeper. Newcastle, for me, don't seem to need to do everything at 100 miles per hour. There's the ball played out wide to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall plays it into Gomares, who shields off Kulusevski, then plays it into... Oh, look at the space he's got. Look at the space that Murphy's got. No one picked him up. And now Newcastle are overloading on the left-hand side. Here's Tonali, plays it into Isak. He cuts in, tried to lay it off, and good defending by Porro. Again, Spurs have no midfield. Again, look at this. Gomares, where's our midfield? Where is our midfield too? Burn, now out to Hall. It's just so chaotic. Here's Tonali back into Gomares. Gomares and Tonali are starting to put their foot on the ball, aren't they? Here's the ball across to Livramento. He goes across to Murphy. Murphy back to Livramento. They've completely undone us there. He cuts in again. He's trying to run through, and in the end, Spence gets a toe on it and a corner to Newcastle. Newcastle are now starting to control proceedings. Sometimes, though, this is when Tottenham are at their best, when we have to counter-attack. But Newcastle starting to find the gaps. And I'm going to be honest. The gaps in midfield where Sarr and Bergvall, I just don't know where they are. Anyway, there's lots of bodies now on the goal line. The referee is saying they're all hugging and, not romantically. But Newcastle starting to build up a head of steam here. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a goal in the next 5-6 minutes, because they really are building up a head of steam. We need to control and stem the flow of this game for me. Here's a corner kick whipped in by Gordon. This time it's cleared. And no, it's not. Sorry, I thought the header was going to come in from the Spurs player. He missed it and it hit Botman and went out. So Spurs live to fight another day. And again, we're playing out from the back. Spence plays it long, but off. Comical. He played it long, hits the Newcastle player, then hit the Spurs player, and out for a throw-in. Newcastle starting to dominate. Sonny warming up. But I mean, am I wrong, guys? Are Newcastle now starting to dominate this game? They're starting to have all the ball in midfield. Look, the possession here. They've had 76% possession in the last 5 minutes. Here's Tonali. Tonali is going to lay it off, to Murphy. Murphy back to Tonali. Very composed. Here's Gomares. Plays the ball through. Tottenham have been undone. It should be 2-1. It should be 2-1. Spurs are being opened up like a can of worms. Terrible miss from Isak, and Spurs live to fight another day. But again, really poor from Spurs. Newcastle playing through us at will. Again, I said before the game, get your two centre mids, stick them in front of the back four. Don't give Tonali and Gomares time on the ball. That is the opposite of what is happening. That is why I don't like these tactics. They are wide open. And again, this is what Spurs are resorting to, is long balls down the field. And now it's a goal kick to Newcastle. Good defending from Hall. But guys, I know everyone thinks I'm negative, but Look how wide open we are in the midfield. You can't be playing like that. You can't be playing like that, surely. And it will come. If we keep doing this, a goal will come. Here's Dan Burn. Good pressing from Solanke. Good pressing from Solanke this time. What can he do here? He's going to try and run through, is he? Then lays it. We lost all the momentum there. Lays it back to Bergvall. Here's Porro. Can he whip it across? No. Goes back to Bergvall. He whips in across. Headed clear. And Newcastle defended that well. But Tottenham, can they bring the ball down with Sarr? Given away his Tonali. Given away his Sarr. Given away his Botman. Can either team bring the ball down? Newcastle now have acres of space. Newcastle are now 4-on-4. Can Tottenham close this out? The ball's gone out wide to Hall. To Gordon. Gordon cuts in. Laid it off to Guimaraes. And Guimaraes, it's out for a corner. And Spurs again. Everyone pours forward. Everyone pours forward. We give it away. And again, I don't know how people like this football. The counter-attack is on every single time. This football has got to stop. It is just comical. And in the end, Porro did well to get back at his man. But this kamikaze football can't keep happening. It's a corner kick again. Here is Anthony Gordon. Lots of people on top of Austin. Anthony Gordon whips it in. It's gone over everyone. Headed across and the ref's given a foul. You can see what they're doing though. You can see they are putting men on Austin. They are putting men on Austin. You can see this. And the ref's wise to it, but we've got to be careful. Boise, it's just heart attack football every time, isn't it? We've got no one in the middle. There's no midfield. There's no midfield. There's another header won by Botman. Then Spence wins it but gives it away. The number of times we've given this ball away. The number of times. Madness. Here's Newcastle with the ball at the back. Here's Dan Burn. He goes back into Dubravka. He sweeps it wide and to Joel Linton, who's picked up the ball out wide on the left. He's going to drive forward. He's still driving. He's still driving. He's laid it off to Gordon. Gordon's going to cut back and off Porro for a corner kick. And Tottenham at the moment are hanging on in there. I wouldn't say we're defending well. I would say there's a lot of last-ditch defending. Everyone keeps saying about entertainment. This, for me, is not entertaining as a Spurs fan. I bet this is bloody brilliant for a neutral. So Newcastle with their 6th corner of the game. Gordon's going to take this again. You know where this is going to go. If I'm not wrong, this is going to land right on top of Austin. Gordon, again, into the box, right into the middle. Cleared this time by Bergvall. And then Austin can claim the ball. And he did well there. Again, Newcastle are building up a head of steam. But Tottenham on the break, what have we got? Here's Spence. Lays it back to Sarr. Sarr goes into Bergvall. Bergvall, good touch. Giving himself some space. Now plays a good ball out wide to Werner. Can Tottenham do something now? We've not done anything for a while. Timo Werner crosses. Livramento cuts it out easily. And a throw in to Tottenham. Werner takes it quickly. So quick. Out to Spence. Spence to Gray. Gray into Papa Sarr. Sarr into Bergvall. Back to Sarr. Back to Bergvall. He goes out wide. Newcastle are all in their own half at the moment. Here's Radu Dragashin. Please do keep subscribing if you haven't already as we chase down 16,000. Thank you to everyone that has liked the channel so far today. Here's Kulu. Lays it off to Porro. Spurs now. Can we do something? It's been a while since we put a few passes together. Into Kulu. Good touch. Kulu gives the ball away twice. Really poor. And now Newcastle, are they going to try and counter-attack? There's the ball over the top. Isak is one-on-one with Dragusin. Takes it away from him. Keeps it on. And Dragusin does well in the end. And it's off for a throw-in. Radu Dragusin, one-on-one there. Did very well with Alexander Isak. But again, it's that one ball over the top. It's that one ball over the top, isn't it? That's catching out Spurs every time. So, can we get to half-time 1-1? for me. Get to half-time 1-1. Nothing silly. There's Solanke giving the ball away again. Where's my mate Plasma? Look how many times he gives the ball away. Here's Tonali. Lays it off to Murphy. Murphy takes on Spence. Whips it across. It's 2-1. It's dreadful defending. 2-1. Alexander Isak. And dreadful defending. And again, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Again, that comes from Dominic Solanke not being able to hold up a football. None of you want to believe me. Everyone comes in and Savva doesn't rate Solanke. Look how bad that was. Look how bad. Arteta can't win trophies. I literally, didn't I say this? 5 seconds. Look at Solanke. Absolute crap. Crap hold up play by Solanke. And then they got into the ball. There's the ball. He's onside. He's onside. Gray's playing him on. And Isak 2-1. It's been coming. We can't say it's not been coming. I think we've been dreadful for the last 25 minutes or so. Again, not allowed to say it. Where's my mate Plasma? Where is he? Let's see. This is what I mean. 2 of their best 3 chances and 1 which ended up being a goal has come from Dominic Solanke not being able to hold up a football. I keep saying it. No one listens to me, right? Oh, he scores a diving header. Great. He's a striker. He should be scoring goals. Here's Spurs down the other end. And sorry, I'm going to change the scoreline. Yep, there we go. Newcastle United 2-1. And to be fair, they absolutely deserved it. I think we've been shambolic since the goal. Really, really poor. And Alexander Isak again scoring. Again, if you keep giving the ball away, you are going to be punished. But fans love this style of football. Fans love this style of football. There's Botman with a ball over the top. Surely get into half-time 2-1. Do not go 2-2, but do not go 3-1 down. I agree. I'm not blaming Gray or Radu Dragusin. I'm blaming the fact the ball was given away high up the pitch. Again, I'm not blaming Radu Dragusin for that. I'm blaming Solanke. His hold-up play can be absolutely horrible. Oh, there's the ball by Austin into the midfield. And again, the ball being won in the air every time. Now, Tottenham have got a chance, have we, for the break? No, it's hit Kulu's heel and gone back. Here's Papa Sarr. Just nothing. That guy, that guy said it in the chat. I literally said 15 seconds before the goal, nothing silly. Nothing silly. We're incapable. We're incapable of just putting your foot on the ball and slowing the game down. That's nothing to do with injuries. That's nothing to do with sickness. That's just in-game management. Here is Bruno Guimaraes. I really like Bruno Guimaraes and Tonali. Really good. When I look at our midfield, I mean, again, they're away here. Again, Newcastle. They're going down the left. Here's Anthony Gordon. Hall has been taken down, but the ref plays on. There's a good ball into Joe Linton. One more time into Livramento. They're a really well-organised team here, Newcastle, aren't they? The ball to Murphy, to Livramento. He cuts inside. Here's to Tonali. I think Tonali's very impressive for me as a footballer. There's the ball floated out wide. Gordon in acres of space. Gordon now. Hall and Gordon, both blonde. Here's Guimaraes out wide. He's blonde as well. So's Joe Linton. Can we stop having so many blonde players? Here's Guimaraes. Botman to Livramento. Into Botman again. Into Tonali again. Tonali sweeps it wide to Jacob Murphy. He's up against Jed Spence. Plays a clever ball into Guimaraes. Guimaraes lays it off. And it goes out wide for is that a corner? He's gone for a goal kick. Jed Spence did well in the end there. Philly, how many times we said this, mate? How many times? Got to stop this 100-mile-per-hour stuff. Got to stop this 100-miles-per-hour stuff. Every throw-in, every goal kick, look how quickly we take it. There, taken the goal kick and we've given it away. Luckily, Bergval's won it back. And now we've given it away again, have we? No. Bergvall just kept it in. And then the ball given away by Radu. Everything is too quick. Everything is too quick. That's not injuries. That's not illness. This is too quick. Surely fans are losing patience with this type of football now, aren't they? Surely. Here's Lewis Hall running through, gives it to Botman. And again, they've beaten our press. Hall with the ball over the top. Isak with a wonderful touch. Brings the ball out the air. Isak takes on Dragoshin. He lays it off. Does he? He lays it off to Guimaraes. Guimaraes, is he going to have a shot? No. He lays it off to Gordon. Gordon into the penalty area. Gordon has a shot just wide. And I think, is that a corner or a goal kick? But again, Newcastle are cutting us open. We look terrible again. It looks, I think that might have taken a touch off Porro, but it looked like that ball was, it's a corner kick. It looked like the ball was going to nestle in the bottom corner. Here's Lewis Hall, right-hand side. He's going to take a corner, left-footed, in-swinger, right to the edge of the box. Joelinton across, cleared by Spurs. Spurs are a mess at the moment, an absolute mess. The ball has gone out wide to Lewis Hall again, brings it down right-footed. Plays it back to the box, left-footed with Guimaraes. Guimaraes, the ball's laid off. Newcastle, I can see what's happening here. Here's Gordon. Joelinton has a shot wide, and it's a goal kick to Tottenham. And I tell you what, this third goal is coming, isn't it? This third goal is coming. Again, another team that knows how we play. I'm sorry, guys. I just can't get on board with this manager. It is terrible. Everything is hectic, chaotic, frantic. I just don't know anymore. But I'm negative and I'm toxic. I just don't know. Thank you. There's 730 of you in here. Let's smash that like button. And again, Spurs hoof the ball down the pitch. No idea what to do with it. And now Livramento gives it to Murphy. And Spence plays it out for a throw-in to Tottenham. John C13, absolutely. I lived through this as well. Many of us lived through this with our dealies. It does not work. There's the ball by Isak. This time given away into Dragosine. Can Spurs grab a goal with 20 seconds plus injury time of the first half? Here's Bergvall. Goes forward and then gives the ball away. Spence keeps it in though. Again, Bergvall for me does some lovely stuff. And some terrible stuff. You would expect that from a youngster. Spurs have given it away again. Papa Sarr, don't rate him. Never have, never will. Just gives the ball away. Here's Gordon. Gordon lays it back to Joelinton, and Newcastle are dominating. They go back to Botman. He's going to be pressed by Solanke. Here's Livramento. Livramento plays it into Murphy. Murphy lays it into Guimaraes. It's Memvi boys at the moment, isn't it? What a ball. Swept wide to Gordon. To Hall. Here's Hall. Back to Gordon. I can see it. I can see it, guys. There's 4 minutes of injury time. Hall this time loses the ball. Good defending by Porro. And Spurs are all over the place at the back. Kulu brings it down, though. What can Kulu do? Nothing. He gets the ball is taken off him like a candy from baby. Candy from a baby. And Newcastle can attack again. Here's Murphy. We must be the easiest team to play against in the country. Here is the ball. Murphy whips it across, cleared by Dragosine, but Newcastle win it back again. Here's Livramento, lays it off to Byrne. Byrne sidesteps Solanke, brings the ball forward, now gives it to Guimaraes. We look awful. We just look awful. There's a ball into Isak. He's played it into Joelinton, and Joelinton's first touch let him down, and the ball safely into the arms of Austin. I mean, Joelinton's been like a man possessed today, isn't he? Him, Tonali, and Guimaraes have absolutely dominated. Here's Tonali, brings it down. The ball's flicked into the air. Archie Gray, again, generational Archie Gray, who plays it straight out for a throw-in to Newcastle. The fans in the stands look fed up as well. The fans look fed up. This can't continue. This can't continue. For me, you know, we can say about injuries, but we've got to stop giving the ball away so much. Here's Bergvall. Can Tottenham have got 90 seconds. Can we find an equaliser against the run of play? Here's Werner. Werner to Sarr. My worry when Spurs do this is in a minute, someone will give the ball away and they're in. Bergvall with a good pass out wide to Porro. Porro whips the ball in. It's gone all the way across the back and good defending by Livramento. Another good ball by Porro. That looks to be Spurs ace, doesn't it? That looks to be the Spurs ace. The ball out wide. Really good cross from Porro. He was looking for Werner at the back post. It would have been a difficult finish, but it's mad. It's absolutely madness. We're wide open. The cross comes in, headed clear by Alexander Isak. There's 1 minute of injury time to go. Archie Gray has lost the ball. That's dreadful from Gray. Here's Gordon. Gordon lays it into Isak. And thank God for Isak's bad touch. Thank God for Isak's bad touch. Archie Gray, for me, he's had a mare today. He keeps giving the ball away. He's now boxed in. He's got 2 players against him and wins the throw. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I don't know what to say, ladies and gents. It's the same every game. Doesn't matter which 11 players play. It's the same every single game. Wow. Big up, Dan. Hope you're doing well, buddy. So they're right back got Werner in a coat pocket. Yeah, Robert Wilson. You're right. It's half time. Tottenham are losing at home 1-0. Let's be brutally on. Oh, hang on. Not that. No, sorry. Oh, God. What am I doing? 45. There we go. 45-0. Tottenham. Hang on, please get this right, Savva. Come on. There we go. That should be right. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Newcastle 2. I'll be honest, I'll take that at half time. I thought we were dreadful. I thought Gray was terrible. Bergvall 50-50. Some lovely passing, some terrible passing. Sarr, I think, has been shocking. Porro done some good things defensively, gives the ball away a lot. Werner and Johnson are absolutely anonymous. Werner and Johnson anonymous. Solanke, great header, but was at fault for the goal, was at fault for another chance where they should have scored. God, we look dreadful. The tactics. I'll keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. These tactics are dreadful. Hang on. Yeah, I'm coming. About 8:30. Sorry, about 8:30. Yeah, about 8:30. The tactics are absolutely dreadful. Stell, commentating on this, Mike, you know me, I'm quite high in octane energetic. This is just basketball. Like Stell, go. You go. Just go. Just talk. I don't know. I'm done.
Before the game, I said, I think it'll be they score, we score, they score, they'll end up winning 4-2. I said we're not going to beat them because their midfield, I don't know how we deal with their midfield. And what I saw was the first 5-10 minutes, I thought Spurs actually were doing well. We were pressing them, we were forcing errors. We scored an early goal, a good goal. Dan Burns was on the ropes. Then they equalised, kind of against a run of play, I guess. But it was too early to say against a run of play, but it felt that way. I don't think it was a handball. I think it was close range. The ball got smashed at him. I was more concerned that we're messing around at the back again.
Agreed.
All right, 1-1. Then Spurs rallied again. I thought, right, Spurs, Newcastle didn't really create anything after that. I thought Spurs were looking the more likely to score. Not that we created anything big. Then there was that counter-attack where it's hit Dan Burns' hands when he spread himself. Now, I thought that was a second yellow. So for me, I think he should have been sent off. At that stage, for me, I don't understand that decision, but okay.
I didn't think it hit his hand, if I'm honest. If I'm honest, still, I thought it more clipped the top of his chest than the hand.
Well, look,
but I'll see it again.
Yeah, look, it's opinions. My view is I think that was a second yellow, but the fact is he's still on the pitch, so you've got to deal with what's actually happening. But then slowly, Tonali and Gramarius, just like we said, they got a foot in the game. And since about the 25th minute, they have bossed this game. Absolutely owned the game. Pape Sarr, non-existent. Kulu, non-existent. Bergvall looks terrible. Our goalie, look, fair play to him. He's doing the best he can. He was nervous at the beginning. He's done really well on the corners to catch the ball, punch it. But this playing out from the back is diabolical. And why we persist with it when we aren't capable? Dragusin has proven to me he's average, no more. He's nothing special. He's an average defender. And that second goal was coming because they were bossing the midfield. They were finding acres of space. No one in midfield shutting it down. They're spreading the ball wide, couple of passes, and they're getting balls into the box that are causing problems. Let's be honest. Before Newcastle went 2-1 up, they missed an open goal. If Isak doesn't touch that ball, Gordon's got a tap in at the back post. Newcastle deserve to be in the lead. They've dominated the game, but there's signs for me to say if Spurs just get control of that midfield and really put, I know we won't, but really put pressure on Dan Burns, because Dan Burns looks shaky as hell and he's on a yellow. Yeah. We've got another goal in us, but here's my concern, Savva. I think we are going to score another goal, but I think they're going to score another 2. And it's going to end up 4-2 like I predicted. Solanke and Werner, awful. Absolutely atrocious so far. Abysmal. When they've gotten the ball, it's either they're too weak to bully the ball back, or they don't really do anything with it. Like Werner's gotten the ball a couple of times. What's he done? So we're losing. We've got nothing down the wings.
Yeah.
And in the midfield, we've completely lost the battle. And that's put all the pressure on the defence, which is what normally happens. Plus, playing out from the back doesn't suit the players we've got on the pitch. I don't think Spence has done anything great. I don't know anyone on that pitch that really... Look, I'll give some credit to the goalie. I think he's done a good job given the circumstances. And Solanke, I think, has done well putting pressure on their defence, getting the goal. But other than that, Newcastle...
My issue still with Solanke. Listen, great diving header. I would bloody expect that for a £65 million striker, right?
Yeah.
I would expect that from a £10 million striker. My issue is anytime that ball goes into Solanke's feet, it's like taking candy from a baby. He can't hold the ball up. And that's how the second goal came about. And if you remember, about 5 minutes before the goal, Solanke did something similar where Anthony Gordon had a shot. He lost the ball. It went into Anthony Gordon, and Austin saved the ball low down to the right. For me, we can talk about injuries. We can talk about suspensions. We can talk about illness. But again, it's the breakneck speed. Every time we get a goal kick, it's taken within, boom. It's taken instantly. Throw-ins, boom. Slow the game down. Like Bergvall for me. If we look at let's look at our midfield at the moment, the midfield 3. For me, I think Bergvall's shown some lovely passes when he's got space. When he's under pressure, he keeps giving the ball away. And an old coach of mine once taught me, still, it's easy to play. It's easy to play when you're not under pressure. It's easy when no one's around you. It's all right. When you've got pressure, that's where you see how good a footballer is. He's not the problem though. Sarr has been absolutely awful. He can't pass a football to save his life. People keep telling me that this guy's improved. And Kulusevski, I'm sorry, another performance where I go, can you stop giving the ball away, please, Kulu? Like, he's given the ball away apparently more times than anyone in the Premier League this season. But we keep going, he's brilliant, he's our best player. Sure, then put your foot on it. Tell everyone to calm down a little bit. And stop trying to do everything at breakneck speed.
Well, this is my criticism with Kulu. I think he's a really good player, but my criticism is when the going gets tough and we really need something, what happens then? Because if you look at the losses this season, when the game's not going our way, Kulu kind of goes missing. So this is now a second half where you're looking at Kulu and saying, right, you need to up your game and do something to get us back in this game and make us competitive. Because at the moment, we're not competitive. Look, 1 goal in it. If we get the next one, Newcastle could look nervous. If they get the next one, I think it's over for me. But like I said, Savva, I stick to what I said. I think we'll lose the game, but a miracle, we get a draw. A draw can still be achieved, but not playing like that. I mean, they were in their comfort zone for about 25 minutes at our ground. It was like watching Spurs, the last 20 minutes. The last 20 minutes of Spurs versus Wolves, where it was just Wolves and Wolves and Wolves. That's how I felt for the second part of that first half, just watching the game. And do you know what? I don't want to admit this, but I'm going to say it. And I shouldn't say it because I'm a Spurs fan, but just as someone who loves football, I actually enjoyed the way Newcastle were moving the ball and playing. I actually enjoyed watching the football they play. And I hate saying that because it's against us. So,
what did I say to you the other day? I watched Newcastle this last month. They look well drilled. You watch, look at the relationships that are built between Lewis Hall and Gordon, Murphy and Livramento. Look how brave they are on the ball. They know when to get it forward quick, and they know when to say, you know what, just keep hold of the ball. And Joel Linton, Tonali and Guimaraes have bossed the game. Joel Linton looks like a man playing with kids, doesn't he? He looks like a man playing in a kids' league. He's powerful. He's driving with the ball. And for me, as I said, just tell Porro and Spence sit in, and then put Bergvall and Sarr sit in. Stop giving them the space. I want to talk about Archie Gray. I think he's had a shocker.
I just want to say, Livramento for me has been really, really good today. I don't know. I don't really watch Newcastle loads, but Livramento today I think's had a really, really good game. And you're spot on about Joe Linton. And do you know what? If you look at Joe Linton's body language, and in fact, if you watch the last 20 minutes of that game, I feel like every Newcastle player wants to be on the ball. They're enjoying themselves. It's like, yeah, give me the ball. Give me the ball. I want to have that. That's not good for us. That's not good.
No, they're all comfortable on the ball as well. Let me just get to a couple of super chats. Big up to VCats who said Spurs circus at it again, entertaining the ops. And again, you messaged me during the game still and said the commentators are saying and Spurs are I think it was you. Somebody messaged me saying, they're talking about us being entertaining again. I don't find this entertaining.
They said watching our games are entertaining, meaning that there's just drama, isn't there? There's goals. There's a spectacle. Drama. Look, for the neutral, right?
No, I agree. Big up VCats. Patrick McCorry, thank you, very generous. He said, greatest commentator. Listen, I'm just waiting for the call from Sky Sports. That's all I'm waiting for, guys. Buy yourself a few deep breaths. Impossible when commentating on Tottenham because we do everything at 400 miles per hour. Big up to you, Patrick. Really appreciate you. Tony and AC said, yet again, bad management. He can't calm things down. 100 miles per hour football, open in midfield, easy to count. Tony, everything that managers should be countering against, he doesn't. He just leaves it wide open. Big up to you. And then Ethan Bates, thank you very much for your support, said if that first half doesn't show people Porro should be a wing back, I don't know what will. For me, the bright light in that first half, Stel, I would probably say, I thought Porro, listen, we know he's always going to be out of position for a right back. And thank you, Ethan. We know he's always going to be out of position, but he got back and got in some vital blocks for some corners. And he put in 2 delicious balls into the box from the right-hand side, one of which was for the Solanke goal. For me, Ethan's right. If he's your right wing back and Udogi's your left wing back, I think Spurs are a very dangerous football team.
Yeah, we're definitely better than what we're seeing right now. There's no doubt. But we've been saying for how long? Can we just play with proper fullbacks that actually overlap and do what the traditional wing back does? But this inverted... Listen, I'll be honest with you, Savva. I've given up trying to understand what we do with the wing backs. I don't get it. I thought I understood it, but now I just realised I don't. It's just madness, man. And, you know, Porro's actually defended okay today. Spence hasn't. Jed Spence hasn't. He's been caught out a few times.
I think Jed Spence and Archie Gray, by the way, Archie Gray
He's
I've
not a
never
centre back
seen
though.
him.
It's
No, no. Still, I know he's not a centre back. I wasn't going to talk about his defending. I've
Okay.
never seen a player when he's got the ball at his feet pass the ball out into the touch like as though it's rugby, right? With no pressure on him so much. He passes the ball out. It's a throw into Newcastle. I'm like, why are you doing? Why
Yeah, he
can't
did
you
that at the
pass
end,
it
didn't
in
he?
straight
Yeah, he did that at the end. I know what you
line?
mean.
He's done it 3 or 4 times today.
The thing is, when you're going to play Archie Gray at centre back, we know it's not his position. We know he's a kid, right? If you're going to do that, what you must do is have a really good, experienced, confident centre back next to him, not Dragusin, and a fullback you can rely on, someone that is, got some pedigree in the game. What we've got is a Spence who's only just broken into the team. And let's have it right. He's only playing because Udogie's injured, Spence. Yep. And Dragusin, who is average. I don't see where any confidence or any guidance is there for Gray. So I'm not surprised he's making these mistakes. But yeah, you're right. You're still a footballer, mate. You don't need to kick the ball off. Why? Especially when you're right next to the byline, it doesn't make sense. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. So I get it.
But by the way, when people were saying, "Oh, it's okay, top 5 gets Champions League this year," as it stands, Newcastle are 5th. Do you know how many points behind Newcastle we are in 5th?
8, 9,
11. As it stands, we're 11.
Yeah, we're not getting Newcastle. The league is over, right? We are not getting. Yeah, not you, Savva. People watching, right? The league ended in December. It's a write-off. This is what I was saying before when we did the preview show. Everyone's eggs have gone into this Carabao Cup, Europa Cup basket. It's madness. It's wild. If we can't do well in the league, how do you think we're going to beat Liverpool over 2 legs? How do you think we're going to win the Europa? It's bonkers.
By the way, just quickly, Serge Reguilon is coming on for Tottenham Hotspur. He is coming on for number 6, who was Archie Gray.
You're joking.
Radu Dragusin has gone off. Serge Reguilon has gone on.
He's injured,
Still, I can only think what's going to happen. Do you want to join me at the end of the game?
We've taken off Dragusin and brought on Reggie.
Yeah.
You know what he's going to do?
They said that Dragusin might be ill, right?
Mate, I know what he's going to do. Spence is going to go centre-back. Reggie's going to go left-back. It's going to be Spence and Gray at centre-back. Listen, if you're not religious, do your cross now because this is over.
You are absolutely right. Spurs have lined up with Spence and Gray at centre-half.
It's over. It's over.
Join me at full time.
I will.
Much appreciated, mate. I'll see you then.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Jesus Christ, man.
So, yeah, Tottenham Hotspur versus Newcastle. Newcastle on the attack immediately. Here's Isak cleared by Archie Gray. But Tottenham now have Archie Gray and Jed Spence at centre-half. By the way, big up to Neil Lambert. Said, how much longer will Ange fans support this crap? Mate, they love him. Neil, they love him, some of these fans. I have no idea what they've seen. He's got a cult. Listen, all I know is a draw would be a great result here if we could get this back. I just don't believe we won't concede a few more goals. Good tackle by Kulu this time. Here's Timo Werner, lays it back to Kulu. Can Spurs do something here? Poor ball across by Kulu and cleared by Sven Botman, who must be getting a bit tired by now. Let me know in the chat, what did you make of the substitution? Probably forced, but what did you make of it? And thank you to everyone who has liked and subscribed during halftime there. Really, really appreciate you. Yeah, Clement and Anjin. Yeah, you can say Anjin. This isn't for me, mate. This isn't for me. Here's Porro down the right side, whips in a dangerous ball, cleared, and then cleared again, and then volleyed over the bar by Papasar, and the free kick has been given. It was all a bit of a mess. It looks like the foul's been given on Dubravka. But again, Pedro Porro whipping balls in seems to be our best form of attack. Oh, yeah, high foot by Solanke. I do think, he had every right to go for it. But yeah, high foot, high knee, yeah. Let's see if he does. We'll see. Oh, yeah. That the more you look at that, the worse that is. Oh, yeah. Look. Oh, the more you look at that. Oh, Dubravka is down. He's down. It looks like he's KO'd. So don't forget, this is their sub goalkeeper. By the way, hang on. I need a goal for Stoke in the Stoke Plymouth game, by the way. Yeah. So big up to Chloe. How you doing? Hope you're well, love. Hope you had a great Christmas and New Year. Big up to you. Who have you lot got? Who have Palace got this weekend? Let me know. For me, yeah, I would either play him at right wing or you all know I'd play wing backs with the players we've got. But at the moment, Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. We're still in the game. I think that's the key thing. I think a third goal, we're done, but we're still in this game. Can we get can we get a draw? We'll see. We'll see. Can we get a draw? So Dubravka back up. He's going to take this free kick. Yeah, I just can't, mate. I can't do it. It's I just don't enjoy this man as a manager at all. The thing is, we'll blame the defense, but I don't. You know, I think the midfield and the forwards have looked absolutely dreadful today. Anyway, here's Werner into Bergvall. Bergvall with a sweeping good pass out to Porro. When he's got time, Bergvall's got great passing. Here's Johnson, can't take on a man for love nor money. Plays it back to Kulu, to Porro, to Kulu. Then Spurs with a wayward ball, but Reggie collects it. Now Spurs got the ball. Every Newcastle player is in the Newcastle half. Gray into Jed Spence. Listen, a lot of people talking about Dorrington. Apparently, though, Dorrington is nursing the injury. He's come back from a big operation, and apparently he's not ready to play. But we'll see. Anyway, here's Reguilon. Reguilon goes back into Archie Gray. Gray into Austin. Austin with a wayward pass, but Spencer's got it. Newcastle have got us pinned in. Porro now. Oh, we're messing about with it. In the end, we give it away. Spencer's giving it to Hall. Hall lays it off to Gomares. To be fair, Sarr did well. Now Johnson's got it. He's hobbling. Porro with a crossfield ball into Solanke, and it's been headed down, has it? Newcastle cleared it only as far as Werner. Here's Reggie. Reggie with a ball into Solanke. Can he turn? No. Again, taking the ball off Solanke is really easy, isn't it? No strength. No. Oh, hang on. Newcastle are in again here. Here's Murphy flying down the line. Here's Isak. Isak nips it in. Cleared only as far as Isak, though. Isak lays it back, and Reggie did well. And when Spurs are counter-attacked, oh, look at Sarr there, giving the ball away. Tonali lays it in, gets it back. Tonali, shot this time blocked. Oh, my gosh. Papa Sarr has been absolutely horrible today. Absolutely horrible. Every time. Never tries to take his man on. Every single time. And Newcastle there were lining up. For me, Solanke again, the ball's rolled into him. Show your strength. He's 6'2", 6'3". He's a big lad. Show your strength. Roll the ball across and shoot. The defender just nicked it away from him. Here's Dan Burn into Botman. Botman out wide to Livramento. Livramento into Isak. Isak now lays it back to Livramento. Into Gomares. Newcastle just starting to put their foot on the ball again. Great ball out wide to Gordon. Gordon lays it down the line to Hall. Hall plays it back in, and Jed Spence with the recovery tackle and a corner for Newcastle. And Tottenham in the last minute or two are starting to play how they played in that first half. I just can't have this manager at all. I think we're a laughing stock. We're currently 24 points from 20 games. It's absolutely disgusting. Lewis Hall whips in to the near post, headed down. The shot is cleared only as far as Gordon. Tottenham are living precariously at the moment. Here's Livramento, drives forward into Gamares. Gamares shields off Kulu, lays it off to Murphy. Murphy beats Saar for fun, dinks the ball across into Isak. Austin claims the ball well. Not like this. Not like this. I don't remember it this bad other than Ardiles and Gross. I don't remember it where we were this wide open every game. Newcastle winning every second ball in the midfield. This time Porro, though, gets a foot in, gives it to Kulu, who hasn't really done anything today. We need a bit more from Kulu. Johnson whips the ball in, and it's off the defender for a throw-in or a corner. It went out for a corner in the end. So Tottenham have a chance to do something here from a corner kick. Oh, God, I'm knackered. I'm absolutely knackered. Every game doing these watch-alongs is tiring. Here's Kulusevski. Can he get Spurs back into the game? Corner kick for Tottenham. He's played it short to Porro. Porro one-on-one with Gordon and wasted opportunity to get the ball in there. But Tottenham had the ball at centre-back with Spence out wide to Porro. Don't give the ball away here, guys. Don't give the ball away. And Kulu has given the ball away. One back by Bergvall. Then Bergvall, can he keep it in? He's done well. He's kept it in. Played it into Kulu. Lays it across and cleared easily by Dan Burn. Just frustrating, isn't it? Here's Bergvall. Lays it back to Spence. This next goal is so important, isn't it? Here's Jed Spence. Oh, he lived dangerously, but won the foul. Tried to dribble it across three Newcastle players and got the foul. Goes back to Gray. Spurs again at breakneck speed. Here's Saar. Plays it out wide to Kulusevski. Here's Kulu. Goes out wide to Johnson. Can he take his man on? No. Crosses it. And it's taken off it easily. But the ball's gone back to Kulu. Here's a shot by Saar. 20 yards out. Good save. Brennan Johnson's in the post. Here's Kulu. Much better here. Kulu takes a shot and blocked. Brennan Johnson refused to take his man on. The ball, it was a poor cross, but found its way into the path. Saar took the shot. Low down save by Dubravka. Johnson then hit the post. And that's the best bit of play in the second half from Tottenham. It's all very, very hectic in there. Dubravka with the save. And then the post hit by Brennan Johnson. Oh, my days. What to say about Tottenham Hotspur? So, can we get back into this? Can we get this to 2-2? Here's Reggie. Corner kick, whipped in, headed clear easily by Dan Burn. And at the moment, Tottenham have got a bit of steam in front of them. Can we make this count? Reggie with a really poor ball. And now given away, though, by Botman. Now Spurs can come again on the left-hand side with Timo Werner. He's one-on-one with Hull. And it's a goal kick. Or is it a corner? I think that was a goal kick. He's given a corner. Again, Werner tried to take on his man. It hit Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall saying that it then hit Werner, but the ref disagreed. It's another corner. Spurs with a little bit of ascendancy here. Can we get back into this game? There's a corner kick by Bergvall. Flicked on and out for another corner of Jacob Murphy. Tottenham having a little spell of possession here. The ball's whipped in and cleared by Joe Linton easily. Now Newcastle give the ball away again. Here's Kulusevski in the box. Kulu gives the ball away. And Spurs with some good possession there. But now Newcastle on the counter-attack. There's 4-on-4. This is where we know we're going to be weak. Newcastle got 6 men forward in this attack. Here's Tonali. Tonali cuts in, takes the shot off to Gordon. Should have been 3-1. Should have been 3-1. The ball that Tonali cut in, took the shot. It hit Archie Gray. Let's have a look at this again. It hit Archie Gray on the chest. The ball fell to Gordon, and Gordon should have made it 3-1. Johnson could have made it 2-2. Gordon could have made it 3-1. It's all a bit hectic. I am shattered, and we're only in the 57th minute. Spurs losing the ball in the midfield again. Ball goes forward. Gordon flicks it on. Gray clears it. Not a good clearance, though. And Newcastle have the ball. And now here's Livramento. Brings the ball down. Tonali plays it into Murphy. And it goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle United. Well, a crazy 4 or 5 minutes there. Spurs having a good bit of possession. In the end, though, just didn't manage to find the equaliser. So Newcastle then go down the other end. They could have made it 3-1. The game is in the balance. But again, we left ourselves with 6-on-4 in a counter-attack. Here's Isak showing Solanke how to hold the ball up well. Joe Linton now plays the ball into Gordon. They're through on the left-hand side. Gordon cuts in, beats his man. The ref says no penalty. Gordon wants a penalty. I didn't see a lot in it, but Gordon's gone down holding his face or his head. I'd like to see that again. I don't think it was. He's bleeding. He is bleeding, so there must have been something. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. In anywhere else on the pitch, that's a foul, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. His shoulder has smashed into him. I haven't got the sound on, so I don't know if there's VAR. Listen, accidental maybe, but I don't know. There's a question to be asked, but I don't know. Maybe it's not gone to VAR. I don't know if Gordon's run into him. I think they kind of clashed with each other, mate. I think we've got away with one there. Anywhere else on the pitch, that's a foul. I think we've got away with one. But Gordon has got a lot of blood there, so hopefully he'll be all right. I don't think it's gone to VAR. Here comes Son, Maddison and Bergvall all stripping off. So Tottenham are going to make changes. We've already made one. 60 minutes gone. 60 minutes gone. Oh, listen, if people are saying it's accidental and not a penalty, keep that same energy if that happened down the other end. Keep that same energy, because this is what I know Spurs fans will be going, pen. As I said, look at the first half with a handball that wasn't. Fans go, no, it's a clear pen. Well, it wasn't. But when it's the other way around, no, it's not. See what I mean? This is what we do. As I said, if that's not, then again, I'll happily admit that's not, but then neither was the other one. Absolutely, Ben. Can't complain about the first goal after that. These things happen. I agree. So agreed. No penalty. There was no handball. We move on. That's how it should work. So Basuma, Son, Maddison, all coming on for Tottenham. Will it change the game? 60 minutes gone. Son, Maddison and Basuma. I mean, they don't really look very fired up, do they? There's no real energy from any of the three. They're all just sort of standing there. I agree, Mark. I agree. So Werner's come off for Son. So Werner for Son. God, these taking ages, these substitutions, aren't they? Papa Sarr, thank God he's gone off, has been absolutely dreadful. He's gone off for Basuma, and Bergvall's gone off for James Maddison. 50-50 for me on Bergvall. I think he makes some nice passes when no one's near him. Gives the ball away a lot when he's under pressure. But a young lad. I'm not going to go in too hard on him. A young lad. Him and Gray both give the ball away a lot, to be expected. I'm not sure about that, but okay. He's unhappy about something. But listen, I don't think anyone could... Listen, I think he's got some good passing when he's got time. I think he's just got to stop giving the ball away so much. Anyway, here's Regulon. Twisting, turning, and in the end, the ball goes out of play hopelessly for a throw-in. Looks like Gordon, is he going to come back on? I think he's changing shirts, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I think the goal was his fault. If we're going to be brutally honest, the goal was his fault. He kept giving it away, but apparently fans don't care about that. I always find it funny how players can give the ball away at a rate of knots, and people go, played well. Players who give the ball away do not play well. I think he did okay. Here's Porro, another cross into the box, cleared by Newcastle, fallen at the feet of Reggie. He tried to play it into the path of Son, but got his execution all wrong. I don't know. Savva, they say you don't want... Who said I don't want an equaliser, Lumen? Who are you stirring up shit between? Don't stir up shit. Listen, I always want Spurs to win games. Listen, at the moment, I can't see it. If it comes, then great. I said a draw will be a magnificent result. But I just feel like they're away again here, Newcastle. Isak, really good covering from Porro there at right back. Really good covering. Really good covering. His son cuts in. He's through, is he? He's just not quite got the legs he used to. He lays it back to Solanke. Solanke then plays it out wide to Reggie. Yeah, it's not really gone anywhere at the moment. Is a ball into Son. Son's being hassled. Newcastle have got themselves back into a good shape. Here's Son. Get the feeling we're going to have a lot of the ball. Here's Maddison. Puts the ball into Spence. Lumen in the chat. Calm down. Calm down in the chat. Is Maddison. Twists, turns again, then lays a ball. Good ball out wide to Porro in space. Porro whips it in, and it's cleared by Botman. And now Newcastle, are they going to counter-attack? Looks like they're going to counter-attack here with Jacob Murphy. They've got 4 or 5 players breaking forward. Murphy's got Livramento on the right. He uses Livramento. Reggie dives in, doesn't get there. Murphy again. Basuma goes out, though. Good tracking back by Basuma there. That's what Basuma never gets the credit for. He spends all his game tracking back into fullback to win the ball for when we're being countered. I think he did brilliantly there. And there's a foul given away by Solanke for the foul on Guimaraes. James Maddison, you could see he's saying, I need options. I think this is what he's saying. Come here, I need options. Oh, don't worry about Lumen. He's always doing that. He's always stirring. He's trying to stir between me and other YouTubers. Here is Bruno Guimaraes with a free kick. Every Newcastle player is forward for this. Every Spurs player is back. Nothing silly, Spurs. I say this every time. Ball deep into the box. Austin comes, claims. Good goalkeeping. Really good there. Really good. Why is Maddison being booed? Why? I don't get it. Why? Who's booing him? Really good goalkeeping there. I'm going to give that to Austin. Came confident. Took the ball at the second attempt. Really good play there by Brandon Austin, who's gone down injured. You can't write this. Brandon Austin's now going to get some medical attention. Honestly, Spurs is just one thing after another, isn't it? Wow. Tarquin, this could be 10 defeats in 20 league games. I mean, we've got to find an equaliser, haven't we? As I said, by hook or by crook, we need points. At the moment, by hook or crook, we need points. At the moment, the goalkeeper, Austin, is getting some attention. At the moment, they keep focusing on Tuchel. So Thomas Tuchel just watching on from the stands, not really giving too much away of his facial expressions, just very nonplussed at the moment. Big up to each and every one of you. Please do smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're chasing down 16,000. That would be amazing. And also thank you to all the likes, 612 likes so far today. And big up to a user who has said that we have a weak engine room. Was Ange said we don't need? Yeah, Ange, he said he didn't want that, right? He said he wanted to develop that. But hey, that's just me. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why anyone would boo Madison. Big up to Anna Dawes, who said Lucas and Archie have been forced into a bad situation by Ange. I agree. They should never have been nurtured and given time to grow. Ange did this to them. I agree. For me, Archie Gray has had plenty of opportunities this year to play in centre mid. He never has, Anna. Never has. Big up to you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, here's Newcastle offside this time against Isak. And now Tottenham have a free kick. We have 22 minutes. We've got a quarter of the game to save us from our 10th defeat of the season. I've never known a season like it. Can anyone please tell me the last time Spurs had 10 defeats in 20? I don't know if anyone can find that out. Anyway, here's Johnson on the right-hand side. Plays a good ball into Kulu. And again, Kulu couldn't take the ball with him. Here's Bruno Guimaraes going the other way. And a foul given by the referee by Basuma on Guimaraes. Oh. I'm live for 3.5 hours now, my man. Yeah. I don't believe it's good for them. I keep hearing it's good for them to be thrown in. I don't. Why not give Archie Gray a game in centre mid at the beginning of the season when there were no injuries? I just don't get it. Hey, Tottenham starting to dominate the possession. Last 5 minutes, we've had 78%, but no goal to show for it. Ball cleared long by Newcastle. One in the air, flicked on. Good, important header by Spence. Gray gives it away. Now Gray wins it back. And a free given against... Regulon. Spurs, by hook or crook, need a point. I did say I didn't think it was going to be the big 4-5-6-1 that people were talking about. It's proven to be tighter than we thought. But at the moment, we don't really look like scoring. They don't at the moment either, if we're going to be brutally honest. The ball by Austin cleared down the park. One in the midfield by Brennan Johnson. Gives it to Basuma. Basuma, can he drive forward now? What have Spurs got? Come on, Eve. Put it out wide to Kulu. It's an awful ball, but Kulu's kept it in. One-on-one. Dinks past the player. Whips the ball in. Really poor cross by Kulu. Straight into the arms of Dubravka. He did the hard bit well. He dinked past the oncoming defender, and then his crossing was poor. This season, before this game, I think his win percentage is like 1.26% points per game. Here's Joe Linton in midfield, lays it off to Guimaraes. Guimaraes with an absolutely brilliant pass, but Porro does well, gets there before Gordon. With good tracking back from Pedro Porro. Here's Jed Spence. He lays it out to Kulu. Kulu to Johnson. Johnson lays it back to Kulu. And then Kulu tackled, but the ball does fall into the path of Basuma. Basuma goes out wide to Brennan Johnson. To Serge Regulon. His son, Basuma. We're having a lot of the ball. Not really doing anything at the moment with it, but there's still time to get this equaliser. Good ball into the path of Son. Son whips the ball in. Again, it's another sort of a hopeful cross into the middle. Not really aimed at anyone. Yeah. At the moment, a lot of the football not really doing anything with it. Newcastle seem happy to sit in and counter. There's a ball played forward by Newcastle into Isak. Isak plays the ball out wide, and the ref's given a free kick for the late challenge on Alexander Isak. The challenge was by Jed Spence, it was. He did follow through quite high. So Newcastle have a free kick. The game at the moment, not really many big chances in the last 5-10 minutes that I can remember. Since Brennan Johnson hit the post and then Gordon missed a sitter. Not really anything to shout home for both teams about. Newcastle now play the ball into Guimaraes, holds off Maddison well. Now Guimaraes, he's going to play it over to Hall, is he? No, he's dinked it into Isak, back to Guimaraes. Guimaraes goes past Maddison, and Guimaraes thought Maddison had fouled him. The referee said, no, get up. Then there's a foul by Joe Linton, and Joe Linton's going to get the yellow card for, he said, for 1, 2, 3. So the accumulation of fouls, Joe Linton has got a yellow card for the foul on Son. 73 minutes gone. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. Can anyone tell me when the last time we lost 10 in 20 is? I can't remember it happening. I think we're doing okay, but there's no, I don't know. It's just the final ball and hang on, it is Maddison though. Maddison tried to play a ball through to Solanke, but Newcastle clear it. And now they give it away, do they? Now they clear it. Now they've given it away. Kulusevski, go on, Kulu. He's dribbling through. He's gone that wide to Porro. Lots of bodies to get through. Porro whips the ball. But Newcastle, I said before the game, when you look at Gordon and Hall, they double up so well. Gordon gets back to help out Hall. And the ball in from Porro hit the first man. And then Porro is judged to have fouled Gordon. And it's a Newcastle free kick. Yeah, I don't think we've done too bad, Dan. I just don't think we've done anything with it, I think we've looked okay, but we look susceptible on the counter. I don't know. It's been okay second half, but for me, there's the ball played forward into Joe Linton, takes on Basuma easily. Basuma with a great tackle. Basuma has done very well for me since he's come on. Really good tackle back by Basuma. Here's Brennan Johnson. But again, a really lazy ball into Kulu, and Newcastle have the ball. I don't know who's been knee-jerk about what, Enoch out. I don't know what this means. Less knee-jerk about what? Is this another one of them stupid things you say that doesn't really mean anything? Who's been knee-jerk about what? The players, most of the injuries are because of him, mate. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Most of them are because of him. Enoch out. Are you the one that went onto Dan's channel the other day who called me a flip-flop and lied about me? Absolute nonsense. Full time, feel free to come on and tell me to my face what I flip-flopped about. Maddison plays the ball through to Son. Son just about keeps it on. Yeah, he's kept it on. Can he dink it in? No, he's gone back to Maddison. Maddison whips it in, into the middle, cleared by Dan Burn. The ball's gone to Kulu. Body's in front of him. Laid back to Porro. Have the shot left-footed. The shot hit by Tonali. Look how well they defend. Look how well they defend. Really good defending. Here's Son. Into Maddison. What have Tottenham got? 15 minutes to go. Can we find? We need a point. I don't care if we've played well or not. We need points. Kulu driving into the box. And Dubravka comes out and claims it. Chloe thinks it's going to be 2-2. There you go. Palace fans saying that it's going to end 2-2. Here comes Harvey Barnes, another quick winger. Exactly. What happened when we lost to Newcastle before? Arsenal, Ipswich, Palace. Yeah, like I know it's easy to make the excuses. For me, we didn't lose this because of the defence. At the moment, well, we've not lost, but you know what I mean. Listen, an equaliser is there. An equaliser is there to be had, but we've got to start having some shots. Everything is these little through balls trying to find Kulu. For me, we've got to start taking some shots. Start making Dubravka work. Joe Linton is down injured. 14 minutes to go plus injury time. Joe Linton's down injured. Newcastle, this will be... look, for Newcastle, this will be 5 Premier League wins on the bounce. Great tackle that by Basuma, by the way. Credit where it's due. Joseph, we're not inconsistent anymore with results. They're just all shit at the moment. This isn't now inconsistency. This is just now really, really bad form. As it stands, Tottenham Hotspur, we're 11th. Obviously, we've not moved down the table. But again, Brentford, Man United, and West Ham can all go above us. Palace, if they win today, will go 1 point behind Tottenham. This is pure aggression. This isn't inconsistency anymore. So Gordon has gone off and Barnes has come on. I'll take that. Barnes is dangerous, but I think he's a good player, Anthony Gordon. He's really, really grown in the last few years, hasn't he? United don't need to win their next 2 games. They only need to win 1 to go above us. I don't think they will, but isn't it worrying? Worrying that Man U have been absolutely dreadful and there's 1 point behind us or whatever it is. Anyway, here's Basuma. Spurs, have you got an equaliser? We need a point. And again, Kulu tries a flick. It doesn't work. And now Newcastle with the ball over the top. Archie Gray brings it down and now can play it out. Instead, he goes wide to Reggie. Reggie drives through, gives it to Basuma. ENIC out. As I said, come on, I'll tell you why. 14 months of this ENIC out. 14 months. 14 months. As I've said, come on. You were bad-mouthing me on someone else's channel, right? Come on to my channel when this game finishes and talk to me. I blame Ange because we've had clear regression for 14, 15 months. So, yes, I blame Ange. Yes, I do. Can't say this not... People like ENIC out just aren't very clever. They just ignore 15 months of bad form. This is now the 15th month of it. January. So 14 full months now. I don't understand how these people can't see what Ange has done to this football club. It's madness. So a dangerous free kick for Tottenham here. Can James Maddison conjure something up? Pedro Porro's there. Maddison's there. Newcastle have a 4-man wall. Dubravka just organising his wall. What I can't understand, people, is how people do not understand the tactics are shocking. I just don't get it. I do not get it. Anyway, ENIC out. You asked to be unbanned from my channel. Come on then, at full time. Come on and tell me why it's not Ange's fault. Anyway, James Maddison, can he get Spurs back into this? Free kick, slightly to the left of the penalty area. James Maddison whips it in and headed over the bar by Tino Livramento, who's really impressed me today. Piercy agreed. ENIC out. You don't understand what flip-flop means then, you absolute clown. Yeah? I want attacking football. This is not attacking football. This is kamikaze football. You're an idiot. Come on at full time and talk to me. You're a clown. I saw you lying through your teeth, you absolute. Oh, here's Maddison with a good shot. Just wide from James Maddison. That's the closest we've come since the Brennan Johnson post. I'm sorry. This guy is an absolute clown. Look at this. Because I didn't like Conte means that I'm flip-flopping. What? So when I didn't want Conte, I asked for kamikaze football where no one defends and leaves wide open. What an idiot. I'll say it to his face. Yeah? Mate, listen, because I saw you mugging me off the other day, mate. I saw it. I saw you mugging me off. You were banned from my channel because you were a rude prick, right? Then I saw you calling me a flip-flop and lying about me. Then I saw you trying to say that Stell's the way he is because he's Mediterranean. You chat shit, mate. You're an idiot. You're an absolute clown. Come on at full time. I will school you. You're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. I will school you. Sorry, I've had enough of dicks like you. Sorry, everyone in the chat. I'm so sorry. Yeah? Yeah, exactly. Here's Sonny. He hasn't got the legs, but he's laid it off, has he? He's laid it off into the onrushing Reggie. Reggie pulls it across. Solanke lays it off. Kulu Johnson, awful shot, son. Shot, Spurs. Oh my gosh, they're lining up to take a shot. This. I cannot stand children, right? I cannot stand children that say, oh, you didn't want Conte, you're a flip-flop. Sorry, I asked for this. I asked for a manager that doesn't defend and play two at the back. He's an absolute clown, the lad. And I'm going to school him when he comes on. Let's see if you come on, big man. You're really big in the chat. When I wasn't in Stell's show or Dan's show, I saw you. Oh, I just want to start off by saying Savva's a flip-flop. Absolute twat. What an idiot. Such an idiot. 15 months of bad results and Enoch out thinks the manager's good. All right, mate. Oh, closest Spurs have come. Really close there. But at the end of the day, we've got 8 minutes to salvage a point. We've got 8 minutes. No victim at all, mate. Who's a victim? Come on at full time, you clown. Who's a victim? You went on to a show the other day, mate, and the first thing that you said, a show I wasn't on, you mugged me off, right? You mugged me off, yeah? So don't even give this to playing the victim. You went on to a show and mugged me off because I wasn't there. Come on, say it to my face, yeah? Everyone can see you're a child. Oh, you didn't want Conte. You're a flip-flop. How? What a dick. What an absolute idiot. Absolute idiot. Another fan who doesn't like facts. He's a twat. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Anyone who thinks I'm being harsh, I'm so sorry, guys. But this guy went into a show the other day, mocked me openly because I wasn't there. Didn't think I'd see it. Yeah, he was blocked from my channel for being rude before. So I've had enough. Right? I'm sorry. I've had enough. Yeah? I've had enough. I've had enough of this dick. We'll see him at full time. Absolute. I just can't understand. By the way, nothing's happening in the game. Their players down injured. I can't understand this notion that if you don't like Conte's football, then you have to like this. Why? What education is this? Who's been educated that dumb that they think that? It's mental. Absolutely mental. Mate, absolutely I'll defend myself. I was so annoyed. Someone said, oh, there's a twat on talking about you on Dan's show. I turn it over. The first thing he said when he enters, I just want to say, Savva's a flip-flop. Absolute clown. Absolute clown of a bloke. No, listen, I'll give him the oxygen. He can come on. He can come on. We'll have it out. I'm done with dickheads like this. I'm done with absolute clowns like this. Got what he deserves. Got what he deserves. Anyway, and substitution for Newcastle. Willock is going to come on. Oh. There's something going on the pitch. Isak is in a bit of a tussle with Reggie and Gray. Apparently, Isak's going off. The Spurs players just want him to go off a bit quicker. Yeah, sorry, mate. I just won't have this. I won't have that guy doing that to me. Yeah, I'm sick of this. Yeah, he's got my platform to come on and try and mug me off to my face. Not go onto another platform and the first thing he wants to talk about is me because he doesn't know anything about Tottenham Hotspur. Oh. Let's see you. Enoch out. Let's see you. Let's see you at full time. We'll see you. Greg B, absolutely. There were many that didn't want him to go. But nowhere did anyone like me say, yeah, oh, I want him out. I want a manager that comes in, can't defend, terrible tactics, goes gung-ho. Why does it have to be that or defensive? It's madness. Absolutely he did. Absolutely he did. Anyway, Spurs with 4 minutes plus. I'm guessing there's going to be 5 or 6 minutes injury time to find a draw. We've huffed and we've puffed, but for me, look, listen, we've got to find a goal here. This is going to be, if we can't find a goal, this is going to be 10 defeats in 20. It can't continue. Serge Reguilon losing his mind, thinks it's his throw. Where is? Yeah, sorry everyone. Sorry that I set that out. I can't let people do that to me. I can't let them go onto other channels and mug me off. Yeah, and then he comes into my channel and lies about me. I can't have that. Sorry guys. I genuinely can't have that. I won't have that. All right, I won't have that. So, well, I saw him the other day. He was saying to Stell, "Oh, well, Stell, I know you're the way you are because you're Mediterranean." Stell was like, "No, hang on, nothing to do with me being Mediterranean." You mean like it's just it's just weird. It's just weird. Anyway, this is the Tottenham a lot of people want, apparently. Archie Gray knocks the ball forward. If we don't win today, isn't this going to be 6 home games without a win as well? Here's Solanke, holds the ball up, turns, gives it to James Maddison. Here's Spence. Just because I'm a YouTuber doesn't mean I'm fair game for anybody to go on and mug me off when I'm not there to defend myself. Yeah, especially when I invite people onto my channel every single week. Here's Archie Gray. Sorry, Archie Gray. James Maddison to Reggie to Son. And it's a free kick for the foul by Tonali. 88 minutes and 30 seconds gone. I mean, well, we haven't looked great, have we? I mean, you know, we've made their goalkeeper make 1 save. I mean, we've not looked great, but we've done better this half. But for me, again, the first half killed it. It was just too wide open, sloppy passing. Yeah, my mods. Look, listen, all my mods. Yeah, listen. If it's only fun banter, please don't block anyone. Only block anyone if they're being really abusive. Yeah. Look, as I said, I said I thought it would be 2-1 to Newcastle. At the moment, that's looking right. I'm not saying we can't equalise, but I didn't think it was going to be the hammering many thought. I said 2-1, but for me, it's the same old, isn't it? Here's Joe Linton. Guimaraes. Good ball over to Barnes. Barnes now one-on-one with Porro. Porro, can he get Nick close to him? There's the ball laid off. Newcastle can't get the shot away. Spurs have got men back really well there. That was good defending there. Here's Harvey Barnes. Plays the ball down the channel and cleared this time and only as far as Botman. Botman goes all the way back and there's 10 minutes of injury time. Wow. 10 minutes of injury time. So Tottenham have got a chance here to find a goal. But Newcastle have got an attack going on here. There's the ball into Bruno Guimaraes. Plays the ball through. Jed Spence can clear it. Does he? Yes, he does. And then the foul given away. Spurs have 10 minutes to find an equaliser. 10 minutes. Can Tottenham find an equaliser with 10 minutes to go? We knew it would be a lot. I didn't think it would be 10. Botman looks like he's struggling, but he's now up. I really need a wee. This is really, really annoying that there's 10 minutes. But can Spurs find an equaliser? By the way, Ashley Phillips and his Stoke team are currently 0-0 at home to Plymouth for anyone that cares about the championship. So we need a goal. I'll tell you what, this is a bloody great point. Why not chuck on Will Lancashire? Why not chuck on Will Lancashire? Come on. We need a goal. He never does he? You've got a young centre forward on the bench. You've got a young centre forward on the bench. I need a wee. 1 second. Sorry, guys, I had to go for a wee. Looks like I didn't miss anything. 10 minutes of injury time to go. I've got Stoke in my ACCA, by the way. Stoke about to ruin my whole ACCA for the day by not beating Plymouth, the worst team in the league, away at home. Yeah, but mate, you went on and lied about me. Yeah, you went on and told everyone I was a flip-flop. It made no sense. You went on, the first thing you said when you went on another channel. Listen, floor's there. The link will be there for you, mate. Come on and tell me I'm a flip-flop. Tell me why. Yeah, after the game. There's the ball forward, cleared by Newcastle. Tonali clears it. And now Harvey Barnes is going to try and run down the channel. He's played the ball. I think this is Willock now. Willock's going to run at Basuma. Basuma's taking him out, but Willock's still got the ball. The ref's allowed play to go on. Willock lays it back to... I'm not sure who that was, but Newcastle get the ball away. Can Spurs counter-attack now? Sonny gives it to Reggie. Reggie into Kulu. This is where we've got to be decisive. Come on, Kulu. Plays the ball into Johnson. Johnson with a first-time ball across. Not a good ball across. Not a good clearance either. So that lands at the feet of Kulusevski. Spurs have 6.5 minutes of this injury time to go. Can we get a draw? I mean, it's mad that we're going to be looking for a draw. There's the header by Solanke, and I don't know if it went over the bar from himself or whether it was a save, but the ball, let's have a look. Solanke stretching, headed it over the bar. I don't think the keeper got a touch in time. It's a goal kick. Tottenham running out of time. Reece, I know I've had a mare. I thought Stoke would beat Plymouth. I really did. And they're 0-0 in the last 30 seconds of the game. Never mind. Let's hope Spurs can get a draw. I don't ever put Spurs in my ACCA, by the way, as some of you know. Never, ever, ever put Spurs in my ACCA because we are just so bang. Enoch, you turned around and said to everyone that I flip-flop. I'm one of the most consistent people with my views. Harvey Barnes is through on goal. Porro defending and a good save by Austin. Harvey Barnes couldn't get the ball out of his feet. He flicked it to the left. Dinked the shot more than anything. I use the word dink more than anything, but it was right at Austin. Austin should have saved it, but he had to save it. And Tottenham live to fight for the last 5 minutes of injury time. Can we get an equaliser? It's currently a corner to Newcastle. 5 of the 10 minutes have gone. 5 of the 10 minutes have gone. There's a cross headed down and Spurs can clear it. Oh, Sonny's giving it away. Here's Willock. He's had a shot. It's gone wide. It's bouncing around. And it's going to be another corner kick to Newcastle. I'm hearing, I don't know if this is true, if anyone can confirm. I think this is now 1 win in 9 at home in all competitions. And I believe that was Man United in the Carabao Cup. Can anyone confirm that for me? 1 win at home in 9, I'm being told. And that was Man U in the Carabao Cup. The last home win was Aston Villa. Wow. However, right now, we'll take a point. Can they get a point? Guimaraes, Joe Linton tries to hold the ball, and the ball stayed on. Joe Linton taking on 2 of them. The ball stayed on. Here's Guimaraes. Plays the ball through. This time through for a goal kick. Spurs have 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Big up Perchy. Yeah, Perchy. 1 win in 9 at home. Tottenham have 1 win at 9 in home in all competitions. Absolutely shocking, as are Stoke, drawing 0-0 at home to Plymouth. Thanks, Stoke, for ruining the afternoon ACCA. Here's Reggie. 3.5 minutes to go. Son, left-hand side. Spurs just get a draw. By hook, by crook, get a draw. Yeah? It's what happens when you lie about people. It's what happens when you lie about people. Spurs trying to get through. They can't. Sonny now lays it off to Pedro Porro. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Can we find a winner? There's a cross in. Header down. Oh, Solanke got in front of his man, but the header was easy for Dubravka. And Tottenham are running out of minutes here at the moment. I mean, yeah, when you're saying we've done okay, yeah. But again, we've not really fathomed out good chances. Mate, This will be... Nah, sorry, you're a liar. Call it to your face. You're a liar. Go away. Either come on at full time or get out my chat or I'll block you again. I hate what you did the other day. I hate it when people do that. So Basuma brings the ball down. 2.5 minutes to go. Have we got one last chance in us here? Have we got one last chance? Spence to Porro. Porro down the line, given away easily, and then given away by Newcastle. Here's Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson plays it into Kulu. Tries to take on his man. The ball is given away, though. Kulu gives it away a lot. I know we're not allowed to say that, but he really does. Here's Guimaraes running through. Good tackle by Johnson. Tonali picks up the ball. Tonali now got the ball in the midfield and is swiped down by Serge Reguilon. That's going to be a yellow card. Really silly play that by Reggie. Yeah, Son's gone. Son's absolutely gone. Absolutely gone. And now we've got less than 2 minutes. Yeah. Enoch out. You lied. You said I was a flip-flop. Yeah? Listen, what do you mean I'm not the only one you have a problem with? Shut, mate, come on at full time. You lied about me. You lied and said I'm a flip-flop. I've been very consistent with my views. When people like you say that, it's because you're stupid. So come on. And yeah, I will keep offending you because you've come on and you've lied. There's no proof. The proof is, listen, I'm going to mute you unless you come on at full time. Yeah? He just lies a lot. He definitely lies a lot. Big up to everyone in the chat who is not a liar. Here's Newcastle. They dink the ball forward. The ball is cleared by Serge Reguilon only as far as Tonali. There is 1 minute left. We've had 10 extra minutes and not really made it count. And it's a throw into Newcastle. There are less than 60 seconds to go. I don't know what this means. I don't know who you are. 60 seconds to go. Tottenham need a counter-attack or something here. There are 40 seconds to go. Newcastle are in no hurry. You would expect Newcastle to not be in any hurry. Again, this is going to be 10 defeats from 20 league games. I'm asking, can somebody please tell me the last time? I bet Perchy will find out for me. When did we... Here's Spurs, one last attack. Brennan Johnson gives it 5 yards to Kulu. That's what we know he does. Kulu dinks the ball into Solanke, and Solanke with an awful touch into the path of Dubravka, and it looks like that's going to be it. 1 home win in 9 games, 10 defeats in 20 games. 10 defeats in 20 games. Wow, this is awful. Ange Postecoglou. I'm not even going to say get Ange out. I'm bored of it now. When did we last lose 10 of the first 20? Of the first 20 league games. There's a ball hammered forward. Austin's made a mess of that. Oh, Spurs, and we get it clear through Basuma. Austin made a real mess. The ball headed down. Now a free kick given against Solanke. We're now into the 101st minute. Tottenham have got to launch this ball forward. Still, no centre forward has come on for Tottenham. Unbelievably by Ange. But don't worry, Enoch out says this isn't Ange's fault. And now Newcastle can play the ball out. Here's Tonali. Come on and debate me then. As I said, come and call me. You called me a liar. You called me a flip-flop, right? Let's see. They 11 losses in 21 games and then 3 defeats in 15. That's because we changed manager, right? It's because we changed manager and got Harry Redknapp in, a proper football manager. 101 minutes gone. The referee looks at his watch. The throw-in goes down the line. Into the corner. The ref is still going. And Archie Gray has done well there, wins the ball. Here is Yves Basuma. Yves Basuma driving forward, still in his own penalty area, but he's driving forward. The ball launched forward to Spurs, headed clear nice and easily again by Newcastle. Tottenham have had a lot of the ball this second half and done absolutely nothing with it. Done absolutely nothing with it. And there is offside. The referee's given offside. And that's going to be it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Son is absolutely gone, and he is a footballer. Look, I don't know. 102nd minute now. We've played 102 minutes. And Brennan Johnson hitting the post. Then the ball that was flashed across goal. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to say. Enoch out. Stop talking to people in the chat and come on. Come on. I'm going to put the link in at full time. We'll see if this guy comes on. Yeah? He lied about me. I want to see him say it to me. I want to see him tell me why I'm a flip-flop. There is full time. Tottenham 1, Newcastle 2. I did think it was going to be 2-1. I'm not really shocked at the scoreline. I didn't think it was going to be the 4-5-1 battering that people thought, but Newcastle United are now 11 points clear of Tottenham. They're in 5th. We're 11 points off 5th place. It has been a horrific season for Ange and the team. It's been truly, truly terrible. If anyone's entertained by this, fair play. I am not. It's just what happens is we start losing, and then everyone says, "Oh, but we battled back." Oh my gosh, I just don't know anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. Again, the excuses will be the injuries. That wasn't on injuries. For me, we didn't lose because of the defence. We lost that game because, again, we're wide open in the midfield, giving the ball away, trying to do everything 100 miles per hour. This guy is surviving yet another defeat. 6 in a row. I don't know what that means. Can you let me know what that means? We have got 1 win in 8 in all competitions, 1 home win in 9 home games. We've also not won in, when was let me look at this now. Let me have a look. Everything's bad. Whatever stat you look at is dreadful. Whatever stat, Tottenham, 20 games, 24 points. It is absolutely disgusting. We haven't even reached the number of points we did in 50% less games last year. Last year, we had 26 points after 10 games. We've now got 24 after 20. And still people are backing this manager. When will we learn? Yeah, when will we learn that this is not going to work? When will we learn? Stell, 1 win in 8, 1 home win in 9 in all competitions, 10 defeats. 10 defeats in 20 league games. It's the first time we've done that since the one-day Ramos era, where he was sacked and replaced with a better manager who got us flying up the table. Not the worst second half, but again, we've got no plan. It just seems hit and hope. By the way, sorry, just quickly, Stel, before you go, the link I'm putting in there is for Enoch out. This guy. Sorry, I've got to have it out with this guy.
His name's Eddie. He's
I don't care. His name's Prick for me. I don't care. I've had enough of it still. I'm not doing it anymore. He came on and lied. There's the link only for Eddie. Only for Eddie. There is the link. There you go. There is the link. Stel, talk to me. Talk to me, mate.
I thought Spurs started the second half much better than what I thought. And I thought in the second half, there's 2 ways to look at it. Most people will say Spurs were the better team. And my answer will be yes, from a possession, controlling the game perspective. Yes. However, did we create a clear-cut chance? No. Did we create anything where we thought that really should have been in the back of the net? No. The best chance was Maddison, a long-range curler, which just wide, but good effort. But we finished the game with Son, Solanke, Johnson, Maddison, Bissouma, all these players on the pitch, and we couldn't create anything. So what did we really do in that half other than have more of the ball? Nothing. We didn't create anything. And Eddie Howe, when he sensed the direction of the game, and I've always said this is my big criticism and why I want Ange out. sometimes things don't go to plan. Sometimes the game changes direction and you need to adapt. What did he do? He brought in defensive players round about the 75th, 80th minute and said, right, let's protect the lead. And that's exactly what they did. That was a tactical change. And he restructured the shape slightly, brought on more defensive players. He took off their number one striker. That was that's to compensate being more defensive. And they saw out the game. So, I mean, I think what's going to happen is a lot of fans are going to say, oh, but we were unlucky. We were the better team that half. We could have got something. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. We didn't. It's another loss. Yep. It's another bad stat. And it's a game where, yes, we could have got something, but we failed to do so because we don't really know what to do when a team does go defensive. We don't have the quality on the pitch. I call them locksmiths that can unlock doors and open up moments. Maddison, we could say is that player, but again, he didn't start. And Newcastle, they adapted to the game. I thought Newcastle would go on and win it 4-2. Spurs had more of the ball. You know, you'd think we'd get the equaliser, but they sat back and played a counter-attacking game. They didn't really get many counter-attacks on us. I think they had one or two. Our goalie made a good save. The other one they fluffed. But overall, Newcastle managed the game as it changed. And this is the difference between an Eddie Howe and an Ange Postecoglou. But tonight, the narrative you're going to hear, Savva, is we did well with all the injuries. We were unlucky. And that is the incorrect narrative if it's being pushed tonight, in my view.
I just can't get it. It's still every game we lose, we get this. I don't think it was Ange that lost the game. Listen, the first half, Chris, was hectic. The first half was Ange ball at its worst. It was hectic, 100 miles per hour, people giving the ball away, not being able to hold on to the ball, and they sucker punched us twice. Yes, it was Ange ball that lost us that game. Look, so I just don't know where this ends now. I mean, listen, I thought we'd lose 2-1, right? I mean, I think I get brownie points for getting the score right. But for me, people can talk all they like about we played better the second half, we had more of the ball. At any point, though, I still don't feel like we were going to score. I know Brennan Johnson hit the post, but it seemed like a lot of aimless balls into Kulu in the box, into Solanke in the box. It didn't feel like we ever really piled the pressure on where we were making Dubravka make save after save. And the other thing I'll say to you still is this. Another game where we're losing. Yeah. And for this youth project, Will Lancashire, a striker on the bench, nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen bringing on Will Lancashire. Again, I don't understand the manager. I don't understand the fans that are backing this manager.
Yeah, it's not just Lancashire, Savva. Why did he pull off Bergvall? I mean, he was doing all right in that second half. He was getting into the game and the fans started booing. Like, he actually got into the game. Why have we got a centre-back on the bench, but we moved the right back into centre-back? Like Dorrington. Why is the centre-back not coming on? Why do we have a centre-back on the bench? If you're Dorrington, you must be thinking, why am I on the bench?
Yeah.
You're putting right backs, left backs, CDMs at centre-back. Luckily, they weren't troubled. We got away with it. Look, the only positive I'm taking from today's game, the only bright spark out of that whole game was Brandon Austin for me. I said before the game, he's a good goalie. I'll be looking forward to see what he did. I thought every cross, every set piece, he was on top of it, man. His distribution was pretty good, although he went long quite a lot and gave it away. He needs to cut that out. But overall, I thought Brandon Austin made some good saves, commanded the penalty box like Forster can't, like Vicario can't. I don't think we need to buy another goalie. The coaches should develop the one we've got. We've got a goalie there that can potentially develop. So that's the only. Listen, I'm just trying to find a positive in what I think was another failure. So
I don't think the second half isn't my issue. When like the second half, yes, we left it a bit exposed at times, and Newcastle had a number of kind of 6-on-4s that they messed up. In general, I thought we were much better second half. But the problem is still, we always do this as Spurs fans, don't we? We go, oh, well, second half was good. Yeah, but football's 90 minutes. The damage was done in the first half. And in that first half, Newcastle looked like they were going to pick us off at will. And again, you've got players playing out of position. Tell them to sit in. Be hard to beat. We have won one of our last 9 home games still. We've gone from, we can't win away, we can only win at home, to we can't win games of football at home. And this is why when people say injuries, I don't know how long this has to go on for still before the excuses stop and we actually go, this ain't working. Like, forget the one-off game. Overall, this isn't working. Like, it's mad.
I'm telling you now, we're not beating Liverpool in the Carabao Cup. Okay, we're not gonna. They will win that 2-legged tie. We're 100% losing at the Emirates. We will not beat Arsenal at the Emirates. And look, Tamworth in the cup, we'll beat them. They're low grade. And then Everton away, we're not going to beat Everton away, right? We won't. Mark my words. I don't think we get another win in January other than Tamworth. I don't think we win another game in January other than Tamworth in the FA Cup.
I really don't know what to say anymore. Look, just quickly while I'm thinking about things. Jordan has said, hi, Savva. Today is my birthday. The best present I could receive is Ange getting his P45. Well, first and foremost, happy birthday, Jordan. Whatever you do, enjoy your day. Don't let the defeat ruin it for you. Spurs lose games regularly now. This is who we are, mate. This is what we do. We lose games. Happy birthday for you. And absolutely,
Savva,
mate.
Can I quickly do a screen share with you? I just want to show people something. I do this a lot now when I come on your channel.
Yeah.
So
1 second. Let me. Can I just go through the super chats?
Oh, sorry, Savva. Yeah.
Just let me go. Big up to you, Jordan. I agree. For me, it's not my birthday, but for me, I'd love to see this manager getting his P45 now. It's atrocious. As Stell just explained, the difference in a coach like Howe and a coach like Ange. Well, the difference is one is a coach, one isn't. Big up to you, Jordan. Thank you very much. Blaine Dev, very generous, has said Ange took off a bright spark in Bergvall, put a fullback into a centre-back role, started an unwell, unfit centre-back, yet leaves Dorrington on the bench again. You know my view, Savva. Has his P45 been lost? Blaine Dev, I don't disagree with you. I know we knew today was going to be a bit up and down, injuries, illness, but for me, he can't manage a game properly. You know, even in that first half, when we saw Newcastle were dominating, he did nothing to stem the flow. He never does. Big up to you, Blaine Dev. Let's hope the P45 is found. Tintin has said 5 points from the last 8 games. So that's 5 points from 24. Tell me why relegation won't happen with Ange. Tintin, the reason it won't happen with Ange is there's teams worse. That's not a compliment. There are worse teams than Tottenham. But at the moment, I'll bring the table up in a minute, actually. But big up, Tintin. Thank you very much for that. And the last super chat that I've got up there at the moment is let's go for relegation. Only way the cult will learn. Big up to you, AUs. I really appreciate that. Stell, I'll tell you what I'm going to do quickly. Let me remove that screen and let me go to that. Okay. Stell, you want me to add this? Boom.
Yeah. So this was before we were before the match, and this guy Chris, I don't understand why be so negative. It's football; anything can happen. This is because we all predicted a loss. Can you now accept, Chris, and all the others that come on our shows? It's not negative; it's honesty, and it's being correct. This is what you do, and I just wanted to show fans what goes on. And it's not just Savva's channel, it's my channel. And every show I go on, this happens. If we give an honest opinion where others are maybe scared to say that in case fans get upset, well, we've been proven right. We all said we would lose this game, and we have. And Chris, with all due respect, you call fans who predict things right as negative. Surely it's negative, things wrong. And I just wanted to highlight that because it happens all the time, and it's just annoying.
Yeah, I mean, HMQ, when I said a bit exposed, I was being generous because otherwise I get called negative and toxic. But again, time after time after time, we're exposed at the back. And again, I think that better finishing from Newcastle, better decision-making. Again, it's another team that didn't put us to the sword. Look what happened when Chelsea with top players, Liverpool with top players did. But still, in your mind, I mean, he's not going anywhere, is he? He's not going to get sacked still, is he?
I said if we lose the next I thought if we'd lose to Nottingham Forest and Wolves, he'd get sacked. But for me, I think he's on the brink, Savva. I don't think they're going to stick with him. You can't keep falling down the league table. You know, we're now looking at, I don't even know, I've lost count. We're now looking at a season where we've lost 10 games. Only Ipswich, Leicester and Southampton are in fact, Ipswich are equal. Only Leicester, Wolves and Southampton are worse. And it's only by one goal. If we lose one more game, we're equal with the relegation teams.
I agree.
It's shocking. And they've all got a game in hand on us now. So Brentford, United aren't going to beat Liverpool. But if West Ham and Brentford win, they're above us. Then we're 13th. And like everyone's been saying, top 4, we're only 5 points off of it. And even if we don't get top 4, 5th place gets you Champions League. We're now 11 points of the Champions League. You tell the owners that they're getting no Champions League money next season. Tell them that. They can't run the club like this. This new stadium is dependent on us being in Europe. So even as it stands, Savva, Europa Cup, we're 7 points off of that.
Mate,
we're 7 points off Europa.
Look at here is the shambles that this manager has done. And Enoch out, I can see you. I'll bring you on in a minute. Look at this. Look at the state of this. And people are going that this isn't on Ange, right? We are 11th in the table. Here's some stats for you still. Over the last 10 games in the league only. Do you know how many points we've got from a possible 30?
I'd say about 10, 12.
God, you're generous. 8. We've got 8 points from 30 in the league. We are 17th over the last 10 games of form table. Let's have a look at the last 5 games of form table. In the last 5 games, from 15, we've taken 4 points, right? And we are 15th in that form table. Only United, Southampton and Leicester have less points than us, right? If we look over 15 games in the form table, we are 14th. It is absolutely diabolical how anyone sticks up to this manager.
He's rubbish, man. He's rubbish. People just got excited because we kicked the ball forwards and we played some attacking games. What they do is, right, if you give Spurs fans, let's say, 20 games of football, what they'll do is they say, but in one game we beat Man City 4-0, and in this game we beat Villa 4-1, and in that game against Newcastle away we're unlucky, we should have got something. So they'll talk to you about 3 games. They don't want to talk about the other 17. They don't want to talk about the other, diabolical, shit show, awful coaching, management, tactics, substitution games. We don't look at that. We just look at, but look at these beautiful cherries that grew on the tree. Let's ignore that the rest of the tree's rotten. Ignore all the other cherries that are rotten because those 3 look really tasty. It's crazy. This is where we're at. This manager is he's creating some of the worst stats we've seen in our club.
Yep.
The worst stats.
But it's not him. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. And listen, still, I want to bring on this Enoch out guy because
Eddie.
I don't care what his name is, right? He came on the other day.
By the way, he contradicts himself all the time.
He just lies. He's a liar. I'll tell him in a second. He's a liar.
He is a liar. He is a liar. He is. I called him a liar as well. He is a liar. He does lie.
He went straight onto Danny's show the other day, and the first thing he said was, "Oh, Savva is a flip flop." And you're like, "Whoa! First of all, what you attacking me for? Second of all, do it to me, right? Be a man, do it to me. Third of all, you're lying. You're absolutely chatting shit." Before I do, big up to Michael, who has said, I don't get the high praise of baby Bergvall. Listen, I thought Bergvall did some nice stuff today. As I said at half time, my appraisal of Bergvall is when he's got time on the ball, he's got a great passing range. When he hasn't, I don't think he's quite learnt yet the speed to get the ball out of his feet when he's marked. That will come with time. Sorry, I've got dickheads trying to join my show. Savva's
I would say, Michael, I think what fans were talking about today is that second half, Bergvall started it well, and it felt like we're taking a player who's actually having a good game off, whereas the likes of Johnson stays on the whole game and does fuck all. The likes of who's the midfield we had? We had Basut, we had Sarr, Bergvall, and Kulu. Did he take off Kulu?
No, he never takes off Kulu, does he? It was Werner who came off. Werner.
He took off Werner and Sarr, didn't he? And Dragoos. Yeah, so I think what fans were moaning about is the fact that Bergvall was getting into the game and they wanted to see more, and he took him off. What I am going to say, Savva, before you bring in Eddie, right? Anyone dare say, oh, come on, but we had Gray and Spence at centre-back today. They weren't challenged. They weren't the problem. They were fine. Newcastle didn't worry about it. It's that midfield chaos and that front line of just bang average quality that's the problem. And Solanke's his signing. Johnson's his signing. Werner, he accepted him back. They're his players. And they created nothing. So,
Agreed. Well, look, let me bring in Eddie. Is your name, right? You're Eddie.
Correct. Can you hear me okay, guys?
You turn your fan
off. I've got a horrible noise revving in the background.
It's your fan.
You got a fan on?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's your fan. So Eddie, listen, I saw you the other day. You walked straight onto Danny's channel and you said, I wasn't even on the show. I wasn't in the chat. The first thing you walked onto the show and said was, Savva, he's a flip-flop. Would you like to explain why Savva's a flip-flop, Eddie?
Well, first of all, I'm not here to abuse you, call you names. So let's calm down. Let's of that.
Ask your question.
Let's be civil. Let's be civil. Yeah,
you I
would appreciate some civility.
Eddie, hold on. I'm going to step in. Eddie, I'm going to step in. Then when you go on other shows, you need to show that same attitude on those shows. Not come on now and say, hey, let's not do this to each other.
Okay,
let's as well. All right?
Sure. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe that was a mistake. I was hyped up. Adrenaline was rushing. It was my first time on. I was making my debut, so I shouldn't have said flip flop. I should have made myself more clear. But I don't appreciate being called a prick. You don't know me. We never met before.
I don't appreciate you going on.
I only called you a flip flop. That's tame compared to calling people clowns, pricks. I mean, you do this all the time on your streams. You verbally abuse your audience.
If you want to go down this route,
I'm not your enemy, right? We're all Spurs fans at the end of the day, and we all want the same thing, right?
Eddie, what's your football point?
My football point is, I was making that point on the Savva's chat, and I was getting attacked for it. Because it's a bit of an echo chamber.
Remind us of the point.
You're still not answering the question, is he?
Right. Well, we've got to look at the bigger picture. Right? We've got to look at the bigger picture.
I'm a flip-flop. I asked you a question. Why am I
you're a flip-flop? Well, Savva, okay, let me put it in context. I've been watching you since when you had Graham, your friend, the scout, on your channel. So that's going way back. Yeah, he said he's a scout. He works in football.
He was the academy director of Charlton Athletic when they were in the Premier League.
Well, okay. Thank you for the correction. He worked in football, so I was right there. And so I know you. We've talked briefly on Twitter, and I'll go on a different name. So we're civil. We didn't verbally abuse each other. We weren't enemies, right? So I watched you when we had Mourinho, Nuno, and Conte, right? All those three managers are very defensive. They play a low block, and you weren't happy with their style of football, right? I know that, and not everyone was. Granted,
not Jose. I like Jose.
Yeah. Granted, I'll give you that. You did like Jose. I did too. I didn't want him to go. I didn't even want Conte to go, to be honest. Right. But you wanted more attacking, entertainment, progressive football, and you're not the only one. I think the majority of the fan base did, and they were crying out. They were crying out for more of attacking football, right? Sure. And so what Levy did is at the end of the season, I think when Conte left and we had Stellini and Mason in charge, and when that completely fell apart, Daniel Levy released a club statement and he said, "We're going to go back to the Tottenham way. We're going to bring back the Tottenham DNA." So essentially, he was listening to the fan base. He was listening to the fans, right? So what he did, I think he spent he spent quite a while looking for a manager, and we ended up with Ange Postecoglou.
Right.
And why did we end up with Ange Postecoglou? Because he's a progressive attacking manager, plays with a high block, and he's high pressing, like Pochettino, very similar to Pochettino. No. I remember the early Pochettino teams. Hold on, Slav. Let me make my point. Then you can counter it.
Sure.
I remember with Pochettino, we played a very high press game, and we were the best pressing team in the league. The stats said it. We were number one in pressing.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Under Ange is very similar. We are a very high pressing team. We play with a high line, granted, and it is a bit more. It's very adventurous. Ange's football is very adventurous, and you cannot deny the football is boring. It's opposite boring. It's chaotic.
I think it's shit. I think the football is shit.
Yeah. Okay, that's your opinion.
Can I report that?
It's shit. Well, hold on.
You've had 5 minutes and made a point.
I don't know what your point is.
He made a point. I made several points. I've made several points, and you're choosing to ignore it.
You've told us what we already.
You flip flop because you amongst the fan base wanted more attacking football. Well, we got it. We got attacking football. Maybe listen to the fans.
Hang on. Still, let me.
It's bad at the moment because of injuries and we're playing. Look, perspective needed here. We're playing a third choice goalkeeper. Playing Sims a squad player at best. Come on, guys. Come on. We need perspective here.
Can I report? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we need perspective, first of all of this revisionism that is in your head needs to stop because you're bending.
It's not revisionism. It's not revisionism.
Let me talk.
It's not revisionism.
It's massive revisionism.
It's not revisionism. Ange came in. Why did Ange come in the first place?
Oh my god. Let me talk. I've just listened to you for 5 minutes.
Why was Ange Postecoglou hired in the first place?
Put him on mute, then speak. Just mute him and then speak.
Eddie, let me come back to you on everything you've just said. Savva is a flip-flop is the statement, right? Because Savva wanted more attacking football. Sure. Can anyone here, there's 1,700 people watching, you, whoever else, can anyone here find me a video, a comment I've made where I've said, I want more attacking football. Whilst I'm at it, I want a manager that has no regard for defending, has no tactical shape, doesn't know how to set up at corners, that inverts fullbacks, and that loses 10 games in 20. Nowhere did I say that. I want, and I always say this is why it's so frustrating. I always say this, Stell, you know I say this, everyone in my chat knows I say this. I want a manager with balance. I want a manager that knows how to attack, but I want a manager that also knows how to make a team solid, i.e. Eddie Howe. He knows how to set his team up defensively, as we saw in the second half. In the first half, we saw him set up offensively where he got in behind us. Second of all, right? So first of all, this whole point that I've got what I wanted, I'm a flip-flop, I wanted this. No, that's you making it up. I never asked for this. This is not attacking good football to watch. This is not attractive to watch. We are a kamikaze car crash every game. We are wide open, right? Second point, right? This is like Pochettino. Absolutely nothing like Pochettino. This is nothing like Pochettino in any way, shape, or form. The similarities stop at both teams' press. What Pochettino was bloody brilliant at was Pochettino realised if I'm going to press that high, if I'm going to allow Son, Dele Alli, Eriksen, and Kane to all fly forward, I need balance. So what Pochettino did was let those four press, right, with Rose and Walker going to join in. And what they did was add two solid centre-backs and then two solid centre-mids in Wanyama and Dembele, or when Dyer went in there as well, to sit in front of the back two and make it a back four, make it solid. So for you to come on and say, this is like Pochettino is a complete lie. That is a complete fabrication of the truth.
I did not say like it's like. I said similar. I said similar. You're not listening.
Not similar.
But you're not listening to me. I didn't say similar. Like. I didn't say it was the same. I said similar.
Eddie,
there's a difference. There's a difference.
Eddie,
it is similar. And you said, Savva, you said two solid. Pochettino had two solid centre backs. We don't even have two solid centre backs.
Eddie, I'm going to mute you if you don't. I'm going to keep doing this if you don't let me finish my point. I'm trying to retort to all of your arguments that you made. This is not similar to Pochettino at all. We were never this wide open under Pochettino. We were never this bad in transition under Pochettino. Maybe the last 6 to 12 months of his tenure when it all started going wrong. But when he was building, this never happened. And we'll get Stell's perspective and everyone in the chat in a minute. It's nothing similar to Poch. The third point that you made, right, is when you're turning around and going, this is exciting football. This is what Savva asked for. This is not what I asked for.
I said this is what the fan base asked for.
Let me finish.
So how's Savva flip-flop?
I didn't single you out individually. I'm talking about the fan base as a whole.
So call the fans flip-flop, not Savva.
Eddie, let me finish.
Everyone's a flip-flop. I've heard many flip-flops.
You just said it's not
Savva.
You see how you contradict yourself? You're very easy to
I watched it on
very
easy.
It's not hard work.
You're not.
It's very hard work.
Is it not?
Eddie,
Eddie, it's a debate.
Eddie, let me finish talking.
Eddie, you're trying to wind it up. Eddie, you're trying to wind it up. It doesn't work, man.
Eddie,
I'm not winding up. I'm not winding up.
I saw
You are.
many fans. I saw many fans ask for more attacking football, including myself. Nowhere did I see any fan ask for gung-ho tactics. Nowhere did I see anybody say, do you know what? I want a manager that plays two at the back, inverts his fullbacks into midfield, right? Doesn't have a solid midfield, doesn't have a number 6. No one asked for that, Eddie. So this revisionism that fans asked for this, no, they didn't. And then the very final point that you said there, right? Injuries, the bigger picture. Eddie, it's been like this for 15 months, right? This form has been going on, but you can shake your head. I've got the facts. 15 months. January now takes it into 15 months. Whether he's got his players fit or not, it has been dreadful ever since we lost that first game to Chelsea, right? Factually. So
we finished 5th in the league last season. How's that a bad season?
Sure,
you got us back into Europa.
You've not listened again. You've not listened to what I just said.
Yeah, you're talking about form, but I'm talking about. I'm looking at the macro. You're looking at the micro.
Eddie,
I'm not allowed to retort. I'm not allowed to challenge your views, your opinions. Are you just going to have a monologue? Is it a monologue then? Okay, hold on. Let me mute myself.
This guy's mental, mate.
I told you.
It's a monologue. You've been talking for a good 6-7 minutes now.
I'm going to mute myself, and then
you cut over me at every opportunity, Eddie.
I'm being sarcastic, right? I'm muting myself because it's a monologue. He did it to me.
Eddie, I'm going to show you something. Then I'm going to let you talk.
Eddie,
this will show that everything you have said is revisionism and not facts. I'm going to show you.
Revisionism. It's not revisionism. You love using that word, revisionism.
Eddie, I'm going to show you. I'm going to
show you. Go ahead.
So
when you say go ahead, you got to shut up, though.
Bigger picture, he says. He says bigger picture, right? Eddie turns around and says
it's not a debate.
Shut up.
You're not allowed to speak.
You just said go ahead. Shut up. Let him speak.
Eddie, you said to everyone that's watching, 1,500 people, you said it's not revisionism. That the bigger picture is injuries, form. Right. Let's have a look. The bigger picture is... And this was 2 games ago, by the way. We were 14 points down on last season. If someone in the chat can tell me how many points down we are on last season at this point, that would be amazing. Before today's game, not that one, before today's game, a 1.26 points per game ratio, right? That is not injuries. This is the form. This is what we are, 1.26, right? Then, if we have a look at this, 15 games. This 15 games in 2024, we went 1-0 down in. Again, a calendar year is not because of injuries, right? Before today's game, we had 30 points from 78. We've now got 30 points. And if my maths makes me right, 30 points from the last 81 available, right? In the calendar year last year, before this game today, this was our worst points tally. since 2008, right? Look at this. Hot. Again, you're saying it's bad form and injury. Look at this. Last year, the first half of the season, 1.89. Second half, 1.58. The third half that he's been here, if you want to call it that, 1.26. That will be even lower after today's game. So, no, he's not had injuries for all of that 15 months, Eddie. He's not had injuries for all of that time. Other managers have injuries as well, by the way. They make it work, right? 1 win in 9 home games, 10 defeats in 20 Premier League games. That's the worst since one day Ramos in 2008. What more do you need to see before you stop coming out with these things that aren't factually correct? Floor is yours.
Thank you. I want you to bring up the points per game stats comparing other managers. I want to point something out to you, please.
Points per game. You want this one?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So you see the 23-24 season, the season before.
Yep.
Look at the points look at the points average on that. 1.74. That's similar to Conte's last season.
Sure.
38 games. That's very good, right? Would you not? So Conte didn't get sacked. He walked, and I'll tell you why he walked. He walked because he left Stellini in charge. If he got sacked, Stellini would have gone with him.
Sure, that's fine.
Stellini stayed behind.
That, but what's
but Ange scored 1.74 points per game. That's very good, right? So you're saying tactics is decent. It's decent, is it not? So you're saying saying it's the tactics, right? So if it was the tactics, it would mirror this season. It's not entirely on the tactics.
What? Sorry,
because last season was pretty. My point is,
what would mirror? What would mirror? I don't understand what point you just made. What would mirror?
Well, if you're blaming it on the tactics, then we would have similar points per game.
Eddie, can I tell you why?
To last season.
Eddie, can I tell you why what you're saying is flawed? Right?
Because
hold on. Sorry, Stel. I haven't finished my.
Stel, he waited. Let him finish.
Okay, thanks. So last season we had a okay-ish season, right? We got fifth. Okay, we got at the cups quite early. I didn't agree with Ange making huge changes against Fulham. I think that was stupid. I think that was very naive of him, right? So I do blame him. I do blame Ange for that. But we had a decent season. So this season's fallen apart. And I'll tell you, I'll give you.
We had a decent start. Let's change that to what it was. We had a decent start to the season, and then it all fell apart.
Okay. It fell apart towards the end, but we still finished fifth regardless, right?
Sure, but Eddie, I put this stat up for you. Again, you're ignoring this. Have a look at this. This shows you, look at the second half of last season, was 1.58. So it shows you that now this is 2 halves of a season.
That's a massive drop off. I agree. That's a massive drop off. But I don't entirely blame it on tactics. If it was tactics, then last season we would see the recruitment. Pure and simple, it's the recruitment. Now I know you don't want to go back to Levy and the board, but this is what it goes back down to. It boils down to shit recruitment. So what Ange needs, Stel and Sav, is he needs a huge squad to rotate. We've been playing. The players have been. If you look at the minutes, every player's been playing. They've been playing too many minutes now. Son looks tired. I don't believe he's finished. He looks tired. Dragusin. Well, he didn't come on but he has been playing many minutes as well. Yes, a lot of these players have been playing minutes, and they look tired. They look tired, and we don't have the quality and depth in the squad.
Okay, let me
really for Ange to play system.
Let me ask you. Okay, first and foremost, lots of fans are making this up that they've seen this system work somewhere else in a good league. So again, this is making it up that if he has a bigger squad with better players, it works. Right? Any manager in the country can surely say that. Surely Glasner at Palace can turn around and say, well, if I had the best players, my system wins the league. Right? You manage the team you manage. You've got the players you've got. You make it work. You make us hard to beat. Right? Secondly, when you look at what you've just said there, we didn't have the players to rotate. Jed Spencer's been available all season to give Porro a rest. Didn't do it. Reggie, been available all season to give Udogie a rest, didn't do it. Dragosin's been available all season before Van der Ven and Romero got injured.
Reggie's been out of the squad ages. He hasn't proven to be
Eddie, but that's not the point. You said we don't have the players to. We do.
We don't have quality.
Eddie, let me ask you this question then. Look at the teams above us. Are we saying that Bournemouth have the quality? Fulham have the quality?
They have a balanced squad. Their squad is balanced. We don't have a balanced squad.
This is absolutely brilliant. At the beginning
these are good points. I mean, I'm not the only one. That.
They might be valid points. Where did you say at the beginning of the season Spurs would finish?
Mid-table or below, because I thought the transfer window was bad.
I thought the transfer window was bad. I did think the transfer window was bad.
We agree on that. And Stell is right. And Stell is right. One thing we said: if we re-sign Werner, that's it. I agree. I agree with them. Why do we re-sign Werner?
It's his job. Well, we can blame Werner all we want. It's his job to make us hard to beat. Is it not? Is it not his job to make us tactically astute? Is it not?
Sorry, I had an incoming call. It interrupted my... Sorry about that.
Is it his job to manage with what he's got and make us difficult to beat?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah, well, it is. Okay. Within the parameters or and the tools available to him. So, look, let's look at it. Our defense... I am listening. Our defense is completely depleted, right? So we're running. We've got Dragusin is a backup. He's not good enough.
Another game today where we didn't lose because
we're playing great at back, along with the back four. We've got Porro. He's not been 100%. He's not on form this season, really.
Did we lose today because of the defense?
Yeah, we did. We look at the mistakes we made. Look at the first goal. Gray passed Austin, passed the ball to Gray. Gray was too close to the striker. He passed the ball, and the ball went wayward, and they scored.
Okay, so we lost the game today because of the back four. Is that what you're saying?
It's poor, yeah, and midfield as well. Back four, yeah. It's a poor. Hang on.
Eddie, when you answer a question, you don't have to always just.
No, I have to caveat those points. That's the whole point. You can't just interrupt. You can't just jump in and interrupt.
Interrupt
someone when they're making a point.
One home win in 9 games, and we're saying this is all on the transfer window. One home win in 9 games.
Yeah, I'm blaming it on recruitment. It's poor. It's a very poor recruitment. We've had a very poor recruitment. I'm not the only one that said that. The beginning season, everyone was saying, a lot of fans were saying this is a poor window. Some fans are deluded. Some fans were deluded, saying this was a great window. I don't know where they're coming from with that, but it was a very poor window. Actually, I would say the last 3 windows. Sorry, Savva, let me make this point. I said the last 3 windows have not been great. I think Ange has been dealt a very bad hand. The tools at his disposal are not good enough.
He's got more than enough tools at his disposal.
Not enough. Well, look at Amorim. Look at Amorim at Man United. You're telling me Amorim is a terrible manager? I'm going to kick you off
if you don't let me talk. You make a point and then you just go on and on and on and
on. No, but I'm making. Hold on, let me make this one point. You can jump in, right? Sorry, look.
I'm regretting having come because you don't listen.
Why? Why are you regretting me? It's a debate, isn't it?
It's not.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyone else talk, Eddie. You're not.
Savva, this is the exact same thing I saw with the debate you had with Sean Butler yesterday.
Eddie, don't bring that up.
You two were like going.
Eddie, you haven't let me get in a word. You haven't let me get in a word edgeways for about 5 minutes.
Go on, go ahead.
Eddie, you believe that Bournemouth, Fulham, Nottingham Forest have got better squads than Tottenham and should be that far ahead of us. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they haven't suffered as many.
Yes or no? So yes or no?
I'm saying no. It's not a yes or no. It's not black and white. It's not a black and white issue. It's not a black and white issue. It's more complex.
No,
you're asking me a question, but it's not black and white. It's not black and white.
Eddie, it is. Look at that table. Eddie, look at that table. Why are Fulham above us? Fulham lost their best player in the transfer window.
They haven't suffered as many injuries as we've had. You take up their key players, Eddie, and I guarantee you their form will go down. And that's exactly what's happened to us.
Eddie, you do
Our key players have...
Oh, Eddie, stop! Let me talk, for crying out loud. Jesus Christ.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point. You're trying to butt in.
Eddie.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question, did you not?
Eddie, oh, you don't stop talking. Eddie, I asked a simple question. Do Fulham, Bournemouth, Forest, Brighton, do all of these clubs have a better squad than Tottenham?
The better first 11, more balance, yes. In terms of structure, team chemistry.
I'm asking a question. Answer my question, not what you think I asked.
Excuse me. Hold on. Hold your horses. I'm answering your question. You just don't let the other person. This is what you do, Savva. You interrupt people.
Oh my God,
you don't allow the other person to answer the question.
I'm asking a question.
It has to be your.
Shut up, Eddie. Shut up, Eddie.
Look,
what I'm trying
you're not letting me answer the question.
Eddie,
you're not letting me answer the question. You asked me a question. You're not letting me answer it.
Eddie,
don't interrupt me.
What I'm trying to do is ask
you a question. What are you
trying
to do?
That then allows me to lead on to a follow-up question. But I ask you it, you go off in a tangent in something different. I'm asking a simple question.
This is what you do, Savva.
Eddie, fuck you about this is what I do.
This is what you do.
You're a liar, and
this is what you do. You're trying to control the narrative. You're trying to control the debate.
I'm trying to
answer your question, but you're not allowing me.
Right, sorry guys, I can't do this. What I'm trying to do, which most people that YouTube know, is I'm trying to ask a question that gets an answer that then leads to another question. What this prick won't do is shut up. I asked him about the squad. Right, I asked him about the squad. This guy is doing my head in, right? Eddie, I've asked you, I didn't ask you about the first 11. Yes or no? Do those clubs have a better squad than Spurs? Yes or no?
That's it. I can only say yes or no.
Yes,
that's not how it works. Sorry,
because
I need to.
I want to follow up with another question afterwards, which is why it worked. Oh my good God! Do those clubs have a better squad than Spurs?
It's not a simple question. It's not a yes or no question.
It's a very simple question. I'll ask the chat. I'll ask the chat. People in the chat. Do those clubs have a better squad than Tottenham Hotspur? It's really simple. It's very simple. Here we go, guys. Because Eddie is incapable of answering this question that's really simple.
Don't patronise me.
There it is. I'll patronise you because you're an idiot.
Don't patronise me. Don't patronise me.
What are you going to do? You're not going to do anything,
you do this with every person that doesn't agree with you. You patronise them. You talk down on people. You talk.
People in the chat.
You talk to people like their children.
People in the chat. I've muted him. He doesn't listen. Right? Do those clubs have a better squad than Tottenham? If Eddie just answered the question, he'd actually understand the end goal of my question, which is double-parted. But he will not answer the question and let me move on. Right? Right? If they do not have a better squad than us, right? Eddie, you're muted. You're muted. Right? I'm asking a question so that I can continue a debate, but you won't answer it. Right? There you go. They don't. They have better managers. But you know what those clubs have also had? Brighton have had a ton of injuries this season. Bournemouth have had the second most injuries to Spurs this season. Bournemouth have had a ton of injuries as well. Fulham came to White Hart Lane with 6 first-team players out and played us off the park. So this was my point. When we're saying, oh, better first 11s, these clubs have had managers, have had many injuries as well, but no one wants to look at it. These Spurs had this bad form with Van der Ven, with Romero, with Bentancur. Yeah, our form has not really changed with or without them. The stats show that, Eddie, right? But when we're turning around and going, Spurs should be 11th with 10 defeats in 20 because of our squad, that is utter nonsense. No way in the summer did you say those clubs would be above us. I'm not having it. No way. Really? You said they'd be above us.
May I speak? Look, it's very simple, right, Savva? So the manager's only as good as his players. That's the truth.
Not true. Not true.
It is true.
So
Pep.
why are Fulham above us? Why are Bournemouth above us?
We could have Pep, and we would struggle. He would struggle with this team.
Not like
right?
this.
It's not just a manager.
He wouldn't play these tactics, Eddie.
He would.
He wouldn't
play these tactics, granted, but he would struggle with the squad. He would struggle with the squad.
Why is Iriola not struggling with Bournemouth?
Sorry?
Why is Iriola not struggling with Bournemouth? Why is Silva not struggling with Fulham?
Because they haven't suffered as many injuries as we have. And problems and suspensions.
Excuse me, Bournemouth one less injury than Spurs this season. We've had 9, they've had 8. So what's your excuse?
They've got a more balanced squad. We don't.
Bournemouth.
Yeah.
Bournemouth, who just sold their best player. Fulham, who just sold their best player, and now got more balanced squads.
I don't agree with the premise that Ange's a bad manager. And I just proved it to you. Last season, we got 1.74 points per game. Sure. That's sure. Respectable.
And then I've proved it
this
to you.
Season.
15 months we've been
this season, we're falling off because of the recruitment.
No, okay. So here's a question then. So if it's only the recruitment, why did we fall off a cliff for the second half of last season as well? If it's
because
only the recruitment this year,
didn't. Yeah, because of injuries and suspensions.
No. See again, revisionism.
And we just right? look at our.
Again, Eddie, revisionism, right?
Look at our bench.
In the second half of last season. In the second half of last season, who was injured? You've just said because of injuries. Who was injured?
Second half of last season.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Maddison was back. Van de Ven was back. Romero was back. What you mean is Udogie was injured for about 3 games at the end of the Premier League season. So again, I'll ask the question again, and without a lie coming out your mouth, why were we so bad?
Don't call me a liar. Don't appreciate it. Don't patronize me.
But you've just said something that's
not
I
don't appreciate don't condescend me. Don't condescend your guests.
You
don't care. Well, you need to learn some decorum because you're quite rude. You're very rude. Okay,
cool. I'm rude to you because of what you
No, you're not just to me, but to many people. I've seen your debate.
I've muted him again, guys, because again, when I've asked him a question that proves him wrong, he goes into the tangent about how rude I am. What he can't do is answer a question that shows he lied. We'll try again.
Right.
Second half of the season, who was injured?
Like I said, I can't remember. I can't remember every single injury.
I can assure you. Second half of last season, when we fell off a cliff and the form was terrible like it is now, no one was injured until about the last 3 or 4 games when Udogie missed out. So why, if it was only the transfer window, why were we so bad second half of last season? Why has it been 15 months if it was purely the transfer?
You can blame it. You can blame it on many factors. It could be fatigue.
Like what?
Players were tired. You can take that into account.
Playing 1 game a week, they were tired.
It's very intense. It's a very intensive. It's very intensive. It's the intensity of the games you got to take into account.
Once a week.
We don't know.
These are athletes.
Savva, you don't know. You don't know You don't know the training methods. We have not seen what goes behind closed doors at Hotspur Way. We don't know. There's many reasons why we fell off the cliff. But the point is,
but you didn't say that, did you? What was the reason you gave? The
point is, no, I'll go back to my point that we finished the season with 1.74 points per game, and I point to you to that. Yeah, we're falling off the cliff, but there's many reasons.
You said it was injuries.
You said it was injuries. Injuries,
and it wasn't.
Tiredness, fatigue.
But it wasn't injuries. It wasn't injuries.
Well, last season, it may not be injuries, but it could be stamina. It's fatigue. Players got tired.
Okay, so basically, you can. Okay, so
I don't have the full facts.
I heard you. So basically, you can never be wrong because if you say injuries,
the same could be said for yourself. You're never wrong.
Let me finish.
You won't back down. You won't concede points.
Oh my God! Sorry, guys, I had to mute him. I can't get a point out. Right? Eddie says injuries. Right? I say we didn't have any. Oh, fatigue. Right? Oh, stamina. Oh, this. If every single argument is there's another reason, at what point do we look at the results and go, this has been crap for over a year, it's crap? Which other manager, guys and girls in the chat, is protected like this? Which manager is protected for being this bad? What you're seeing here from Eddie is someone that is so ENIC out that they don't know when a manager's doing bad. Right? This is the problem.
The manager,
he's been.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the bigger picture.
I'm talking to the chat. Statistically, guys, right? Statistically, this has been one of the worst managers we've ever had in Premier League history, right? And we're hearing fatigue, injuries, transfer, like every single excuse in the book. This bucket, that bucket, that bucket. When are we just going to turn around and say, hang on, the manager's clueless. These tactics don't work. Game after game after game, Eddie. How are you not seeing they don't work?
If that were true, then we would have seen a less points per game last season, right? So you'd blame it on the tactics. The stats are there. You just showed it to everyone. You showed it to the whole audience. 1.74, right? If it was the tactics, then we would have got less points per game. We would have finished lower than 5th, right? We've fallen off the cliff because
I'm the first 10 games of last season.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Did you see the first 10 games of last season?
Yeah, we played well.
Right.
Yeah, we got off to a flying start. Okay.
And that's why the 1.74 exists, because of the first 10 games of last season. After that, it's been flat.
Well, then what do you put it down to? His tactics or the players?
Listen, the players have lots to answer
for.
So
it's not maybe. So the first 10 game, you don't put it down to his tactics or the way we played.
The first 10 games, first 10 games, no one knew what to expect from Tottenham. The moment Chelsea exposed us, everyone started exposing us. We had Chelsea's number in that game. If it wasn't for the 2 red cards, doesn't matter. They exposed
the 2 injuries. It does matter because we were playing with 9 men.
At this stage, this is a cult. This is the cult of Ange. It's so weird.
No, it's not a cult.
Have you ever seen a manager this bad at Spurs?
With that Chelsea game, everyone goes back to that Chelsea game.
Yes. Why?
Van der Ven got injured. Had come off.
I know. Who was it?
Romero got injured. 2 red cards. Of course, we're not losing badly.
No. Why do people reference the Chelsea game, Eddie?
Yeah, because we imploded in that game. But it's not the first time we imploded against Chelsea. I remember specifically we imploded against Pochettino.
This isn't true.
We imploded against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge.
Eddie, answer the question.
Which is now known as Battle of the Bridge. I mean, it's not the first. It's a mentality thing. Savva.
Stop! You're going in a tangent again. No one cares about.
I'm not going off the tangent. I'm making my point. You're not letting me make my point. You want to butt in all the time.
Eddie, because I ask you a question and you just go on a tangent. No one cares about the Battle of the Bridge, right? I'm asking a question.
I'm putting it in context.
Do you know why people reference the Chelsea game? Do you know why people reference the Chelsea game?
Tell me.
Right? Because he came out after the game. He told fans like you that don't want to listen, even if I had 5 or 7 men, this is what I would do. He told the world of football that he is a gung-ho manager in that game.
Yeah.
After that game, after that game, everyone started opening us up. Right? This season, managers, players, everybody, right? Managers and players alike, everybody in their press conferences saying, we know what Spurs are going to do. We knew they were going to do this. We hit them there. Everybody, Eddie, is saying it. That's why they reference the Chelsea game. Because most managers, Eddie, at 9 men say, how am I going to make us difficult to beat? What did Ange do? 9 men on the halfway line. Just attack us. And you don't think that's tactics?
I'm not saying that's not tactics. I'm saying that's Ange's philosophy. Look,
sure, which is shit.
Savva, you can't blame Ange for that. Blame Levy. Blame Levy. Blame the fan base. I even blame the fan base. I'll tell you why I blame the fan base. Let me make my point.
I blame fans like you.
You blame fans like me. Okay, I can flip that and say I can blame it on you because you didn't want Conte here. You hated his football. Mm-hmm. Okay, so So we've gone to the other end of the spectrum, the extreme.
Which
we
is
hired
but no one asked for that. Did I ask for that?
Well, the fan base did. As a collective,
no one
everyone
did,
wanted
Eddie.
more
No one
attacking.
did. Eddie,
They did.
No one did. How?
Read, Sav.
Eddie,
Read
no one-
Daniel Levy's club statement in the season club
I've got to
statement.
let you go because you're just chatting shit.
Don't let no. You're doing you do this because
lying
you
again.
do this because
You're
you're
lying
losing the
again.
argument.
No one,
Losing the argument.
Eddie, no one. I explained this to you earlier and you've not listened. No one asked for this. No one asked
They
for
did.
this.
The fan base has asked for more exciting attacking football.
This
Well,
isn't
we got
exciting
it.
attacking football. This is gung ho.
It is for look. You don't have your finger on the pulse. The fan base are enjoying this football. The majority, they don't mind.
Some of them
But we're
are,
not-
Eddie.
just
You
we're not
said I
winning
wanted
games.
this. But you said I wanted this.
Yeah, you hate the Conte. You hate this football.
So, Eddie,
Well,
how
what
old
kind
are
of-
you? Can I ask how old you are?
What's my age got to do with it?
I'm going to ask you a
It's
question. How old are
irrelevant.
you?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Okay,
Don't-
you're a
don't-
grown man,
don't-
right? You're a grown man, and you think my only two options are Savva hates Conte, Savva wants gung-ho kamikaze.
This is not about you, Savva. Don't make it. It's not just about. It's not about you. It's not about you.
You said you could turn it on me, and that this is what I wanted.
Yeah,
So
because
did
you.
make it about me.
Because I just flipped it. I just flipped it around. Right. It works both ways. Right.
So it is about me then.
It's not just about you. It's about the club. It's about the fan base
No
as a
one
whole.
asked for this, Eddie. No one I
They
know
did.
asked for this.
Read Savva. Read the end of season club statement
I saw it.
from Daniel. Let me bring. Shall I bring it up and you can
I've
present
seen
it to.
Eddie, I've seen it. I don't
Maybe
care
no.
what Daniel-
Just to
I don't
remind
care what-
others. Just to remind
I
others.
don't want
Maybe
this read out.
maybe
We've
the people
seen
in your audience don't
I
remember.
don't want it read out. Eddie, as I said, not wanting Conte's defensive style, there are millions of styles in between that and Ange. So when you turn around and say, fans like me who didn't want Conte, we asked for this. No, we didn't.
Yeah, you did. Read the club.
I've got to let you go because this is bordering on stupidity.
It's not bordering on stupidity. I'm
asked for this.
I'm bringing context to this, right?
No.
Well,
So
not
I
you
asked-
specific, not you specifically, but you didn't like Conte's
I
football, so we've gone to
represented
the other end of the other. We've gone to the other end at the end of the extreme. Instead
Yes,
of
we
very
did.
defensive football,
Yes.
football, we're playing extreme. We're playing a very adventurous attacking football.
This isn't adventurous. It's gung-ho.
It is very adventurous. It's the same thing. It's adventurous.
Mate.
It's adventurous.
At the
There's
end
no
of the day-
fear playing. There's
end
no
of the
fear
day,
playing this kind of football.
None of the people who watch my show who wanted Conte out asked for this. You can't wrap your head around this. No one wanted gung-ho, kamikaze, no defending at all. No one
Look.
asked for that. Not look. Right, I tell you what, people like Stell and me, we've got our coaching badges, right? When you go and do your coaching badges, you are taught a number of different styles of how to play, how to set up teams, right? It's not Ange or Conte. Eddie Howe doesn't play like Conte or Ange. Uriola doesn't play like either of them. They have balance. So when you're saying fans asked for this, no, they didn't. They just didn't want Conte. Now, again, your revisionism of why I didn't want Conte. Antonio Conte, I said what did I say about Conte from day one?
I don't know. I can't remember. He's a
I'll
winner.
tell you what I said.
But
I'll
you
tell you
hate
what I said
this
about
football.
from day
You
one.
hate this football.
No,
You said you couldn't stand. You said you couldn't stand this football.
I'm going to tell you because you're just guessing. I'm going to tell you.
I'm not guessing. I remember specifically. I can go back to the. You go back to the streams 2 years ago.
remember.
Go back to your streams 2 years ago.
Remember.
Just go
You
back
just
to your
said you
streams
can
2 years
remember.
ago. You said you can't stand this football. You can't
Let me
stand
tell you
Conte's
what-
football.
Okay, people in the chat, let me tell you what I said when Antonio Conte joined Tottenham Hotspur, right?
Oh, when
One-
he joined, that's different. I'm talking
That's
about
what I
when he
just
was
said.
here.
That's what I just said, but you didn't listen as normal. Right? As I said, guys, right?
Don't
reason I
patronize
didn't
me.
want
Please.
Antonio
Don't
Conte.
patronize me, please.
I don't care.
Don't say
The reason
I'm
I
not.
don't want
Don't patronize me. You don't care.
The reason I said, I'm trying to talk to you lot and he just won't stop talking. The reason I said I didn't want Antonio Conte, one, no, I'm not a big fan of his football. Right? Not a fan of his football at all. 2, I said, if you're going to bring in Antonio Conte, this is the man you say, there's £70 million defenders. There's £70 million midfielders. And we knew Levy was not going to do that. Also, my overriding point to all of this, why I didn't want Conte, the guy signed an 18-month contract, which told me he wasn't here for the long term. Spurs hadn't hired him for the long term, and this was only going to end in one way, right? Everything I said came true about Antonio Conte, right? So when asking for a more attacking manager, I'm talking to the chat now, nowhere did any of you hear me say, I want gung-ho, brainless tactics with no defending, with no defensive midfielders, with no one able to sort out transitions.
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Right, okay, but I'm saying I didn't say that. So when people are saying, I asked for this, or you guys asked for this, right? I didn't see anybody say they want gung-ho. So when you're saying the fan base, some of the fan base now, absolutely, they've got what they deserve because they want it now. At the time, I didn't see anyone say they want gung-ho, right? We keep losing games. The points per game is getting worse. We can't defend. And yet fans are going, this isn't on the manager. Listen, Eddie, we're never going to agree here. We're never going to agree, right? Listen, I apologize if you feel patronized. I am annoyed with you because of what you did to me the other day on that show, right? At the end of the day, Spurs were never going to do what they needed to with Conte, right? Jose, I liked Jose Mourinho, right? I like Jose Mourinho, but I'm not having this manager has done a dreadful job.
Can I ask you a question then? Let me ask you a question, Savva. Right. If Ange had the tools, he had the right players for his system, you don't think we would be doing better now?
No, I don't know what this means. People keep saying this. If Ange had better players...
Well, I refer you back to the last season, the points per game. That's not too shabby, right?
Hang on, but that wasn't the
that's
point
not too shabby. So my point is, Ange is not a bad coach. He's not as bad as you making him out to be.
Coach. He's a terrible coach. He's done...
He's not.
Okay.
He's not that bad.
Tell me I'm right.
I'm
happy with it. All the facts tell me I'm right.
I just gave you a fact. Last season, points per game. Look at that.
Okay, sure. So then look at from game 11 to game 38 last year.
I'm not looking. Regardless, why? we finished the season with 1.74. And may I ask, where did you get those stats from anyway? How did you compile those stats? What were your sources?
What were my sources for what?
The statistics you pulled up, your points per game. The one with the points per game, comparing managers.
Eddie, it's really simple. You say not to patronise you, then ask stupid questions. It's not.
I'm not patronising. I'm just asking for your sources. Eddie, what are your sources?
No, what do you mean sources? People who have sat down and worked it out. It's really easy to do.
Who worked it out? Who did you work it out yourself? I mean, who made that? Who made that? Who compiled it?
Eddie, right?
I'm asking you a question.
This is bordering on ridiculousness. Right?
It's not bordering on ridiculous.
So are you saying that's made up?
This is what you do. You deflect.
Right, stop trying to be Sean. You're not Sean. Stop trying to be Sean.
I'm not trying to be Sean. I'm being myself.
Eddie,
I
don't know you. You don't get to come on my show and tell me what I do. I don't know you. You're a troll that gets banned from.
Am I a troll? I'm asking you a very simple question. Where did you compile? Where did you get that information from?
Right. So most of it was made up from the spreadsheet I compiled myself. Yeah. Do you remember when I compiled the spreadsheet myself with all the statistics? Somebody's just carried that on. Right.
Somebody carried it on.
So, okay. So Eddie, by this, are you saying that those statistics are made up?
I'm saying they might not be entirely accurate.
But they are. Go and work it out. Listen, Eddie, the first half of last season, right? Very good points per game. Then we fell off a cliff second half of the season. Then we've fallen off a cliff even more this season. Those stats don't lie. Everybody's producing these types of stats because they're true, Eddie. 1 win in 9. Do you believe that at home? 1 win in 9?
Well,
Yes.
I mean,
is the
I can't.
answer. Yes.
I'm not
Yes is
denying
the
that.
answer, Eddie.
I'm not talking about those stats specifically. I'm talking about the points per game. Comparing.
Sure, I know. I'm getting to that
comparing
point.
stats.
Eddie,
Okay.
that's what I'm getting to. If you have so many games where you've not won, your points per game is going to fall off a cliff. That is what's happening. I don't know how you don't get that. Tottenham have lost 10 of our 20 league games. How is that possibly being defended? It's the 4th worst in the league. How are you defending that?
I can put up different stats.
Mark, he is saying that actual results are wrong. He is, because he's not believing the stats.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm questioning the veracity of those stats.
In what way do you?
Because they're not official. They're not from official sources. They're compiled by somebody.
Why does anybody need to be official sources to work out the number of points divided by games? It's not rocket science. It's not rocket, Eddie. This is. You see how I know you've lost the debate, because you're now clutching at straws that stats might be wrong.
Well, no, I'm just questioning. I'm just questioning those stats because they don't look official. But regardless, anyway. So okay, for argument's sake, they can be verified. They can be verified. They can be verified.
You do realise we all have eyes and access to league tables.
Yeah, absolutely. But unless somebody does it themselves, I mean, I can't verify those sources.
Now,
I mean, I can't verify those
stats. Are wrong now. Still, the stats are wrong. They can't be verified. This guy, I'll leave you to him for 1 minute. I'm drained by the excuses coming out this man's mouth are just unbelievable.
It's not excuses. Look. Let's go back to my main point. Right? Is Ange's not a manager's not as bad as you think he is. Right? Yes, we see that. We saw that. He's not. We saw that last season. 1.7. Going by your statistics.
There we go. Reddit. Right.
That Reddit. That's very interesting. So from 2019. Yep. Right, we were told we would have a game-changing stadium. Right, since then nothing has improved.
Eddie,
that's not your stats. That was compiled by
Eddie. I had to disappear for a minute. I was listening in the background. Right, I just want to say this. Can it be true, Eddie? Can it be true that both Daniel Levy needs to go and this manager at the same time is also not good enough? Can that be true?
Yes, but I would argue that Levy's the bigger problem.
I've got no issue disagreeing that with anyone because I'm Levy out. But whilst I'm Levy out and Enoch out, and I've been to the protests and I still bang the Levy out drum, whilst they are the biggest problem, and the next manager that comes in will have the same issues, my issue is that another manager does better with this squad. Do I think another manager wins the league? No. Do I think another manager wins the FA Cup? No. But do I think another manager with this squad can tactically navigate us to a Europa Cup win? Yeah, I do. I do think he can. I don't think Ange will, because what I've seen is enough to say you are so naive that all it needs is one manager with a bit of nous and he'll eat you alive. And when we get to the quarters, semi-finals of Europe, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's why I'm Ange out. That's why I'm Ange out, because he's underperforming, and it's not just because of injuries. There's games where we play where he's so tactically incompetent, he literally gives a blueprint to the other team and says, this is how you beat us. And managers talk about it. Sky Sports talks about it. Everyone's talking about that, and we see the same thing over and over and over again. So I don't disagree. Levy's the biggest problem. He's got to go. He's poison. He's toxic. He's killed the club. But Ange should not be the manager, whether it's Levy or another chairman. That's my take on it. And when I hear you argue this, I'm like, no. There's nothing to defend Ange Postecoglou other than those first 10 games of the season and the 4-0 win against Man City this year. That's it in 18 months.
Well, you don't think if he's been given the proper tools and a bigger squad, he wouldn't be able to navigate us through the Europa League or the league, or we wouldn't be 12 wherever we are now, 11th, 12.
I think any manager at Spurs, Ange or nobody, if they're given the proper tools and they're given a proper squad, they will all do better. But when I look at Ange compared to the money spent and the quality of players that have gone into clubs like Bournemouth, Nottingham Forest, Brentford, and what they're doing, I look at that and I say, those managers are better. Silva at Fulham, they bought an Arsenal reject in Iwobi.
Yep.
They bought another Arsenal reject in Smith Rowe. Look at them, man. The manager tactically navigates games and finds a way through. Our guy, it's who we are, mate. It doesn't change. That's why.
Yep.
Look, if you give Ange better players and you spend more money, of course we'll improve, no doubt. But if you did the same for other managers, they will outdo Ange. They will outdo him with the same spent and the same quality. That's why I don't want him here. I don't think he's the answer.
Well, you mentioned the clubs bit above us, including Forest, right? Ironically, they have a manager that we had a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, that we sat after 17 games, right? So what does that tell you in a macro? I'm not talking about micro. I know Savva likes to zoom in into points per game, how many games we lost in the last 10, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm looking at the macro, right? We had Nuno at the club, right?
What a way to get.
Oh, what are you laughing for? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? We had Nuno at the club. Why did he fail? Savva, let me ask you this. Why did Nuno fail at Spurs then? Why did he fail?
Eddie, I can answer this. Eddie, I can answer this with ease. How many Premier League games did Nuno get before he was sacked?
What was it? I don't know, 10?
10, right? He was judged after 10 league games.
Yeah, unfairly, harshly.
Absolutely. Ange has been given 18 months.
Yeah.
Right. So
18 months of poor recruitment.
Eddie, my point is this. Judge Nuno after 18 months, so it's an equal comparison, and then you can say what's what. We don't know the answer to that question. We don't know.
No, of course not. We don't. But
chances are looking at. Listen, let's also factor in. Nuno's not under the pressure he's at Spurs. When you come to Spurs, there's more pressure. There's more expectation. Nottingham Forest, the expectation was don't get relegated. So their expectations through the roof now. But at Spurs, there's a different expectation. Has Ange managed that expectation? No, he hasn't. Conte, with a worse team, love the football, hate the football. Not only did he get a Harry Kane that had down tools back on board, he got us to top four. And even when he left, whether he chose to leave, sacked, whatever, he left us in top four. So he managed to get results regardless. This manager, it's like results don't matter anymore at Tottenham. It's like winning games is, don't worry about that rubbish. Don't worry. Mate, that's what elite sports is about.
So let me back on from that. This is what I don't get right. Is anybody that comes with factual evidence, right? Apparently, it means that I don't want Enoch out or I don't see the macro problem, right? As you know, at the end of the day, Stel, you know my feelings on Levy. You know my feelings on the club. But you know what? I've seen managers under Levy that have done good jobs. This manager is not one of them. I've seen managers, you know that points per game we put up, sort of points per calendar year. When you look at some of the teams, the likes of Jose, Nuno, Conte, when you look at some of the teams those managers had, they weren't losing every other week. This manager's losing most weeks. And when we're saying, if he had been backed, I never get an answer from anybody is, on what evidence will this manager do better with better tools? Like, we've never seen it. He's been in really poor leagues, right? He's been in very poor leagues. He's in Celtic, right? Where you don't have to do a lot, right? You do not have to do a lot, right? To win the league with Celtic. Look at Brendan Rodgers. He's doing exactly the same thing as Ange did. But at the time, no one wanted Brendan Rodgers, right? Conte came in with I don't even rate Conte. You know that. Terrible squad Conte came in with. Gets us top four. Why? Because the one thing, forget whether I like his football or not, Conte, first and foremost, made us hard to beat. Don't get beat. This manager, Eddie, every game literally goes, go on, right? Go on, just at will go through on our goal. He doesn't ever do anything tactical. He doesn't change, and Stell summed it up brilliantly at full time. Games where we've been winning by 1 goal, we go all gung-ho.
It's such a simplistic argument. It's so simple. It's so lazy. It's such a lazy argument.
Eddie, I'm talking. Eddie, hang on, let me finish the point.
Sometimes things are simple. You don't need to
football doesn't need to be complicated. This is now the second game in a row I've seen Eddie Howe, right? Second game in a row. Their formula works, right? First half, did any of you watch Man United Newcastle? Right? Man United Newcastle the other day. Newcastle could have been 5 up. Same today. Newcastle could have had 3, 4, 5 goals in that first half. They were cutting through us. Second half, Eddie Howe comes out and goes, well, you know what? Go on, break us down. Right? Our manager, like Stell said, that's called in-game management. That's called, you know what? We can attack. We will score goals. But you know what? We're winning. Let's see this out. Let's not do anything silly. Our manager doesn't know how to do it, Eddie. People keep saying with better tools. With better tools, I'm going to show you something, right? I'll show this to everyone. This is what an Ange backline looks like, right? This is what an Ange backline looks like, right? That could be Maldini and Beckenbauer at centre-half. It doesn't matter, right? Look today, how many 6-on-4 counter-attacks did they have? Because we don't manage a game. We go flying forward and people go, oh, yay, attacking. We go flying forward with 7 or 8 bodies. When we lose the ball, everyone goes, oh, shit, they're in again. And Ange can't see it. So why is he not trying to adapt, right? Fulham came to White Hart Lane with 5 to 6 first-team injuries, the same number we had in that game, and played us off the park. Why? Because you know what? He put people in their normal position. He's not trying to overcomplicate the game. He's doing the simple things very, very well. Right? This is what I don't understand. What have you seen? Let's forget stats. Let's forget points. I'm asking you this question, Eddie. Because I know Stell's answer. What have you seen from Ange Postecoglou in this last year that makes you go, yeah, this is a good manager with good tactics and knows how to navigate and get Spurs flying up the table? What have you seen from him?
Well, I've seen there's potential. There is potential, and he just needs the right squad, right? And you cannot tell me he has the players, he has the right players for this system. He doesn't. Simply doesn't. We're putting square pegs in round holes again, and this is the same story with every manager that's worked under Levy and Enoch. It's the same story. So you can go back to Pochettino. The last 12 months of Pochettino, we're in a slow decline because we just didn't refresh the squad.
I know, but you've not answered. I'm not. Listen again, Eddie. I'm not asking.
It's the same story it was the same story when Mourinho came. He didn't get the players he wanted.
I'm not asking about Poch.
It's the same with Ange. It's the same with Ange. Hold on, you're not letting me answer the question. Don't interrupt. I am answering the question. I'm leading up to it.
What from his management have you seen? Not new players. What from his management in the last year has made you go, yes?
Last season, 1.74 points per game.
Last season.
No, the whole season in the league.
But the second half of the season, we were 15th in the form table. So how could that have made you think, yes, this is the guy?
I can flip that. We're number one in all attacking stats. We're creating chances. We're just not putting them away. We're not clinical up front and go. If we had a Harry Kane, if we had someone like Harry Kane, if Harry Kane was here, we wouldn't be 11th in the table. I guarantee you that.
I love this. I love this conversation. This is where people get lazy.
It's true.
I love this.
It's true.
It's true. This is the difference. No, hang on.
Conte had Kane. Nuno had Kane. Mourinho had Kane. All three of those managers had Kane. Kane was pivotal.
I'm countering your Harry Kane point, right?
Go ahead.
This whole thing, Spurs' problem is not scoring goals, right? Tottenham are the second.
It is. It is. We couldn't score today. We weren't clinical enough today. We created chances.
Eddie, let him answer the question.
Keep me sane.
Let him explain the Harry Kane.
YouTube gods, please. Right. Spurs are the second top goal scorers in the Premier League. That tells you goal scoring is not the problem, right? If Harry Kane played, I'll ask you still, because I won't get yes or no's out of this guy. If can you answer me just yes or no still with these questions, right? If Harry Kane played, does that stop us inverting two fullbacks?
Of course not.
If Harry Kane played, would that stop us having two players at the back when defending?
It doesn't change any of our tactics.
If Harry Kane played, would that mean that we've got no midfielders in the midfield ever whenever teams are counter-attacking us? Right? All of this, if we had Harry Kane, right? If we had Harry Kane, yeah, we'd score a few more goals. It doesn't change the tactics. Everybody is doing this thing. Conte, Jose, they had Harry Kane, but they had fuck all at the back. Look at the defenders and the midfielders Conte and Jose had compared to what Ange has got.
It's the same with Ange. He's got fuck all at the back as well. Look at our back four, consisting of Dragushin. We don't have those players. We don't have those players now. And they've been in and out of the squad. They've been in and out of the squad for the past 12 months. It's not. Dragushin, Van der Ven's been injured. We've had injuries. Romero has suspensions and injuries.
Sure.
Right? Which manager rushed left back? Got them injured again. Eddie, which manager rushed them back?
But still, that's desperation. That's desperation because we don't have a squad with depth.
Which manager made those desperate decisions when he could have played Dorrington or could have put someone else in?
It could be a collective. It could be a collective decision with the medical team and the manager and his staff.
Eddie, who picks the team? Eddie, who picks the team?
That's a collective decision. It's not just Ange. It's his staff as well.
No, Eddie.
It is a collective decision. It's not just one man. I know you like to boil it. I know you like to boil it down. You like to just pin it on one man, but it's a collective.
The manager. No. You're thinking different things to what I asked. The manager gets paid to manage. The manager has the final decision on what team goes on that pitch. Otherwise, you don't have a manager. You don't pay anyone. He picks that starting 11. He's the final one that says it. He would have known they've been off for a long time. He would have known they've had no game time before starting them against a team that's got pace like Chelsea. He put them in that situation. You can blame Levy. You can blame the medical team. You can blame the way the grass was cut. Ange chose to start both of them coming off a long injury in that game. And we all said before that game, this is a massive risk doing that. And they both got injured. That's on Ange.
Still, but what's the alternative? Who does he have as backups? Look at our backups.
Dragusin?
Crap. Not good enough.
No, hang on.
Not good enough. He's a squad player at best.
Hold on. Eddie,
that's my point. That is my point. They're not good enough.
1 minute. No, I'm going to bring you back to your point. No, I'm going to bring you back to your point. You're deflecting. Your question was, who do you play? You never said what's the quality of the options, right? If you want to
but you're making my point. Dragushin, he's not a good replacement for Van der Ven. Come on.
You're smiling because I'm pointing out what you did.
I'm not smiling. No, I'm not.
Eddie, okay, you're not smiling. Be in denial about it. Your question was, what are the options? Not the quality of what else is available. The options are the £30 million player you'd been playing at centre-back whilst they were injured, Dragusin, who he got dropped. The option is Dorrington, who you brought on against Southampton. Whether they're good enough or not
he had an operation, according to Johnny H. The other who comes on. He goes on Savva's show, and he
didn't have an operation on the day of the Chelsea game. No, he didn't. Right?
Yeah, he said he wasn't played because of the operation. He wasn't fit.
Eddie, let me answer your question. Right? The options were there. He chose not to go with them, as per your words, out of desperation. So the options were there. Now, you might say to me, you might want to change the argument, which is fine. Let's change it now. But are they good enough? Romero's been terrible this season. Is he good enough? Eddie?
Say that again. Sorry, I missed that. My apologies.
So let's change the argument away from what are the options. I've given you the options. Then you change the argument. Fine. Let's now change it. Are they good enough? Is your next argument? Has Romero been good enough this season to be starting?
In terms of quality, he should be starting, yeah. But unfortunately, he hasn't. No, I mean, he hasn't been consistent.
That argument
none of these players have been.
Because that argument is now dead. That argument dies. So where are you going with this, man? This is what I don't understand. Because most fans said before this game, I hope Van der Ven's back, and I hope he plays him with Dragusin. I hope that's the starting partnership if Van der Ven's fit. Van der Ven wasn't fit. We rushed him back. Nobody wanted Romero to start. Everyone was saying, start him with Dragusin. Dragusin's looking better. He dropped Dragusin as well.
Can I ask you a question?
This is the manager, Eddie. These things are the manager. It's
hang on.
It's not just solely on the manager.
It's
I've never said it is.
It's the tools at his disposal. It's not solely on the manager.
I'm going to get a point, right? Hang on,
but Savva and others will like to just blame it on the manager because it's easy. Right. It's lazy. It's a lazy argument.
Do you know why? When something...
Yeah, because you're going to go back to your stats, aren't you?
When something
Bring up your stats again. Go on, let's see the stats, Savva. Come on, let's bring those stats up.
Shut up, you mug. Right, do you know what, right? Do you know what the difference here is, right? Sorry, he goes off, right, in a tangent. Please never get a YouTube channel. It'll be mental, right?
I have no intention of getting a YouTube channel, but I'm happy to debate you.
So Stel, the key thing here for me is, right, here's the key thing for me, right? When people say it's not the manager, I think if you have 4 weeks that are bad, you go, okay, cool, it's not the manager. If you have 2 months that are bad, yeah, it's not the manager. Still, we're into 15 months of atrocious form. Like, whether people like Eddie or not want to say 1.74 last season, since November the 1st, 2023, this football club has been awful statistically, right? Now, there are managers out there in that time. Do you know, here's a stat for you, Stel. Do you know in that time, in that 15 months, Everton have got 1 point less than us. Everton, right?
I agree with you, Savva.
No, I know you do. But so when we're going to say about tools at the disposal, why have Everton got that many points? Because do you know what? Sean Dyche will try to do what's best with what he's got. What we've got is a manager that knows one style, which has never ever worked in the Premier League. But we go, if he had better players, well, if anyone had better players. Now, here's the crunching point. Here is how you know that Eddie has not done his homework and it's all feelings and no facts. Right? Spurs' 3 best wins this season, Stel, which are...
Don't patronise me. Don't patronise me.
I'm talking Stel. Stel, the 3 best wins this season for Tottenham. Man United away at 3-0.
Yeah.
Right? Man City, 4-0. And Aston Villa, where we won 4-1. Would you agree that those 3 are the best results we've had this season? Is that fair? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And, sorry, a 4th one. And Man City in the Cup. Right? Do you want to know, this is the funny thing, when Eddie sits there going, oh, what are the options? Oh, Dragusin, crap, rubbish. Do you know the one common denominator between our 4 best wins this season? Is Radu Dragusin's been the only one that's played every one of those games from defence. So Radu Dragusin wasn't crap when we beat Man City 4-0. He wasn't crap when we beat Man City 2-1. He wasn't crap when we beat Villa 4-1. But because Eddie doesn't like him, what could Ange have possibly done? Well, Radu Dragusin is a defender who was very well liked in Serie A. He's the main starting centre-back for Romania. Could it be, I'm just going to, a little guess here still, could it be maybe we're not seeing the best of Radu Dragusin because of the tactics from the manager who wants him to play a high line when that's not his game? So again, if you're going to do this thing that are feelings over facts, you need to look at the facts. Radu Dragusin has played in all our best wins this season. Why?
Okay, first of all, I didn't say Dragusin is shit. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying.
You said he's crap. You're lying.
Okay. I didn't. Okay. All right. I didn't mean he's crap, but he's not the quality we need. He's not that quality.
So why have all our best wins been when he's
It's
played?
wrong choice of words, but it's not just Yeah, I can go back. We can go back to those four.
Your choice of words are defined.
It's just
your
not good
argument.
enough. Look, he's a squad player at best.
You can't do that. Hold on. You called Savva a flip flop at the start of this show. Now you're flip.
I didn't call him.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I called him a flip flop. I gave my reasons why. I've already given my.
I'm giving you my reasons why you're a flip flop as well. Then our arguments are defined by the words we use. You cannot, in your argument, say he's shit and then say I gave my reason. That. But that's your argument.
I gave my reason why.
I didn't murder you,
and it's not. This is not about Savva. This is not about Savva. It's not about you, Savva. This is about the fan base. This is about the fan base. I gave my reasons why.
Sure,
the fan base is flip flop. A bunch of flip flops.
You're
still very
wrong
about you,
about
Savva.
the fans. Eddie, your argument is your own. It's not about the fans. When you say a player is crap, that's got nothing to do with the fans. That's your own. You've just heard Savva's stats that you don't like stats, and he's proved you wrong. So you've now taken your argument back.
Dragusin has played in those games that we won. Granted, fine, but you gotta see that the starting 11.
You called him crap.
They're not the same.
You called him crap, Eddie. Eddie, hold on, but you called him crap.
Okay. You're gonna beat me with that now? Because I said the word crap. Look, he's not good enough. It's not good enough.
You said you like to debate. I'm debating you. You said you like to debate. I'm debating
but
you.
I'm just saying my argument is
hold on.
No,
you don't know. You're not doing that. I'm pointing out how your argument was flawed. So at this point, this is where you say, "All right, fair enough. I got that wrong." Instead, you're still going. I'm
just saying Dragusin is not good enough. He's a squad player at best, right?
Okay.
He's not good enough.
Okay.
Right? He's a decent player. He's a decent player, but he's just not good enough for Spurs. We can do better with Dragusin. He's not. I don't think he's a great cover for
Mero Banabel. He's a decent player. He's not good enough, but he's a decent player.
I'm going to ask the question again. Then let's see if we get a proper answer. Right? If Radu Dragusin is crap and not good enough, why have all the best wins this season been when Radu Dragusin has been the main centre-half at the back four?
Yeah. We won not because of him, because it's a team sport. It's a collective.
So
right?
Couldn't that be still
I heard the argument that we beat Man City because we played a Conte way. That's Stell's thesis. Stell's thesis, we played Conte ball.
Okay.
Right, but that contradicts to what you're saying about Ange playing a very, very expansive attacking football, a high line. So which is it? We play Conte ball or we play Ange ball?
Okay, I'll answer that. You've asked the question, I'll answer it. Right?
No, hold on. I haven't finished it. Just want to make one more point. If Ange is such a bad manager and he's only got one trick up its sleeve, so how do you explain we beat Villa, City? Those other games, right? And how did we get 1.7? How did we get one last season? We acquired 1.74 points per game, right?
I get a question.
If Ange is such a crap manager, explain that to me.
All right, Eddie. Can you ask a question and then stop? Like you ask the question and then ask it again.
Because you don't let me finish. You keep jumping in. Oh, Eddie. That's all you do. You jump in when I'm making a point. You jump in.
Oh my gosh! Right. So I'll tell you.
That's what you do.
So I'll tell you. Right, Eddie. I'm getting really fed up with you doing that. Sean Butler can do that to me because I'm friends with him. You don't know me to go. That's what you do.
Well, you don't. Yeah, but you called me a prick. And you're not being respectful to me. So why should I be respectful to you? You're not being respectful to me.
Why? Okay.
Wait. Eddie, I called you flip flop.
Right. Why would I be? Sorry, guys and girls. I can't do it. Right. I can't do it. Right. He's asked a question. I've tried to answer it, and he's just going and going and going. Right. Why did Tottenham play the way they did against Manchester City? It's the one proper game this season where the two games against Man City are the two games, Eddie, where we played differently. We played differently because Man City have all the football in the games they play. It's really self-explanatory. Man City dictate the football. Win, lose or draw, Man City are the best possession team, have been for a decade, right?
I agree.
In the Premier League.
I agree with that. Yeah, I
Right.
agree.
So the tactics we played against Man City weren't by design. Man City have the ball. Every team goes, right, 10 men behind the ball. Spurs didn't learn from that. If he had done those tactics on purpose, we would see more of those tactics. If he had done those tactics on purpose, we would have seen him adopt those tactics against Liverpool. But we didn't. We saw him go gung-ho. Right? Now, it's all well and good. And I've always said, Eddie, this is the thing. When you're saying if Ange is that bad, right? It's all well and good turning around and saying, right? It's all well and good turning around and saying, right, to me, oh, but what about these games we won? I've always said Spurs every now and then will pluck a massive win. I've always said it. Still, I've said it. We will pluck a massive win out. Villa, City. But those massive wins aren't what dictate your season, Eddie. What dictates your season is over 38 games, is consistency. Yeah? We can beat Man City, or we beat Villa 4-1. Right? How happy was the fan base, Eddie? Just in a word, how happy was the fan base?
With regards to what? Happy with what?
How happy when we battered Villa 4-1 at home?
Very happy.
Right, brilliant. So Spurs have battered Villa 4-1. How many home games have we won since we beat Aston Villa in all competitions?
Not many.
None. None. So, yes, the anomaly battered Villa. But that's not the norm, Eddie. That's
I'm looking at the context. I'm looking at the context. You're blaming on Ange, solely on Ange, on his tactics. It's not just his tactics.
Eddie, did you watch us against Fulham when they ripped us wide open time after time after time? Right? Did you watch us against Roma in that second half where they ripped us open time after time after time? And Ange sits and watches and does nothing. Did you watch us v Liverpool? Did you watch us v Chelsea? He sits and watches as teams open us up. Now, here's the thing where I will sound like a smug prick. Sorry, I will. Anybody that understands coaching and tactics will tell you top managers will look and go, I need to do something here to stem this flow. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? Managers will watch what happened in that first half of Liverpool and go, we cannot go out and play like that again, or they're going to get 4, 5, 6. What does Ange do? Nope. Straight out. Go out there again. Do the same thing. 4-1, 5-1. Eddie, he's not learning. He doesn't adapt. He doesn't try anything. You can bang on all day long about 1.74 for last year. The problem is, if you take out that first 10 games, it's been atrocious for 15 months. I don't know how this is possibly being defended. When I asked you what he's done to show it, your answer was very wishy-washy. Your answer was potential, but what? Talk to me. What tactically? What did you see that made you go, yeah, this is the guy? You can't answer.
Well, because we're creating many chances, just we're leaking goals.
Sure, but football
and
isn't just about creating chances.
That's down to that's down to the personnel, the players that he has at his disposal. They're not good enough. As a squad, I'm talking about the collective. I'm not talking about individual players. I'm talking about the collective as a squad. Not good enough. I know Stell agrees with me with that. He deep down he knows it's a squad is a problem as well. You can it's a collective, right? You can't just pick. You can't just pick. Okay, fair enough. But my argument is right. My argument is it's the squad. The squad is a problem.
Answer my question.
Fundamentally, the squad is a problem. I don't need to answer your question because I'm telling you, fundamentally, it boils down to the squad, right? Okay,
so I'm asking this question.
So when we've got the manager.
Why is Nuno at Nottingham Forest, right? Let's be fair, Forest don't have better midfielders than us, right? Why is Nottingham Forest able to grind out wins and results when they've got people like Yates?
Because they got workhorses. They got workhorses. It's a different mentality.
Right.
At the club.
Okay.
And that's down to the personnel, and that's down to the players.
Well, okay. So Eddie, I'll ask you this question that I asked people the other week. if at the beginning of this summer,
excuse
it is. If at the beginning of
It's
this
not
summer,
excuse after excuse after
Yes, it
excuse.
is.
I'm looking at the bigger
I'm saying
picture,
not Sell.
whilst you two
Concentrate on
just
me,
want
not
to
Sell.
boil it down just to manager. Because you don't like, you just don't like his
I've been
tactics.
Levy out for a decade. What are you talking about?
I know you have still. I know you have.
Don't tell me I
I
don't
know
look
your
at the bigger
story.
picture then. So don't say I don't
Then
look
why?
at the bigger
Then
picture.
why you always? But look, we can go this merry-go-round blaming
you
managers
just
all the
lied.
time. How
just
often are
lied.
we going
It's
to
not
blame
okay.
managers?
You
How long
can't
are we going to
lie.
blame
You say
managers?
that-
But Eddie,
it's not
I'm not
okay.
lying.
manager-
Don't accuse me of lying.
Eddie,
You don't
this
understand my
manager-
the point I'm making
just
is we're
lied.
blaming managers all the time.
No, you
But
lied.
this-
You
I
said
showed you
we
the
don't look at the
facts
bigger
under this
picture and you
manager.
do.
They're
I've
worse
been
than the
Levy out for
others.
10 years. I look at the bigger picture.
Savva,
That's a lie.
Savva, Ange's set up to fail. As soon as he came to Spurs, he was set up to fail. Yeah,
Tactics are set up to fail.
I've got 23 years of proof.
Okay.
When Enoch stepped in 2001, they made it very clear that they're in it. They're not in it for glory. They're in it to make profit. No, I have to remind you because you missed it. You missed the entire point. You missed my entire point.
Can I just clarify something?
Hang on.
Eddie,
Eddie, when you feel you need to tell me about Enoch and Levy, right? You've lost. You don't need to tell me about Enoch and Levy. There is a huge
I've
difference,
lost.
right?
It's not about winning or losing. I'm not here.
This guy does not shut up, does he? Honestly, Stell, you guys warned me about him the other day. He does not.
I told you before.
Right.
I told you before you let him off.
When you look at Spurs, again, is he set up to fail from the point of view of Ange? We expect you to win a league title in the Champions League. Yes. Then everyone's set up to fail. Yes. Is he set up to fail where we should be bottom half, 1 win in 9 at home and 10 defeats in 20? No. And you know what the difference is? I've asked you 4 times tactical questions that you can't answer in any way, shape, or form. Is there anything Ange can do? Is there anything Ange? Because I'm trying to finish a question. Is there anything Ange can do? Do you think we're set up to win games properly? Do you think we're well coached? Do you think we're well drilled? Do you think we cope with transitions well? Do you think we defend as a back 4 well? Answer all of that.
Look, look. Watching the 90 minutes, right? There are moments that we do some nice triangles, nice passes, and there's nice attacking play, right? You cannot deny that, and we do create chances. No, I know. No, that is what you asked. I'm answering the question, right? You're saying, look, there is potential there, and we saw it last season. The first 10 games, we blew everyone away, right? There is potential. You can't just throw the manager on the bus because we're in a bad form and bad side. The whole point is job.
This isn't a couple of months.
Savva. The manager's job, right? The whole point of having the managers is go through the bad times and the good times. You don't just throw him on the bus when we hit a snag and there's a bump in the road and you don't want the manager anymore. It's the same. It's the same story. It's the same story. Hold on, Savva. Let me make my point. Don't just butt in and jump in all the time. You don't allow the other person to make the point. It's not lies. It's not lies. Look. I'm trying to make my point here. Can you allow me to make my point, please? Allow me to make my point, please.
Is this a snag in your mind?
It is a snag. We're in a sliding.
15-month snag.
It's not 15 months, lad. Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate.
It is.
Don't exaggerate. You exaggerate everything. Don't exaggerate. Everything's
downhill.
It's like
Eddie, our points per game have been going down like this for 15 months. What
15 months have been going backwards, Eddie.
I just gave you the reasons why we're on the slide.
No,
but you're not listening to me.
The last 10 games of last season, Eddie, the last 10 games of last season where we fell off the cliff, we didn't have an injury crisis.
This is what I mean. Look, if we've got a snag, right? A snag is, do you know? Okay, so Aston Villa earlier this season had about a 6-game spell where they didn't win a game, right? That's a snag because you know what? For the 2 years previous, they were top 4 constantly in the form table. For 15 months, we've done that. And fans, this is what I mean still. The truth doesn't matter. Guys like this are going, it's not 15 months. It's absolutely 15 months. It's been since November 2023. But do you know the difference? Every now and then we get a really good win like we do against City, and fans forget the crap form. Again, I've shown Eddie data, facts, stats that show you since November the 1st, 2023, we've done that in a massive nosedive. And we're going, again, when you're saying it's not 15 months, when did that 10-game run end, Eddie? You're on mute. I didn't put you on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. You're asking what? You're asking me the same question. We know when it ended.
Right. And how many
Chelsea.
months ago? So how many months ago was that? Because you said Stella and I are exaggerating, and it's not 15 months.
Yeah, but you're looking. Okay, we're still look. Let's look at the bigger picture. We're still in Europa, right?
Well,
we're in the semi-finals of the Collins.
Now you're changing the argument.
We're still in the. We're not. Look, we're still look. Let's look at it. Let's look at it rational. Let's be rational. Let's not need.
No, you need to stick to the argument, Eddie.
Here we go. He's about to say, let's not be knee-jerk after 15 months. Let's not be knee-jerk.
Look. Our league form's not
we
great.
Argue one thing,
we're still in the cups.
And then you change
we're still in the cups. No. You're not proving anyone wrong, right? There's different perspectives. I've got a different perspective to you. My perspective is different. Let me present you a stat. Present you a stat. I got a stat here, right? Let me present you a stat.
Go on then.
I don't know if I can screen share. Let me.
Yeah, you can.
Tell us. Oh, you can screen share.
Go on.
This is the first time. Hold on. Let me see if I can. All right, hold on.
I just can't have the word knee-jerk when it's been 15 months. I've no idea. I've never seen a manager this bad at Spurs for this long get so much praise.
I can't handle an argument. You counter it. And the argument.
Look at this. Look at the overall record under Ange. 58.9.6% win record. Now, how's that bad? On all competitions, we lost 22 times. That's not bad. 34 wins.
1 minute.
58.
Eddie,
not true.
Eddie, hold on.
That is true. This is
1 minute. This is true. Eddie, you're right. Eddie, hold on a minute.
It's interesting that when I present something, someone says it's not true because it doesn't fit his. It doesn't fit his narrative. So anyone that contradicts Savva is not true. He's always right. Savva's never wrong.
Eddie,
it doesn't work like that. Come on, man. Come on, you've got to concede some points. You never concede. Go on, Stel. Sorry.
Without being a dick, Eddie. Hang on, Stel. Without being a dick, Eddie, explain to everybody.
I'm being a dick. You call me a prick. You've been abusive to me.
Eddie, look. Call it what you want.
Two can play this game.
Eddie. Right. These stats. Let's put some context to them. You've included Ferencváros, Karabag, AZ Alkmaar, Coventry. You've added
they're all competitions.
Hold on. It says all competitions.
So what?
You, Eddie, our under 21s.
They're all professional football teams, aren't they?
Eddie,
playing in the for competition.
Eddie, 1 minute.
They're not Sunday league teams still. Come on.
Eddie, let him talk. Eddie, let him talk.
You're clutching at straws, man.
No, I'm not clutching at straws. You got to clutch at straws by emphasising the last 15 months of a slide. And I'm saying that's
no. You're not going to
finish.
No. Pre-season.
Finish.
Pre-season, our kids, pre-season beat Hearts, QPR, the kids. Now the first team and some kids combined, you want to judge Tottenham against Karabag, Ferencváros, AZ Alkmaar, Coventry. You want to judge them against that shit. Any top club, Arsenal, Chelsea, Man City, Man United, Real Madrid, even Villa, they do not look at their success as, can we beat Tamworth in the Cup? Can we beat Karabag? Can we beat, I don't know, Hertha Berlin? Can we beat Olympic spicy cheese from Kazakhstan? Bro, this is not how you measure how well a manager is doing. Take the crap games out. The best barometer, if you really want to, the best way to judge any team is either trophies they win at the end of the season or the league table. Because the league table is a measure of consistency against teams that the same league as you. We're 12th. We've lost 10 games. Don't show me the overall stats against teams that.
And how many key players do we have out? Like how many strikers? Honestly, what context? What is the context here? Like what? Just a tactics solely on tactics? I'm not saying Ange is a master tactician. Even I question his tactics sometimes. But I'm just saying that he's got his tools. He hasn't got the tools at his disposal to play to what? He hasn't got the tools.
Nuno does, and David
and Nuno does, Silva does, Iriola does, Ursula does.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Come on, Eddie. By the way, this.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Right, Man United. They're very similar to us in terms of form. Iwobi's not a bad player. I can't find him. He's not a bad player, and he's performing pretty decent for
Everton. Do you know why he's working at Fulham? Because the coach is good. Because the coach knows how to get a tune out of him. That's what coaches do. Our players have all regressed. Porro's gone backwards. Adogi's gone backwards. Romero's gone backwards. Vernon's gone to shit. No one's improved other than Kulu. Where's the coaching, Eddie?
By the way, his points per game at Tottenham Hotspur is 1.61 overall, right? 1.61 overall is his points per game. If we're going to do this for all competitions, fine. If we really want to chuck in beating Coventry, Carabao...
I'm presenting some positives.
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
I know you are, right? But you completely missed my point. Go on.
No, we didn't miss your point. We heard your point.
Yeah, you did.
Right?
You did. When I come to it with something positive, you guys poo-poo it. You guys shoot it down.
But there isn't anything positive.
You make excuses because Stell's excuses were playing Varoufakis and all these random password football teams in other side of Europe.
In Europe,
I give up.
This year.
I give up.
Have Spurs done well in the Europa League?
We're not doing too badly. We're not doing great. I'll give you that. We're not doing great, but we're doing okay. We're not completely out of it.
All right. But so far in the Europa League, we've managed to beat 3 terrible teams in Alkmaar, Karabag, and Ferencvaros.
They're all professional teams.
It doesn't matter. Come on, doesn't matter, right? Two of the teams
he said Alkmaar, really?
Your fan's on again.
It's not. It's my laptop. The fan's going crazy. Right. Let me see if I can do some.
It's fine. So the 3 games since we've played a terrible Rangers, couldn't beat them and got played off the park. We played a terrible Roma at the time, couldn't beat them. Yeah, and we played Galatasaray, who played us off the park, should have won about 10-1. Right? This notion when we're going to add in Coventry, right, Karabag, Ferencvaros, Alkmaar, can you please tell me then why, if you're happy with that, how are you looking at this? Look at the facts. Period on period on period, it's getting worse. Do you concede that it's getting worse every 6 months?
Yeah, we're in a slide. We're sliding. Yeah, we're in bad form. I give you that. Yeah, I agree.
But that's a year and a half of form right there. That's a year and a half, Eddie. That's not. Yeah. You said.
And why is that?
Eddie,
it comes down to recruitment. That's my point.
Eddie, hang on.
Can I just put something out to you, Eddie? Can I just put something out to you?
Oh man. Yeah, go on, Phil.
I want to point it out to you because I actually don't think you realise you're doing this. Earlier on, you called this a snag. Now
it is. We have to get. We're in a rut.
Let him talk.
Eddie, hear me out.
We're in a rut. We're in the rut. We have to get ourselves out of it.
Eddie, you called it a snag. We argued with you saying, no, this is a gradual decline. 20 minutes later, after arguing that point, you have now said we're in decline. You've agreed with us 20 minutes later after arguing 20 minutes saying it's a snag. A snag is the door handle comes off. Let's screw it back on. It's just a decline is if the door falls off, the windows fall out, the cupboard breaks. This is a decline of the house. So I just want to point out to you, because I don't think, Eddie, I mean this in the nicest way. I don't think you realize what you do. You say something, you don't maybe realize what you've said, and then 20 minutes later on, you contradict it after the argument. And you do this a lot. I don't think you realize it. And I'm saying it to you in a nice way. I'm not trying to.
No, maybe I'm not making my points clear. I'm not as articulate like some people. I'm not. Look. Okay, let me try to make my point clear. Right. Okay, we're in a rut. Would you not agree we're in a rut? We're not a rut. Here's a rut.
No.
Okay.
15 months is not a rut.
It can be a rut.
Is not a rut. That is normal form now. This is who we are now.
I can point to another team that in a very similar position to us that are in a rut, that have changed managers, have not been able to get themselves out of the rut because of their squad overall is poor.
You're going to talk about Man United. Let's talk about Tottenham. We're not talking about Man United.
No, but I want to make a point here. Let me make a point, then you can come back. All right, just allow me to make a point, please. Thank you. So they sacked Ten Hag, right? After their form has been gradually going down, just like Spurs. It mirrors Spurs. There's a parallel there, and they sack Ten Hag, and they brought in the manager from Portugal, from the Portuguese league. You can argue the Portuguese league is not as strong as, say, the Italian league, the German league, or the French league. But regardless, they brought in the manager. They feel that they can turn things around, and they're still struggling, right?
Sure, he hasn't had a single penny though, has he? Like you've got a manager there. You've got a manager there without any of his own players that's picked up an absolute shambolic mess. What do you think he's going to do in 10 games?
Yeah, I would argue that Ange still has the hangover from the Conte team. He still has from like Conte, and then like Porro, like Jed Spence.
Hangover. Hang on, Porro.
Hangover. Jed Kulusevski is a Conte player. These players are not Ange's players. They're not Ange's players.
No.
It's true.
Revisionism.
No, it's not revisionism. Is it true or not?
Right.
Is it true or not? Are they Ange's players?
Please.
Answer the question. Yes or no? Is it Ange's players? Yes or no? Are these players that I mentioned, are they Ange's players?
Fullbacks, Eddie. Conte never played
But still, they're not his players. There's still a hangover from the last manager, despite 18 months. So, it's 2 against. Look, where's the spread? It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 1 here. You're ganging up on me, man. Look, I'm making a point.
And then you won't shut up so anyone can answer it.
Go on.
You chose to come on.
Right.
No, he invited me. Sam invited me.
Decline the invite.
Right.
Sam invited me.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the fucking question. Right.
Stand up on me.
First and foremost, Pedro Porro.
2 against 1. Yeah.
First and foremost, Pedro Porro is one of our better players. So when we're going to go a hangover from Conte, Pedro Porro, do you know how many games Pedro Porro was managed by Antonio Conte?
Go on, tell me. I'm waiting.
Less than 4. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. Pedro Porro played less than 4 times for Antonio Conte. So no, that's not a hangover. That's a brand new signing. Second of all, Kulusevski.
It's not a brand new signing. He's been here for what, 18 months now?
No, again,
19 months, 20 months? It's not brand new signing.
I'm saying, Eddie, you don't listen.
What, because he played 4 times for Conte. He's still brand new signing. He's still...
Stop talking. When Ange Postecoglou picked up Pedro Porro, he'd played a handful of games for Tottenham under Stellini and Mason, right? A handful of games under Stellini and Mason, right? So Pedro Porro was basically like a new signing, right? When Conte went, he hardly had him. Kulusevski, who most people widely acknowledge has been our best player this season, we're now going to use him as the hangover from Ange. And from Conte. By the way, do you know who signed off on Kulusevski to make him permanent?
I have no idea. I doubt you do as well.
Eddie,
How do you know it was Ange? How do you know it was Ange, not the club?
Oh my God. Okay. So we're now arguing that
We don't know that. That's speculation.
Eddie.
It's all speculative.
Eddie, at the
Unless
time,
you have the facts in front of you, you cannot say for sure.
Shut up. This guy's got to shut his mouth. Right, I'm trying to explain. When Kulusevski, if Eddie listens to people, when Kulusevski signed for Tottenham, he was on loan. Tottenham had an option to buy Kulusevski, not an obligation to buy Kulusevski. When we had the option, Ange came out and said, yes, why would I not want to make Kulusevski part of my squad permanently? Right? So at the time, right, the decision was, yes, we're going to keep him rather than send him back to Juventus. We signed him. Kulu is the least of our problems, by the way. This is ridiculous. Let's look at the players in this Tottenham team, right? Destiny Udogie had never played under Conte. That's not fallout from under Conte, right?
A Conte signing. It's still a hangover from Conte. They're all Conte signings. That's another player I forgot to mention. Udogie as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Romero, right? Christian Romero, right? A player you've just used as an example as to why we're not doing well is a hangover from Conte. Which one is it? Is he either Deadwood under Conte or he's the reason, one of the reasons we're doing poorly now?
You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say Deadwood. I didn't say those words.
I said Deadwood.
I'm just saying that Ange doesn't have his full team. He doesn't have the player. He doesn't have his team. It's 18 months. And the recruitment's still a problem.
Who goes to a club and has their complete own 11 players in 18 months? Who?
Exactly. That's my point I'm making.
But no, I'm asking you.
So what do you want Ange? Do you want Ange to do?
No,
you can tweet. You can tweet.
Switch on to the question, not what you think I'm asking you. What I'm asking you, right? Which manager goes to any football club and has their first 11, all brand new 11 players in 18 months? Who?
Pochettino at Chelsea?
No.
Yeah.
Pochettino at Chelsea. Right. If you're going to use
What's wrong with
Pep,
you?
no, Pep didn't. No, he didn't.
These clubs these clubs will spend money where we won't.
No, Eddie,
You
you're
think
doing this
Levy
thing
will?
again.
No,
Eddie,
I'm not doing this thing again.
Eddie, okay, but
I'm giving you examples, and you're rejecting.
Eddie, they're not.
Oh, nothing's correct. So you're never wrong. You're never wrong.
No,
you're always
Eddie,
right.
Eddie,
you're
stop
always
doing
right.
that when you're wrong.
I'm not.
Eddie,
No.
Eddie,
No.
shut up. I'm asking you a question. Name me.
I'm asking you. I just said. I just named you two managers.
I'm going to ask you. In Pep's first season, which 11 new players did he bring in?
I can't name you those.
No, he didn't. The answer is he didn't, Eddie. This is the point. He didn't. It takes time over years. But you know what? Do you know the difference, Eddie? This is the point. Did Iriola going into Bournemouth have 11 new players? No. And they're flying for what they are. They're flying. Yeah?
And I gave you the reasons why. Primarily because of the squad it's got a balanced squad. We don't have a balanced squad.
Bournemouth's got a balanced squad compared to Spurs.
Their recruitment has been better than ours. Their recruitment. So you don't want to. So you. This is the problem with you, Savva, and Estelle to a certain extent. Is you don't want to blame the recruitment. You just want to blame it solely on. Well, keep doing what?
If you keep doing that, stop trying to copy what Sean did. You are not him. You do not get to come onto my channel and say, yeah.
Please don't do that. Don't talk down on me like I'm a child. I'm not a child.
Stop acting like one.
Stop acting like one. I'm not. You're acting like a child.
I've asked you a question.
You're acting like a child.
I've asked you a question.
Don't talk down on people. It's not nice.
God, shut up. He can't answer a question, Stel. He can't answer a question. Right?
Savva, I've given up.
Right, Stel. As I said to you, right? in the summer, if I had
I'm looking
said,
at the bigger picture.
oh my God, I'm talking. If
But
I
we're
had
leaving
said,
out. So are we, Eddie. You
if
can't
I
keep saying
had
that.
said to anyone in the
You
summer,
can't keep saying that.
whose squad do you want? Bournemouth, Fulham, Forest, or Tottenham?
You
Name
admitted.
me-
You
name
admitted.
me. Oh my
that-
God, let me. Oh my God, I can't do this still. I can't do this. He doesn't
rid
let
of
me
it.
finish.
Eddie, go home. Bye-bye. Just end it. It's
Right.
chaos.
I have asked the question in the summer. If I asked any Spurs fan, who are you picking? Which squad? Bournemouth, Fulham, Forest, Brighton, Fulham. No one, not one Spurs fan would have gone Bournemouth, Fulham. Not one. If I had
No,
said
Eddie,
how
he's
many of
right.
these players from these
He's right.
other teams get into our 11, people would go, no one. We've got Porro, we've got Kulu, we've got Romero,
Eddie,
we've got Van der
no.
Ven, we've got Adogi, right? Now tell me, Eddie, in the summer, which one of those squads did you want over Spurs's? Which one?
You just admitted that the transfer
I'm
window
answering.
was poor. Did you
That's
not?
not what I asked.
Eddie,
That's not what I
Eddie,
asked.
right,
Answer the
Eddie,
question, Eddie.
Can I ask Eddie
Which
something?
one of those squads
You can
did you
pick players. You can pick players from those teams and
oh.
put them in the Tottenham team, and it would improve the Spurs.
I didn't
overall.
ask that.
Really? Really, Eddie?
Oh,
Really?
no,
Really? Really? Eddie, hold
Spurs fan
Hold on.
will say
Hold
the
on.
other team's got a better squad than ours. Of course, Spurs fans going to be
Hold
biased.
that thought, buddy.
They're gonna be
Hold that
biased.
thought.
Which one did you want over Spurs?
Eddie, no, hold on, Savva, 1 second. You just said we could take any of those players and improve Spurs from those squads, right?
Some of those players, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Let's do this. Let's play out what you just said now. Who was Bournemouth's best player last year?
You're Solanke. Well, he had one good season.
Oh, Eddie!
Yeah, we got one
Eddie!
decent striker. Richarlison's out. Richarlison is
No, hold on. No.
It's sick note. It's a new sick note. New Spurs sick note. He's taking that mantle from Darren Anderton.
You just said.
What other strikers do we have other than Son?
What are you trying to say? Are you going to change it again?
I'm not saying.
To 1 point,
Not Solanke. He's okay. He's decent, but he's, one swallow doesn't make a summer. He's not going to improve the overall squad.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said take any of those players, the decent ones. You pick the best one. I never said Solanke. You said he's the best player. We took him, and you said it makes us better. We've got worse.
Yeah, because as a squad, as a collective,
leave it there.
We're not a good squad.
Yeah. Okay.
You agree with that? You agree with that, still?
Can I ask a question then? Let's stay with Bournemouth. Let's stay with Bournemouth.
What do you want to say? This is your argument. I'm putting it back on you.
So, by the way,
I can't believe you actually think the recruitment's been good.
No one said
I
that.
can't believe you think that those players come to us.
That is your premise. You're saying the recruitment's good enough for Ange to do.
I've debunked everything you've said tonight, Eddie.
Your premise is the recruitment's good.
And what you do
is
recruitment good.
You're lying again. You're doing that thing when you lie.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. But that's basically.
No, hang on. When did Stella or I say the recruitment was good? When did Stella or I say the recruitment was good?
So what position you're taking? So the manager's bad.
Eddie, answer a question.
Let's be hypothetical here. Let's be hypothetical here. We bring a new manager in, right? Let's do this. Look, Stella, still. We bring a new manager in right now, right? And we don't bring anyone in this transfer window other than a new keeper, right? For cover. Yeah. Do you think that new manager will do better than Ange? I don't think he will. He will struggle. Okay. With injuries, with the suspensions.
Eddie, we've all seen that you like changing the point when you don't want to answer a question.
I'm not changing the point. I'm sticking to my main. I'm sticking to my main thesis. Is that our recruitment's poor?
Oh my god! Oh my god! This is just this is unbearable. Right.
I'm
asking this question. Hang on,
our
please.
Recruitment last year got us 5th.
Please, can I? Right.
But we haven't improved on that. We haven't improved.
Oh my gosh!
Because of the manager.
Because of the recruitment.
Right. By the way, okay. Let's now look at this as grown-ups, right? Having a poor transfer window, but when you've still got the same nucleus of the squad as last year, shouldn't see a drop-off from there to there. It shouldn't, right? Now I'm going to ask the question, right? By the way, Bournemouth, who are currently winning, are 9 points clear of Tottenham Hotspur. 9.
And Brentford have won as well, so they've both gone above us. We're now
and Brentford, right. So
12.
Spurs are now down into 12th place with Man U and West Ham to go, right? I'm going to ask this question. When we're saying these clubs have got a better balanced squad, Eddie, I'm asking you this. Let's stick with Bournemouth, because Bournemouth, for me, have got a fantastic manager that would come in and sort us out immediately with proper tactics, right? Name me which Bournemouth midfielders are better than our midfielders.
Which midfielders are better than our midfielders?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you've got Semenyo.
No, Semenyo's a forward. Which midfielders have Bournemouth got that are better than our midfielders?
Well, he's a forward that plays behind.
Not a midfielder. He's not a midfielder.
Forward.
He's a winger. Right. Now answer my question. Which midfielders have they got that are better than ours?
Oh, you got that one from Burkina Faso, isn't it? Otora? I can't pronounce his name.
He's a winger as well. Which midfielders have they got that are better than ours?
You got Justin Kluivert. He's decent.
He's also an attacking forward player. Which midfielders?
They've got no midfielders. What's your point? What point are you making?
No, you don't know them.
You're trying to catch me out here. It's not working, my friend. Sorry, it's not working now. You're trying to catch me out.
Right.
I named you four midfielders, and you're telling me they're not midfielders. What the fuck are you talking about?
Words. I'm asking about central midfielders. What centre mids?
Give me a list. Give me a list of central midfielders that Bournemouth have, and then I'll tell you which ones.
I know it.
You knew that.
You know everything. You know everything. You're Mr. Know-it-all.
You said their recruitment.
Show me your coaching badges. Show me your coaching badges and tell me how I'm stupid.
Show me yours.
I never professed. I never professed to have a coaching badges.
So don't talk about it.
Oh, I never brought it up. Savva did. Savva did.
You can't talk about it.
Savva did. He brought it up. He brought up coaching badges.
Do you know the funny thing, everybody? Everyone can witness this in the chat. When Eddie can't answer a question, he says, "Oh, you're a know-it-all," because he doesn't know. So Eddie on one hand, Bournemouth have a more balanced squad than Spurs. Eddie on the other hand, I don't know who any of their centre mids are. Right? Eddie doesn't know any of their players. Right, but they've got a better balance.
Let's see how well he does. He would struggle as well.
Who would?
Areola.
But that's not what I asked. Let's try and stick on subject. You can't stay on subject. So midfielders.
I can't name you central midfielders. You're asking me such stupid questions.
How do you know? So how do you know? Hold on, Eddie. So how do you know then? If you don't know the players of Bournemouth, how do you know they've got a better squad than Spurs?
Exactly. My point.
This is what you do. You do like a gotcha
question. Answer that question.
This is what we do when Eddie doesn't know jack shit.
I'm talking about a collective. I'm talking about a collective as a group. I'm not talking about individual players.
The squad is better if you don't know the players. How do you know that?
Because Areola has a more balanced squad. That's the truth.
How do you know that if you don't know the squad?
Just look at our squad, for fuck's sakes. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
That's not
How
an answer.
do you know their squad is better if you only know our squad? Answer that.
You can see.
Someone just got destroyed.
You can see the form is pretty decent. We're in a bad form. That's not entirely down to Ange. That's not entirely down to Ange.
Questions, can you?
Eddie, I'm gonna keep saying this until you answer. How do you know the oppositions have got better squads if you don't know what their squad is? Answer that.
Just look at the squads. I don't need to go.
The squad.
I don't know who they are.
I just named you a few players. What are you talking about?
No, two is not a squad.
And you threw it back at me. So how can I win? I can't. I say something. I say something, and you throw it back at me. Well,
you can't win if you don't know the answer. You can't win if you don't know the answer.
Everyone stop.
You don't know the squad.
Let's take this back to ground zero.
This is bullshit. This is a bullshit debate. We're losing.
No, you've lost the argument. That's why you're saying it. You've lost it. So
let's take this back. Still.
We're losing focus.
Stop. You don't know the squad.
Let's take this back
to
ground zero. Right? Stop. 1 sec.
It's crazy, bro. Eddie, that was crazy. Come on.
Stop.
It's not crazy.
I asked.
He's nuts. He's fucking
Hang
nuts.
on. Still, please. I asked. This guy said to me, Bournemouth have a more balanced squad. So I've said, cool. Name me their centre mids that are better than ours.
I just named you midfielders, and you threw it back at me. What more do you?
As I said, Stel, I asked him central midfielders.
Fuck's sake! Stop muting me. I'm giving you a retort
on my own channel.
Oh, fucking hell, man! You invited me for a debate, and it's.
I asked. The chat know this. Stel knows this. I know this. I asked very clearly. Name me central midfielders better than Spurs have. You continue to rattle off forwards and wingers that Bournemouth have. That's not what I asked. In central midfield, I want to know who they've got that's better than Sarr, Basuma, Bentancur, Kulu, Maddison. You don't know who they are. That's fine if you don't. I'm not knocking that. But to then turn around and say they've got a more balanced squad. Bournemouth's first choice back midfield too, because you don't know, I'll let you know, right? Are Cook and Christie. If I had said to anyone in the summer, Spurs are going to sign Cook and Christie, everyone would have gone, oh, they're rubbish. But apparently it's a more balanced squad. Now, what defenders of Bournemouth got better than Spurs?
Here's another gotcha question.
It's not.
It's another gotcha question.
Eddie. When
oh my God, Jesus!
I'm muting him again. When people make statements, and I ask them to back
Can
it
we go
up.
back? Can we go back to the reasons why?
When people make statements, right? When people make statements, and I ask them to back it up, and he comes out with, "Oh, it's another gotcha." It's not another gotcha. I'm asking. You've made a statement. Bournemouth have a better balanced squad than Spurs. Brilliant. When I ask him who that is still, he don't know the players of Bournemouth. Then when you say, how can it be more balanced? Just look at it. What does that mean? What it means is Areola has looked at what he's got and gone, this is how I get the best out of my squad. This is how I get the best out of my team. I'm going to play my right back as a right back. I'm going to play my left back as a left back. I'm going to make sure my two centre mids don't go tearing around the pit.
Man. All I'm getting in the chat is abuse.
Anyway, and I was still talking. If he keeps cutting me off, I'll keep muting him.
Right? Hold on, Savva, can I talk now? I mean, you just had a monologue here. You're condescending and you're talking down on me like I'm idiot.
But you know why I am? I'm asking.
No, don't talk to me as if I'm a child. Don't talk to me as if I'm a child, all right? A bit of respect here, please. Right? I'm looking at the chat and I'm getting abused. Okay. So what kind of bullshit channel is this?
Stop! Eddie, this is why you don't shut up. Shut up. Eddie, I've asked, Stella and I asked your question. You said, not us, Bournemouth have a more balanced squad. When we've asked you what that is, you can't answer and then say, oh, this is what you do. What? What we do is have knowledge of these teams and these clubs. What you do is just say, oh, this is what you do, Savva. Answer a question. It's so simple. How are Bournemouth more balanced as a squad than Tottenham Hotspur? James, no one forced him. James, if he comes on and he doesn't ask questions, you've got to ask. He's answering questions. All people are doing is saying, listen, if I say to Stel, who's got a better squad, Spurs or Brighton? If Stel says to me Brighton, my next question to Stel is how? How are they better? If Stell doesn't know the Brighton squad, he's wrong. This is it's madness. It's madness.
James, you've partly got a point, but let me put some context on it, okay? Eddie was in the chat calling out what we were saying, right? We're wrong, he's right. He then said, get me on. So Savva said, fine, come on. He sent in the link. Eddie asked for it. Eddie called this. He then comes on and he now has his argument published live, and then the argument's gone on. If people in the chat are giving him shit and whatnot, welcome to YouTube. This is the same shit Savva and I get for saying Ange out and Levy out, right?
Day.
So this is something Eddie's going to have to get used to. If anyone gets personal and brings up families and racism, that's going to get blocked. No one's done that as far as I've seen. So what's then happened is, and I tried to point this out to Eddie 10 minutes ago. Maybe everyone's going to disagree. Eddie makes a statement. We counter it. He then doesn't know what to say because the point has kind of been debunked. It's for then down to him to rebuttal it, but he changes the argument because that argument, he can't either answer it or it's been lost.
You're on mute and I didn't mute you.
So Eddie, when you say Fulham, Nottingham Forest, Brighton, Brentford, all these teams have got a more balanced squad, the squads are better because they're more balanced. If you can't name the players and you can't name where the balance comes from, how can you say they're more balanced? What I think you've done is you've looked at those teams and they look more balanced. That means the manager has made them balanced through his tactics and his coaching.
And you've got something called team chemistry. We don't have that.
But that's down to the manager, Eddie.
Not entirely down to the manager. It's down to the players you assemble, the squad you assemble.
No, it is because every manager inherits some players he doesn't want. Every team, maybe except for Arsenal and Man City and Liverpool, except for them three, every other team has got players that they probably don't want or they've inherited. They've got to do the best they can with those players. And those managers are clearly doing far better than what our manager is with the players, whether they want them all or not. And you can't argue that because you're not going to sit here and tell me that Brentford, Bournemouth, Forest, Fulham, all of these teams have got better squads. You can't do that. Well, all of them, maybe one. Maybe you could say, do you know what? Actually, Fulham's got a really good squad. Go on then, Brighton as well. But Brentford and Bournemouth and Forest, at some point, you, Eddie, have got to say, if you want, I'm not going to force you, this manager isn't getting it right. He's not.
He's not getting it right now, granted. But you've got to give him time. You've got to give him time. You got to give him time to turn it around. You just don't throw the managers under the bus.
What has he done? Okay, what has he done to deserve that time? Other than the first 10 games of last season, what has he done? What credit has he put in the bank to say?
He's got a 58. He's got a 58% win record for one. Last season, 1.72 or 4 points per game. So there is glimpses of there were green shoots.
Average, Eddie. That's average. These are average stats.
Yeah, the average stats. But all I've been presented with is average stats from Savva and all of that over the course of the season. Yeah, we're on the decline, but you've got to give him time to turn it around, and you've got to give him the players.
You're not listening to the question. Let me say the question again. What has he done to deserve that time? Don't tell me what he needs.
I just told you. Still, I just told you.
What have you told
me? There are glimpses. There are green shoots.
What green shoots? Eddie,
there were.
Tell me.
Last season, for one, but we haven't got the recruitment right.
Are you talking about the first 10 games?
I'm talking about the entire whole season. We ended up fifth.
Okay.
An average of 1.74 points per game. Right. That's not shabby, right?
Eddie, fifth playing one game.
Well, you can laugh all you want, but it's true.
Well, hold on. Now Newcastle are playing one game a week. They're in the top 4.
Yeah, and how many games are we playing per week? Our players are tired. How many minutes have they played? Still, the players are tired.
So rotate the players at the start of the season. He didn't.
What rotate with what? What rotation? He doesn't have enough players to rotate quality. Regulon. How long he's been out of the squad? He was on loan. He was on loan last season.
Eddie, you
You
asked
chose
to,
to put
and then
him
one
on
way.
there.
Archie Gray. We're playing Archie Gray at the back. Come on,
Eddie, let him
man.
talk.
Archie Gray.
Eddie, let him talk. You've asked him a question. Stell's
All right.
trying to answer you with names, and you won't let him talk.
Eddie, we've got Dragusin, Davies, Dorrington, 3 centre-backs. He didn't use any of them.
Dorrington had an operation. You heard that from Johnny, right? Remember what Johnny said?
Okay. Davies and Dragusin. He didn't rotate them at all.
Well, you played Davis until he got injured.
No, he played him when a player got injured, but he never
played him when a player
rotated.
got injured.
Your argument was rotated.
Then Davis got injured. Didn't he? Did he
No,
not?
no, you're not
No,
listening.
he's been
You're not
out.
listening to what Stell said. You're not listening to what
Eddie,
Stell said.
Dragusin has been sitting on that bench until an injury happened. So there was no rotation, right? Regarding the wing backs, Spence was at the club this season, and so was Reggie. He didn't touch them. He's only using them because of injuries. So when you say rotation, he didn't rotate. He had 5 midfielders. Where was the rotation?
Yep.
He had Werner. Odegaard,
Yep.
fair enough, he got injured, but he had Werner and Son. He didn't rotate. Like, where was the rotation? So when you say that, I don't get it. And if your argument is give him a chance because the green shoots are he never got a chance to rotate, well, that was his choice. He chose not to put Spence.
But looking at it, he has been rotating. Just the quality of the player is not good enough.
No. He's
big of a squad.
rotated. Eddie, you're not listening again. You're not
So
listening.
you don't think so you think the squad is good enough, right? To finish.
No, one question at a time.
Finish fifth.
One question at a time, right?
No, not one question at a time. I'm asking you a question now.
Right.
You think the squad is good enough?
Hang on. You can't do that, Eddie. Whenever
I
someone,
I can't do that. Okay.
whenever someone rebuttals
you can't
your
change the
point,
question when you don't like the answer.
Why I can't change the question? Why I can't change the question?
Stop, please, calm. Right. We're not going to do this anymore, Eddie. If you want to stay on, right? You were in the middle of one conversation. Stell is proving that point wrong. And what you've done is what you've done all this show. The moment your point is proven wrong, you navigate from this point to that point because it's different. You said to Stell, who could he rotate with? Now, if the problem is what players of quality, of course, loads of squads can't rotate with the same like for like in the first 11 to the drop-off. If Aston Villa, for example, lose Pau Torres, the centre-back they're bringing in behind Pau Torres is good, but not Pau Torres. If they are taking off Leon Bailey, the winger they're bringing in behind him is okay. He's not Leon Bailey. You could go through all the clubs and do this. Arsenal, when Arsenal lose, let me finish. When Arsenal lose Odegaard, Odegaard, they don't have a like-for-like replacement in Odegaard. They have to put in someone that's not as good. So you said, who could he rotate with? Stell gave you an option at right back, left back, centre mid, attacking mid, wingers, forwards. And whether you rate the players or not, that's not the argument. Now, if you're going to turn around and say, do I think the squad is good enough, which is what you just asked me, right? You said, you just said, do you think this squad is good enough? Is that right?
Do I think the squad is good enough?
No, what's the question you asked me? You asked me, Savva, do you think this squad is good enough? That's right. Yeah.
Do you think as a whole, as a collective, it's good enough? If you take key players out of the team, what are you left with? If you take key players out of any team, you will see their drop form. You will see their form drop. Sorry.
I'm going to answer it.
Wolves had 6 players missing.
That's true, right?
Hang on.
Yes or no?
Hang on.
Yes or no? If you take
you asked a question and now you've got about 15 different points to it. Let me answer. You asked, do I think the squad is good enough? Do I think the squad is good enough to win a league title? No.
I didn't say that.
Oh my good God. Oh my God.
I didn't say that.
No one said you listen to the words coming out my mouth.
This is the point he's making, Eddie.
Do I think, not what did you say? Do I think Spurs are good enough to win the league? No. Do I think Spurs are good enough to win a Europa League? No. Do I think Spurs are good enough to say we are shooing top 4? No. Do I think we're good enough to not be behind Forest, Fulham, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton and be 12th in the table, yes, I do think the squad is good enough for that. Now, to get to the next level, Spurs, to get to the next level, Spurs do need to get better players, right? But these other clubs you mentioned, Bournemouth, Fulham, Brighton, none of these clubs on paper have better squads than us. What they've got is managers that get the best out of what they've got. Tactically, they're astute. You look how many times you see Brighton will switch from a back three to a back four, right? Fulham will switch from a back three to a back four, Eddie. Spurs, same tactic every game. So this notion that give him time. When Stell asked you the question, what have you seen from him to suggest that? Your answer always goes back to 15 months ago, which is the first 10 games of the season, last season. Between then and now, look what Iriola at Bournemouth has done. Fulham, Brentford. Why have those managers who have had, so not Brentford, he's been there longer, but why has Iriola done a really good job in the same amount of time? Why has Nuno? These clubs don't have all their own players, right? This notion that, again, when you said Poch had 11 brand new players, Pep had 11 brand new players. These managers will come in, bring in some of their own players, upskill the players they've got. Eddie Howe, for example, and sorry for the rant, Eddie Howe, right? Eddie Howe. Look at some of those players today. How long ago did Eddie Howe join Newcastle? 3 years ago? 2.5 years ago? Right? Eddie Howe's got players today like Willock, Joe Linton, right? Shah, right? He's got players that was there when he joined.
Second choice goalie.
But you know what? He gets the best out of them because he's tactically astute. They work hard and he puts them into a formation that allows them to get better, Eddie. This manager does the same thing week in, week out. And I can't understand how fans are not seeing that every other club knows what we do now. Every other club is ripping us wide open because they know how we play. So again, if you're going to ask a question, I will fully answer it the way I just did there. When you're asked a question, Eddie, what you do is go, yeah, but are you saying no? The point is, I've asked you at the beginning, have those clubs got better squads than us? You can't tell me why they have. I didn't hear anybody in the Spurs fan base in the summer, anybody. I didn't hear anybody, even the most doom of doom mongers, saying, I want Bournemouth squad. I want Fulham squad. I want Brighton squad. I want Brentford squad. But they've got managers that manage and coach. This guy does not coach. No one has improved under him. The results haven't improved. The defense hasn't improved. Yeah. In transition, we haven't improved. Nothing has improved under this manager, Eddie. But when you sit there and go, give him more time, based on what? His first 10 games of last season. That's a long time ago.
We're still in the cup. We're still in the cup competitions. It'd be stupid to sack the manager now, right? So we're in the semi-final of the League Cup. We're still in Europa. Give him time. That's his job, right? His job is to turn it around. He's getting paid the big bucks, right, to turn it around.
He's not.
Well, at the moment, right? At the moment, we've got 7-8 players out.
But again, Eddie, I know you don't like this fact, but our form was
Don't
shocking.
condescend me. You're doing it again. I don't like this fact. Don't say that. Don't start. Don't stop.
He can't do it. He did so well. He does 1 minute of being normal and then turns into this.
You don't like stats because you said you
don't.
Then
don't patronise me. Don't patronise me.
Okay, stop. Okay, right.
Savva, let me give you a tip. Leave out the don't condescend people. Just leave it out.
You're still doing it. He's trying to copy Sean from the other night. Stop. Right?
Oh,
Eddie.
for fuck's sake! Stop
Eddie.
going on about Sean.
Stop. You went on about him, Eddie.
No, you went on about him.
Oh my gosh!
Hell,
oh my God! I'm asking you, Eddie. Right? You said when
what?
7. You said we got 7 or 8 out injured, which first of all is not true. Second of all, right? Why were we so bad before the injuries then? And just to give you some context.
Not as bad as this. Not as bad as this. Come on. Not as bad.
Okay. I'm about to give you some context behind this, right? Before these players were out injured, we lost to Palace, we lost to Ipswich, we lost to Arsenal, we lost to Newcastle, we lost to Galatasaray. So, yes, before these players were injured, we were losing a lot of games.
I agree. Our away form's not up to scratch. It's bad. Okay. Our away form's bad. Okay. I agree with that. But our home form was okay until the injuries.
No, the home form started dropping before the injuries as well, Eddie. This is the thing. I know people hate facts, but the facts don't show that we've dropped off because of the injuries. As we said, 15 months of that, right, is not injuries. At this moment in time, how many first team players we got out injured? At this moment in time, players that start, top players, who's injured?
Richarlison. When he comes back, he does start when he's fully fit. He started when he came back from injury. He came back from injury and he picked up another injury. Remember, that's unfortunate. That's not on Ange. That's Richarlison. He's just an injury-prone player.
Again, you're doing that thing.
Oh my God! That is what you asked. Like, what first team players? Richarlison, the one.
Listen to the words that come out of people's mouths.
Just ask the fucking question then. Get on with it.
I did, but everyone can see you can't.
Now you're being rude, Eddie.
Answer.
I'm losing patience. Sorry, I'm just tired. Go on.
You know why? Because you've got no answers.
I just gave you loads of answers. I'm just giving you reasons why Ange. We shouldn't just throw Ange on the bus.
The first team players that are injured right now are Vicario, Van der Ven, Romero, and just for this one game, Adogi.
And Richarlison, because he would be playing if he would be playing if he's fully fit. You don't think Ange would be playing him?
He'd play over Solanke.
Possibly, yeah.
No, not possibly. He's not our number one striker. Again,
he came on. He came back from injury. He played him in the first game. Then he picked up another injury. I forgot what game it was. What game was it, Stel? That he came back. We played him and he picked up another injury.
So if Richarlison's fit, the season is saved.
I didn't say that. I said he's got. He's saying Ange. I'm saying Ange. He's got more players at his disposal. We've got another striker. We're relying on Solanke for goals, right? We've got one out and out striker.
Eddie.
Son's not on form.
Eddie. If Richarlison came on today instead of Son, maybe you think we get the equaliser then? Richarlison scores.
Quite possibly, yeah. You don't know. You don't know that, yeah.
Fair enough. If you think Richarlison's the answer to getting that goal today,
I'm not saying he's the answer. He's another option for Ange, right?
Sure, but that wasn't my question.
These are options. We've just got 7 players out.
But when I give you options like Dorrington, you dismiss it.
He's another option. Okay, if he's on the bench, play him. I agree. Why doesn't Ange play him? I can't answer that still.
But this is the thing. In this argument now, you're saying, but if Richarlison was fit, it's an option. But when we had injuries, and I said Dragusin and Ben Davies were an option, and Dorrington, you dismissed that. It's like you dismiss the options when we give them to you, but the options you want, that's okay.
Yes, they're options. They're options, but overall, they're not good enough players. They're not good enough players. And Davis is a hangover from the Poch era. Why is Davis still at Spurs?
Richarlison was signed under Conte. When you said,
yeah, we got players from.
You ain't got no
using that as an option.
We got players from 10 years ago. We've still got Son. Son's still here.
You're now changing it again, Eddie.
I'm not changing it. I'm making my point. Is that our recruitment is not good enough? It's been like that. It's been like that for years.
But you're using that point. But when we use the same point in the reverse, we dismiss it.
Yeah.
When we use the same point in the reverse,
this is the funny thing, right? This is the funny thing.
It can't work.
This all started off with Savva being a flip-flop. Every point Eddie has made.
Yeah, I made my point, but we moved away from that now. We moved on.
I know. I didn't say that. I'm calling the
Fan base
Oh my
flip-flops.
No, you're not. Eddie, you've got this
Not
real
just you specifically.
inability to listen. I'm talking about we started at that, and now we've moved to everything Eddie says he flip-flops. Stell says we've got this player that could rotate in. Yeah, but he's not good. So when I ask, but who's out injured that matters? Richarlison. So still, yeah, but hang on, Richarlison's crap. Yeah, but he's an option. So the same as Jed Spence, the same as Reguilon, the same as Dorrington, the same as Maddison, the same. Listen, as I said, the injuries that we've got doesn't help anyone, right? Doesn't help anyone. Bournemouth have had one less injury than us this year. One less. Why are they not in terrible form? Why are Bournemouth able to do it? Fulham have had loads of injuries this year. Why are they able to do it? Right? Brentford the other night, 11 first-team players out injured. Why are they above us? It's Brighton, loads of injuries this year. When Brighton beat us 3-2, they had 7 first-team players out injured. We had 3. This is what makes me laugh. We've got to stop this notion that it's only Tottenham that have players missing. Loads of clubs have players missing. But for Spurs, it's always an excuse. And I'll go back to Stell's point that no one's been able to answer to me or to Stell for a year is when people say, so what's he done that means we give him more time? Every answer is, but the first 10 games of last season, but the first 10 games of last season, the first 10 games. No one can actually say, look at this run we had here. Look what we did here. Look what we did there. Look, no one can say it because it's been crap. The number of defeats is huge. I've never known it. As a Spurs fan, Stell, can you tell, when have you known this? 10 defeats in 20 league games. 22 defeats in 2024.
It's the worst stats of any Spurs manager in the Premier League in a very, very, very long time. The decline's massive. I do think injuries do play a part in it, but this is where you earn your money and you have to adapt. And he's not adapting to it. He's not changing it. He's going with the same old, and it's not working.
But this is what I mean. No one can tell me, no one can turn around and possibly say to me, well, you know what? Yeah, it has been going wrong, but you know what? What about that game? What about that game where we played Liverpool and he went, I'm going to put 3 at the back, or I'm going to put 3 centre mids. And no one can ever say that because he never ever adapts. He doesn't try anything. All these other managers we've talked about. And it's such a simple answer. When people like Eddie say to me, none of these managers will come and do better. Well, but they're doing better with squads that are worse than ours. So, yes, they would. Because the first thing a manager would do is come in and go, hang on, I need to shore this up. I need to make sure we're not so wide open. This guy has worse stats this season than Christian Gross. By the way, his win percentage, do you know what it is? His points per game for this season, by the way, 20 games in. I've just looked. Do you know what it is? It's gone down from 1.26 to 1.20. This is statistically one of the worst managers we've had. And everyone's going, but. When does the but end? So, Eddie, I'll ask you this question. What needs to happen? How long does this go on for, being this bad, nothing changing, before fans turn around and go, he's got to go, it's dreadful? How long?
If we go out the cups, granted, if we lose to Liverpool in the 2 legs, yeah, okay.
We are going to.
You think so? Well, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. We never know under Ange. There's
Wolves, I heard that about Newcastle. I heard that about all these. I heard that about Nottingham Forest.
Well, we don't know. Because Slot may play kids. He may play like a second string team on the first leg.
He'll still beat us. Possibly
All
not.
right, let's go with it. Right, Liverpool. Maybe you never know. But let's go with it.
I'll give Ange for the cups at least, right? We set. I mean, Levy got rid of Mourinho 6 days before final.
Hang on, all the cups.
But that was a final.
Yeah, we're still in Europa. Europa's a bigger cup, right?
Okay.
What about bringing in a manager now that can save the season and have a better chance at those cups?
There's no guarantee of that. Look at Man United.
But what's the guarantee with Ange?
This is the stock answer now, isn't it? But look at Man United. This is the stock answer.
We know, Ange. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
Yeah, we know he's statistically a disaster.
Yeah, not when it's terrible. No.
Yeah, statistically disaster because it's down to recruitment. Recruitment.
Still, I need to end this now. I'm really bored.
See, he doesn't like it. See, you don't like it when I'm come out with a solid
look at the
point.
Private chat. Eddie, I'll tell you what.
I don't care what the chat says. I don't look at it for my own mental well-being. I don't care.
Again,
I don't care.
Right, Stel, do me a favor because Eddie didn't understand what I meant. Look at the private chat, not the viewers. Look at the private chat. What did I put in the chat 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, he said he's going to wrap up in 2 minutes.
I need to wrap up the show. So, Eddie, when you're saying, "Oh, see, he doesn't like the answer," the answer you gave wasn't an answer. Right,
but you've done it through the debate. I don't know. I've been on here for what, 2 hours now. You've been doing. You dismissed every point I made. You dismissed
you're wrong
it.
on every point.
Eddie,
I'm wrong, and you're right. Oh, here we go again. Savva's always right.
Eddie,
Mr.
I am
Noble.
on this. I am
Eddie,
on this.
Can I just say one thing to your argument? You're spot on. That look at Amarin. He's gone to Man United. Look, you're spot on. But at the same time, Arsenal.
Is Amarin a bad manager? Is he a bad manager?
Let me finish my point.
He's not a bad manager.
Right? You're spot on. Amarin's gone to Man United mid-season and it's not working. You're correct. But at the same time, the same argument, Conte came to Spurs mid-season, got us into top 4 from 12. Arteta went to Arsenal mid-season with a squad he didn't want and won the FA Cup. So it can work and it can't work.
Yeah, cups are 50-50. You never know with cups.
But you said it's about the cups now. You said it's about the cups now. So
yeah, that's why I stick with Ange.
So and Arteta, they changed him and he won the cup. So
stick with Ange.
Eddie, what I'm saying to you, let me finish the point. What I'm saying to you is you might be right, you might be wrong, but to say it's right to stick with him because of Man United, that is wrong to say. That's the point I'm making. If you understood that.
I'm Man United is an example. It's one example. What happens when you bring the manager
and you ignored the
especially from a different league?
Example, but you ignored the Arteta and Conte example. You
ignored Arteta came in. He had a decent squad. It wasn't a bad squad.
He got rid of everyone. Eddie, he got rid of everyone.
Oh my gosh,
they've all gone.
Yeah, eventually, he brought his own players in, but he still had a solid base. He had a solid base, didn't he? He did.
Savva. End it.
I know it's honestly, as I've said, still
end it.
Crazy. I'm going to tell you.
Agree to disagree. Agree to disagree.
I disagree.
You're just wrong.
I disagree with you.
Yeah. Wrong. You're always right. Yeah. Okay, mate.
Do you know what? Right.
Just end it.
You know what? I'm going to. The last thing I'm going to say is this:
the Arsenal fans are laughing at you, Eddie. The Arsenal fans.
Arsenal fan. Yeah, it was the Arsenal. The squad he picked up was terrible.
He only kept Saka out of 25.
Well, it was good enough. It was good enough to win the FA Cup, right?
Yeah,
it was good enough to win the FA Cup.
Did you see what Arteta did?
So why did they sack the manager then? So why did they sack the manager?
Hang on.
Who's that now? Who's at Aston Villa, by the way?
Did you see?
But they.
I mean, he's not a bad coach.
But they sacked him.
Did you see what Arteta did though to win that FA Cup? Arteta, when they beat Man City, do you see the tactics he adopted? He completely
he played a low block.
Out-coached Pep, right? Listen, at the end of the day, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna say one thing, right? The last time Tottenham lost 10 of their first, by the way, 10 defeats in 20, which is what Eddie and others are defending, which is fine, right? The last time this happened, it was 10 defeats in 21. Does anyone know when that was?
Sorry, Savva, repeat that again, please.
The last time Spurs lost 10 in 21 games. It's 10 in 20 now. Anyone know when we last lost 10 in 20? 10 in 21. What year was it?
2008, I believe. Was it under Ramos? Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to ask a question. What happened in 2008?
Yeah, we won the Carling Cup.
No. Forget that. We're talking about this when we had defeats. What happened at the 2008-2009 season?
We sacked
Ramos. We brought in a manager with tactical nous in terms of Harry Redknapp. Harry Redknapp put players.
Yeah, he kept it. He went down to the basics. Wouldn't say he's tactically.
I mean, well, listen, you're about to now. You're sticking up for Ange, but one of the best managers we've had, you're about to belittle. Harry Redknapp was.
I'm not belittling Harry Redknapp. I like Harry Redknapp. I'm not belittling him. I'm just saying that he went down to he went back to basics and it worked. I agree. Yeah,
Harry Redknapp.
I agree. He went back to basics.
Oh my good God! Harry Redknapp came in, stopped all the nonsense that was going on with players being played out position. Right, sorted it out. Got some really good bargains. By the way, this was all under ENIC and Levy. And Spurs went for the next 3 years. Spurs just flew, right? I'm only asking for that again because you know what? When things are bad, they're bad. And we've turned into a fan base now full of Eddies where we want this now. We've basically, we've got fans who want it to be this bad. Right?
That's funny.
We've got fans still that they want this. When fans like this are saying, give him time, and we're losing week after week after week.
You asked for this manager. You asked for him. The fan base asked they asked for an attacking manager.
I've had to mute him. He's about to waffle again. He's lying again. He's
not lying.
You're lying.
Go back to Daniel Levy's club statement. End of season club statement.
Right, I'm ending the show, everyone. I can't.
That's what he said. The fan base asked for an attacking manager after Conte, right?
You believe Levy?
After that debacle.
It says ENIC out. Your name's ENIC out. Do you believe ENIC? Do you believe ENIC? Do you believe ENIC?
No.
You're ENIC out.
What did Levy do? He hired Ange. Who did Levy? Hold on. No, you're missing my point. You're missing my point.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God. That's not what I said.
What did you think I said? Single good point all night, mate.
What did you think I said? What did you think I said?
You're Levy out, and you believe what they say. You believe what they say.
What, they hired Ange?
Do you believe what they say?
They brought an attacking manager.
Do you believe what they say?
They want to go back. They want to go back.
You said
they listen to the fans.
So Eddie,
they listen to the fans. Do they not?
If you believe them, stop being ENIC out because they've also said we're going to be competitive.
I didn't believe. Look, no. You missed my point. You missed my point. Oh my God.
Believe them when they say we're going to bring an entertaining attacking manager. I don't believe them when they say this.
Everyone wanted Conte out because of football shit. So Levy listens. He listens to the fan base. Majority.
Not everyone.
No.
Majority of the fans.
No. They sacked Conte because he went live for 10 minutes and told everyone to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, but he walked. He walked and he left Stellini in charge. But everyone was complaining about the football.
Do you know what's hilarious? Right, I find it hilarious that all these hours later he's reverted back to the lie of you wanted this. I didn't want this at all.
I didn't say no, but you didn't like Conte's football. So what else? So what are you complaining about? We've got more of attacking, expansive, progressive football.
Some nonsense again. What are you?
No, it's not nonsense.
Listening, Eddie. I told you this earlier. In between Ange's defensive system and Conte's.
But Levy's listened to the fan base. He listened to fans like you. You hate Conte.
I've got to go. I can't. Stell, this man has hurt my brain. He's never coming on my channel again. I've never known anyone make a point.
Because you can't debate. You don't listen to other people's points. You don't let others to make others points. You go on a long monologue.
Eddie, you're
going on a long monologue. So Eddie, and then you ask someone.
Eddie just said, right? Because we didn't want, not you, Stell, but because we didn't want Conte meant that I wanted this awful tactics from Ange.
I'm talking about the fan base collective. They want an attacking manager. So Levy brought an attacking manager.
You know what? This is not attacking football though. This is gung ho. You don't get it.
You're lying.
This is. I'm not. I mean, I didn't want Conte to go. I didn't want Mourinho to go. But this is what the fan base.
You're lying. It's not. Stop lying. You're lying.
Hold on.
Again. You're lying.
When Nuno was here, I remember when Nuno was here, the crowd.
Eddie,
the crowd went against. Oh my God!
You're lying again. You're lying again.
I'm not lying again. I'm not lying again. I'm not lying.
I'm going to point out to you. You just said Levy listened to the fans. Yeah,
he did in that regard.
Let me finish my point.
Read the club statement. Read the club statement.
Your point.
Go on, Stell. Gosh, he's
You
hard
said,
work, isn't he?
you said Levy listened to the fans. You can hide your face off the camera. That's fine. Levy listened to the fans. I was in the stadium when the whole stadium was chanting, "We want Levy out. We want Levy out." His wife stroked his hand and the camera zoomed in and she said to him, "It'll be okay." If he listened to the fans, he would have left. He did not listen to the fans, Eddie. He did what he wanted to do, and Levy will always do what he wants to do. So when you say he listened to the fans, no, he didn't. The fans said, "Levy, get out the club." Fans never sang Conte out. Fans never sang sack the manager. They might have not liked his football on social media. They might have said, "We're sick of it." They might have said, "This football's crap to watch." But what the fans said was, "We want Levy out." So don't say to me he did what the fans said. That's a lie. I'm sorry,
Right,
man.
I'm gonna end the show. Listen, at the end of the day, any point that's been made here has been rebutted, and we're still just going on this notion that fans wanted this style of play. Listen, as somebody that used to work for, I used to work for a Premier League football club, right? And I can tell you, I worked with some really, really good coaches, right? I'm sure you have still. I've worked with some brilliant coaches that when they were coaching, whatever age they were, from under 8 to under 21s, whatever, they all had different styles. They all had different philosophies. I've never seen any of them do this gung-ho, not defending, two at the back nonsense that these fans think will work with better players. I've never seen a manager in world football ever succeed with this gung-ho. This reminds me of Bielsa. What this reminds me of, it's Bielsa on speed. All game today, every time Tottenham got a goal kick, a corner, a throw-in, it's boom, boom, boom. Everything's 100 miles per hour, and we get caught out because there's no in-game management. The facts back us up. The stats back us up. I'm now at the stage where any fan that wants him in, you got what you deserve. Bottom half, you've got what you deserve, right? Enoch and Levy, we know they're the big problem, but there's no way on earth that other managers wouldn't do better than with these players.
Well, the fan base got what they deserve because they were calling out.
Hang on,
I'm replying to what you guys said. Allow me to reply. Give me that courtesy.
Eddie, this wasn't aimed at you. I'm trying to close out my show, right?
Okay.
The fan base did not ask for gung-ho. You don't know the difference between attacking and clueless.
They didn't ask for gung-ho, but they asked for expansive attacking football. And this is what we have. This is what Ange was brought in for.
Eddie, you don't get it.
No, you don't get it.
Please, Eddie, I'll pay you if you leave the show. You're killing brain cells.
Okay, pay me £100.
You're killing brain cells, Eddie.
I'm killing brain cells. Okay, mate.
Stell is someone who works in football coaching, right? Other people in the chat have said they've got coaching badges.
Mate.
I've never ever seen this gung-ho nonsense, right? And people like you go expansive attacking. This isn't expansive attacking. This is clueless. This is throw everyone forward and have no idea what to do tracking back, right? This is absolutely ridiculous. So I'm going to end the show because my brain is dead. My brain is dead from what I've just listened to. And again, this fan base, man, got a lot to answer for. It really, really has. Guys, again, listen, anyone with a coaching badge gets it. You don't play like this. You don't have no midfield. You don't have both fullbacks inverting. You don't have both wingers inverting. It's absolutely madness. Right, guys and girls, I've got lots of super chats to get through. I've missed them. I'm so sorry. Ian JD has said 1.2 points per game from 20 games. Don't worry, though. It's not on Ange. It's not Ange's fault, Ian. It's not Ange's fault that we've only got 1.2. It's absolutely madness. A user said, what shoe can't make up its mind? This, again, it's all been flippy-floppy all over the place. Anna Dawes has said, Poch had Jan Toby in central defence. His high line was protected. Ange high lines has no backing in defence. Big difference. Agreed. You can play a high line. You can press. You've got to cover it. And Ange doesn't. Absolutely, Anna. Absolutely. You get it. Michael said, Ange is Ozzy Ardiles. Nothing like the Poch. This is what I don't get. We've got fans here rewriting history. This is like Poch. No, it bloody ain't. This is nothing like Pochettino. A user said, Eddie, Ange chose his tools and declined others. Drop the beat on it. I said, at least he's got a wicked background. Listen, as long as they're not rude, I'll read them out. Said, Eddie, I and my brother are Spurs fans. We didn't ask for your views. Honestly, no. Let's not tell people Blade have to get off socials. Let's not do that, mate. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but sometimes facts trump, right? But big up to you, Jerome. I said, reminding the chat to be respectful of the guests and let Savva and Eddie have their debate. Listen, we all debate. We all say things. I'm sure backstage, everything will be fine. Maybe Eddie hates me. Maybe he doesn't. It's all good. Big up to you, Jerome. AJ has said Radu is not a technically good centre-back, not a great player with the ball at his feet, but is being overexposed in full-back positions due to tactics. I agree. When you buy Radu Dragusin, you know what you need to do with him. Big up to John Lee, who said, Stellios, Savva, I need a beer. Eddie, cheers for you. I think you need a beer as well.
Yeah, we all need one.
Yes, Yas has said, one thing I've noticed is how poor we are from throw-ins. We constantly put ourselves under pressure. Take the second goal, for example. Agreed. The second goal, quick throw-in. Dominic Solanke couldn't control the ball to save his life, and then they're through on goal. We do it all the time. Big up to you. And then Blaine Dev said, I had to sit back from the screen. The toys being thrown nearly hit me here in Northern Ireland. Well, to be fair, I don't think that's Eddie. I think that's all of us throwing toys there, Blaine Dev. But big up to you. Listen, I can't believe we've gone 7 hours. Unfortunately, guys, whatever you think, whatever your opinion, I'm going to leave with some harsh facts. Tottenham Hotspur, as it stands, this is how bad we are, right? But I don't care what excuses anyone wants to make. Tottenham Hotspur are sitting 12th in the table. We are now 12 points off of top 4 and 11 points off of 5th. We are 11 points off Champions League football. And we are only, if I'm not wrong, oh, no, that's not the one I was looking at. Where am I? There. Sorry. We are only 9 points above relegation. I'm not saying we're getting relegated. We are closer to relegation than we are to 5th. But don't worry, guys. Keep Ange in. He's going to turn it around, even though he hasn't for 15 months. Eddie, all banter aside, thank you very much for coming on. I'm sure people loved it, hated it, watched it, viewed it, love you, hate you, love me, hate me. Welcome to YouTube. Stell, thank you very much for coming on. Really, really appreciate it. Stick around, chaps. I'm going to end the show, but I'll speak to you both backstage. Take care, everyone. Guys, girls, Ange out, Enoch out, and
9 p.m. tonight, Tottenham away. Come and join us.
9 p.m. tonight, Tottenham away. Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.